This video is a comprehensive and really convenient compilation of all 21 reviews I did for Disventure Camp All-Stars. I've analyzed each episode of the season in great detail with you guys, and now I'm doing that cheap compilation thing that famous YouTubers do just to keep their upload schedules consistent. So let's take a journey through time together, and let's appreciate how our thoughts and expectations changed over the past 8 months, how my voiceovers hopefully improved, and how almost every single prediction I made aged like milk. But at the very least, milk has the decency to last a few days before expiring. Most of these predictions instead somehow managed to age terribly in just a few hours. But I guess that's the fun of it, right? Don't ask me why you'd want to watch a 4-hour long video on this, but hey, in case you don't have a life like me, no shame in that. Consider this a bit of a time capsule and a way to keep you company as, I don't know, you're cooking, driving, exercising, stabbing people at your local grocery store, or I guess you can just listen to it like a podcast with my annoying voice and my Mamma Mia accent. Finally, if you want to watch my retrospective of the season, you can find it linked in the top comment below, in the I tab on the top right corner of the screen, and in the end cards at the very end of the video. It's literally impossible to miss. But if you're here for the reviews, then enjoy! Okay, so quick video just to review episode 1 of Disventure Camp All-Stars. I'm not sure if I'll keep making a video every time a new episode comes out, but I'd like to try. After all, I'd like to do the same for Phineas and Ferb's revival later this year, so we can give these reviews a try. As for the episode, this was a weird first episode. It was pretty much a recap showing us what everyone has been up to these years, and it was a nice change of pace, but it was just 30 minutes of talking and talking and talking with no action, so not the most exciting thing ever, and that's my only complaint. It's a great setup for the rest of the season, but not the most exciting setup they could have come up with. So maybe I think this should have been an extra bonus episode between seasons, so that season 3 would start strong with the first challenge and all, but at the same time still picking up where this one left off. But still, with this episode, they finally gave us a glimpse of the outside world, which is something I so wanted to see. We saw Fiore's school, Ashley's farm, and even Trevor and Derek's jail, not to mention Will and Rosa Maria even made cameos, and those were much appreciated. Now, in today's video, I'll quickly go over each character, over what we learned about them in this episode, and whether I think they deserve to make a comeback or not, because some of them really don't. As for the campers, let's start with Gen 1. So, apparently Jake and Tom haven't spoken in years. And I mean, I already knew they would wait to develop their relationship in season 3, so it was pretty obvious they wouldn't really see each other too often during this 2-year gap, but at the same time, haven't they really ever spoken in so long? Why would Tom ghost Jake for that long? So that was a little weird, but at the same time, I'm not too invested in that storyline because we already know that they're gonna end up together and make up. Like, it's just a matter of how it will happen. It's not like, will they, won't they? They will, trust me. Instead, I genuinely hope that they'll get to do something else other than getting together. Even last season, everything they did only revolved around their relationship, except maybe for Jake's friendship with Miriam, but everything else was just about this couple, and they didn't really get to do much on their own. So hopefully they're gonna fix that here. As for Mrs. Nicegrams, I ask you, did she really need to come back? She got the million, got a happy ending, and her story came to a close. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan. In fact, when season 1 ended, I was kinda worried that we would never see her again. Instead, now I'm scared that they're gonna ruin her character. She got such a great happy ending, why bring her back? Honestly, they could have brought back someone else in her place. Someone like Nick, for instance. Next is the greatest character of all, Gretz, that is, and I'm wondering, is she a good person now? It seems like she worked on herself, got in shape and all, she repented, has seen the light and made a switch, but she's so pretending. She's selling online courses on personal acceptance and vitamin supplements, and it's all definitely a scam, so I'm not really sure how I feel about this. I was kinda hoping she would have a redemption, or maybe not an actual redemption, but at least I thought she would show off some of her redeeming qualities this time around. Instead, said, this is what we get.
I exaggerated a little on social media. I had to. How else would I sell those online courses on personal acceptance and my new vitamin supplement?
I'm very curious to see what they're gonna do with her. Even in the theme song, she kinda looked disappointed, a little sad. There's probably something bigger going on that they're not telling us yet. Then we have Alec, who apparently lost it all and got divorced. And in this episode, Ellie brought up an interesting point, and we even talked about this in my last video, but like, imagine seeing your dad saying that he wishes you were more like some random child he barely even knows. And imagine him saying that on national or maybe even international television. That's definitely gonna haunt his son for years. I just hope they're gonna show Alec in a more positive light this season, and especially fix that for him, or at the very least explain what he meant by that. Maybe he meant to say something nice, but he didn't put it in the best of ways. I don't know, it's just, the more I think about this, the less I like his character. However, I do love how his new character design kinda reflects his new lifestyle. Moving on to Ellie, it seems like she's been bad-mouthing everyone on the cast after season 1 ended, and what? Why? I didn't expect that from her. She was mean to Jake last season, but in a way, I guess I understand it, even though she kinda crossed the line, telling him to eat shit and die. But you know, it felt appropriate at the time, whatever. But why would you attack the others? Even Ashley, who's always been extremely nice and even super polite during her elimination. Why would you do that? You needed the money from the interviews, fine, but you could have said nice things about someone, not about everyone, but at least, you know, what did Ashley ever do to you? So yeah, I wonder why people still prefer her to Gabby, like, come on now. Then it seems like Fiore has been spending her days shooting tranquilizers at nuns and also misspelling the word tranquilizers an awful lot, but I'm really glad we got to see her being mischievous outside of the game too, because I did wonder what she was like in her everyday life. But at the same time, I still hope we learn more about her family life. For instance, it seems like she's in a Catholic school of some sort, and why is it? Is it because the parents think she's evil personified and want the nuns to exorcise her or something? I could see that happen, but at the same time, we don't know enough about her parents to really have proof of that, but that would be so cool. I would love it if that was canon. Also, I loved her comeback at Yule. She's still in tip-top shape, and I love that. Then we have our queen, Gabby, who I'm not talking too much about today because I know that most of you guys don't really like her and don't like to hear me praising her. So I'll just say that I really hope her schizophrenia is gonna have a more prominent role this season because last time it was just there. They didn't do much with it. And I'll just say that this time, come on, she behaved. She barely even talked. She can't be annoying if she doesn't talk, right? Right? Wrong? And finally, Ashley. And she doesn't really feel like an all-star, don't get me wrong. I love Ashley, even last season I told you she probably had a few more episodes in her, and this time around she can also do some great things, but I just didn't expect her to be part of the cast. I expected Nick to be there instead, so I'm just genuinely surprised. I'd really like to see her go far and all, but I kinda fear she's gonna be an early boot. Because Will and Lil are not here, so she doesn't really have that many strong connections with the other players. And of course, that's not very promising. Let's hope that they don't misuse her and that she stays in the game for a while. Otherwise, if they wanted to bring back someone just to eliminate them right away, then, I don't know, they could have picked Dan. I know, I'm always criticizing him even when he's not around, poor guy, but like, he would have worked as an early boot, right? And now, let's tackle Gen 2, and this is the first time we talk about them, cool. So Hunter and Allie, not Ellie, I just know that I'm gonna confuse the two names so often without even realizing it. For some reason they just had to be so similar, so have mercy on me. But honestly, I don't really see these two as a good couple, and it seems like the show already wants to portray this as a terrible relationship. So I genuinely hope these two are not gonna bicker the entire time as we see in the theme song, because that would be so extremely annoying. If they want them to break up, go ahead, but please don't drag this storyline. Also, it would be cool if they got involved in something else other than this relationship, just like for Jake and Tom. Then we have Yo, who I think is probably gonna be the main antagonist of the season. And like, he kinda has to, honestly. In season 2, he got eliminated way too soon, and after he left, the game just became too boring for me. He was kinda wasted there, so this is their chance to make things right and turn him into a huge threat or something. And of course, the same goes for Gretz, and together they could be this villainous power couple. That would be lovely. Next are Riya and Connor, and yeah, Connor is back. I did expect him to be back, honestly, because he's basically the only one who's actually close to Riya, so he's kinda necessary if they want to give her a redemption arc, which I feel like they will, because if they're gonna redeem someone, it's gonna be Riya, it's definitely gonna be her. Also, it appears that these two will be hiding their relationship from cameras the entire time, because Riya wants to protect her bad girl reputation, so this is probably gonna be the turning point that's gonna lead to her redemption arc. Now, before we go on, I wanna ask you, do you guys root for Connor? Like, are there some hardcore Connor fans out there who think he deserves to win? Because he's okay, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone showering him with love and affection just like they do with everyone else. So please write hashtag Team Connor in the comments if you want him specifically to win. I just want to know how big his fanbase is. As for Tess, I'm really not sure what she's gonna be doing this season. Probably helping Ellie become a better person, given how she's currently horrible. And I guess I never quite got what they wanna do with Hunter, Ellie, and Tess. If it's some sort of love triangle or maybe a throuple situation. Sometimes it seems like they're going in one direction, sometimes it feels like they're going the complete opposite way. And honestly, the love triangle is so overused that the throuple thing would be much more original. And if that's what they're going for, then I guess they could portray Hunter and Ellie as a dysfunctional couple on their own, and later reveal that what they really need is not breaking up, but actually adding Tess to the mix. As in, their relationship only works and is balanced if all three of them are involved. But I don't know, maybe this is just speculation. And then everyone's favorite couple, Aiden and James, and why the hell are they back? I admit I was never a fan, especially of James. He was so inconsistent last season, but I mean, he won, he has the money, has a boyfriend, has a happy ending. Why would you bring him back? So I really hope he's gonna be an early boot, because otherwise they're gonna ruin the happy ending that they gave him. At the very least though, I'm glad that they put James and Aiden on different teams this time, just like they did for Jake and Tom. This way they're gonna have a chance to interact with others and not their love interests only. At the same time though, I'm happy to see Gabby and Ellie on the same team for the first time. That's how you create new interesting dynamics, mixing up the teams, it's needed. And last but not least, Lake. Because she also got a happy ending last season, I didn't really think she would be back. I just figured they would bring back Rosa Maria instead, but thank goodness they didn't. Honestly, Rosa Maria basically had no growth or character journey. She was perfect since day one. She was nice, likable, and altruistic. And in the end, she's nicer, more likable, and you guessed it, more altruistic. That was pretty boring to see, so I'm glad they retired her and chose to bring back Lake instead. Not only is she a more versatile character, but I also think she has a pretty decent chance of winning. I'm usually terrible at predicting these things, but if I had to give you my predictions for the winner of the season, I'd say that it's definitely not gonna be Miriam or James, since they already won. It would be pretty lame if they won again, and by extension, it's not gonna be Aiden or Jake because of how close they are to the winners, and the same goes for Tom as well. I don't really see him winning when Miriam already won last time. Then there's Connor, and I mean, he's already rich, so there would be no point in seeing him win. Then Hunter, Ellie, and Tess, I don't really see any of them winning either. Maybe I can see Tess going pretty far, being a finalist even, but I don't really think she's ever gonna win. Then Ashley, again, she has no strong connections, which makes me think she won't go very far, but I do admit she feels like a winner. Her personality, her character, she has the traits that I believe the writers would want in a winner. She's brave, fairly smart, with a bit, but just a tiny bit of an attitude, and she doesn't really let others push her around. But of course, there's still room for her to grow, unlike Rosa Maria, so if they make her connect with the others and focus on her rivalry with Fiore, there's a chance she could win. As for the villains, Fiore, Alec, Gret, Yo, and Riya, unless they redeem them or at least they show them in a more positive light, then I doubt any of them are gonna win. If you want a villain to win, then they must have at least some redeeming qualities. And even though I guess Riya is probably gonna get a redemption, I don't really see her getting both the redemption and the money. So this only leaves us with Ellie, who for the time being is horrible, so I don't really see her winning, Gabby, and I'd love to see her win, and it would even feel appropriate considering how much screen time she got in season 1, but I kinda feel like so many viewers would be super disappointed, so maybe not, maybe not. And finally, Lake, who currently has the best social game, and for that, I do believe she's winner material. She's already friends with Aiden and James, she's probably gonna be friends with Jake, and she doesn't really have enemies. Especially given her team, I can really see her win. However, these are just my opinions, so I'd like to hear your thoughts now. Let me know in the comments if you enjoyed the episode, or if you hated it, what you think about the cast and who you root for. And remember, hashtag Team Connor if you want him to win. So with that being said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Episode 2 of Disventure Camp All-Stars starts with the campers each heading to their own camps and getting to know each other. First, we see Jake, Tom, and Miriam walking together to go meet up with their respective teammates, and it turns out that Jake wants to confront Tom and talk about their relationship. He wants to do it. He's the one who wants to talk things out. I swear I couldn't be any more proud of him. However, it turns out that Tom is now avoiding him. Are you kidding me? For the first time in forever, Jake learned from his mistakes and wants to talk to you, and you don't want to? Even Miriam now is discouraging Jake from talking to Tom. I can see why she would say that, she just doesn't want Jake to get hurt, but you can't just avoid your problems, you can't. So at this point, I'm so super curious to know what's going on with Tom. It's so unlike him to just push Jake away like that. Even in episode 10 of season 1, despite being super mad at him, he still decided to use his totem on Jake to try to save him. So why would he avoid the guy now that they're on good terms? Or decent terms at the very least. Also, let's talk now about the whole Aiden thing, because it's pretty obvious, to me at least, that nothing is gonna happen between him and Tom. There's not gonna be any kind of love triangle, because not only Aiden doesn't really strike me as the type of guy who would cheat on his boyfriend, but at the same time, if the writers really wanted to go for the love triangle, I assume they would have kept James around for a few more episodes so that they could maximize the drama, but apparently that's not happening. So this whole plotline, I suppose, is just there to sort of test Jake, to see whether he's now mature enough to start a relationship with Tom or not. So I pray he passes this test, because I kinda want him to grow. I believe in him. He's already improved, slightly, since season 1. He's not as whiny as before, and he's handling his jealousy way better than he would have 2 years ago. Don't get me wrong, he still has a long way to go, but I feel like this season could be the turning point for him. More on Jake later. Moving on to Gabby, I absolutely love what they did with her in this episode. Not only was she Ellie's personal cheerleader today, and her eyes were literally glowing there, but she was also the voice of reason between her and Tom. Apparently, those two still hate each other's guts, and as Gabby put it, their hate is so gonna be their downfall. Just take a look at Team Cyan. The first person to be eliminated from this team is likely gonna be either Ellie or Tom if things don't change. And maybe no one else cared about this, but I really liked what Gabby said about being left alone on her team with a bunch of strangers.
Then I'll be alone with a bunch of strangers. Mom tells me not to talk to those.
Joke aside, that's I don't know, a silly, forgettable detail, sure, but at the same time, it does help with their characterization. Also, I'm still unsure if Gabby and Tom are friends at this point. I mean, they couldn't care less about each other at first, but they've worked together when they investigated the whole Trevor and Derek matter in season 1, and they did seem pretty close in episode 13 as well. So, are they actually friends? I mean, yes, that's the friendship that I want to see. Who cares about Ellie and Jake working things out? Gabby and Tom are the ultimate duo. I so want to see more of them together. Especially, I love how they don't hate each other despite the animosity between their loved ones. Then I guess there's nothing new to say about Hunter and Ellie and Connor and Rhea, except maybe for Alec offering to lend Connor a hand with Rhea. And that's an interesting, unexpected friendship right there. I'm really interested to see where they're gonna go with that. Is our cynical Alec gonna convince Connor to forget about her and move on? Hopefully not, but who knows? Then there's Fiore, who apparently is now a punching bag, and I really hope that doesn't last because, yes, it was extremely satisfying to see her get what she deserved in season 1, but I wouldn't really want this to become a habit or something. Her pain is only enjoyable, we're still talking about a child, if it doesn't last forever. So let's hope she'll soon go back to being the demon child, as Jake likes to call her. And by the way, the nicknames in this episode are just perfect. Fiore's the demon child, Tom is Sheriff Himbo, and Gret is the human hemorrhoid. I swear I have so much respect for Miriam right now. Then, I love how Ashley is a good person and would never want anything bad to happen to a child, but she's well aware that Fiore totally still needs to be punished for everything she did last season. Especially, she wants to avenge Will, Lil, and even Nick, who she couldn't care less about, but sure, she's avenging him as well. It's now challenge time, and I love the continuity with the whole repopulating the forest thing after what happened in season 1. That was a very nice touch. However, I doubt we can call this repopulating it if there's just one animal of each species. I hope there's like more trucks coming in later, otherwise, well, the animals are gonna have to improvise. And we all know how that ends. 3 members of each team are tasked with taking as many animals as they can through their team's gates, while 3 campers from each opposing team will try to stop them. The challenge was simple enough to allow the characters to interact more, just like it happened in episode 2 of season 1, so I absolutely like that for the first challenge of the season, although I admit I generally prefer challenges with 2 different portions, but that's just personal preference I guess. However, I'm not sure why the campers had to wear swimsuits for this one. Did I miss something? During the challenge, we see Alex still defending Fiore, which I guess is great because I admit I also felt a little bad for her at this point. Because she is a child and receiving all of that hate from everyone around her just can't be good for her. I 100% get why Ashley didn't trust her when the little girl asked for forgiveness, and even why she and Jake laughed their asses off at the idea of forming an alliance together, but is that the best way to treat a child? All this hate is just gonna turn her into an even meaner and more resentful person when she grows up. I know she's horrible, but how can she stop being horrible if no one lends her a hand? They all assume she's irredeemable even though she's literally 8. So even after everything she did, I guess showing some compassion is still the best thing to do. So great job, Alec. And I have a feeling Ashley might do the same. However though, I so would have wanted to see Ashley, Jake, and Fiore form an alliance together. That would have been so sick. Then I'm not sure why exactly Alec decided to play mind games with Jake during the challenge, even when Jake's team was already losing. Could it be that he wasn't actually trying to play with his head, but he was just trying to help him out or something? Perhaps after his divorce, Alec just doesn't believe in love anymore and is now warning Jake and even Connor that it's not gonna last and that they're gonna die alone like him. That could actually be it. But nonetheless, Team Cyan wins the challenge and Team Yellow comes in second, sending Team Magenta to elimination. Right before the ceremony though, Jake stupidly decides to start arguing with James about Tom and Aiden. I swear, at first, I was so scared that he would get eliminated because of that, and I was so super ready to be disappointed thinking Jake would go home right away without even getting proper closure with Tom, but hey, no, I didn't need to worry because thanks to Jake, Ashley and Fiore, James is the first eliminated contestant of the season. And would you look at that, even without an alliance, Jake and Ashley ended up voting together with Fiore. Nice. Personally, I'm super satisfied with this elimination. Bringing back James just to eliminate him was a great choice. It sounds weird, but I'd rather have a previous winner be the first boot than someone who barely even competed. Imagine if Ashley or Connor were the first boots. That would have been such a waste. And if I'm being honest, this kinda makes me like James a little bit more, because I was already ready to hate his guts the entire time, because I just assumed he would go super far for no apparent reason, but no, it wasn't like that at all, and I love that. Thankfully, they didn't bring him back just for the fan service, thank you. Now, as for Jake, perhaps his jealousy was a little bit unjustified in this episode, but I guess he handled the situation way better than I expected. He tried to be as respectful as possible, and he didn't actually make accusations. He simply suspected something was going on between Tom and Aiden, and he shared his fears with James. If anything, James was the rude one, calling him a delusional, spoiled brat and a paranoid nutcase. Wow. However, it looks like most viewers now dislike Jake even more because of this new plotline of his. But I admit I don't really hate where this is going. Let's just say that I like the idea of jealousy being the driving force and the starting point of Jake's development. Like, bear with me. Notice how last season, whenever Jake messed up, it wasn't entirely his fault. Someone else was always manipulating him, lying to him, or making him doubt himself. He was living his peaceful life until people decided to get in his way, but he never really started it, so he always had someone else to share the blame with. This jealousy thing, however, started from him and him alone, so hopefully when he looks back and doesn't have anyone else to share the blame with, he'll realize what he's done and how he's behaved, and he'll finally get to grow into a functional member of society. Maybe I'm being too hopeful and the writers have completely different plans and intend to show the worst side of his personality this season, but I'm not jumping on the Jake hating bandwagon yet. Maybe this is the push he needed all along. Or again, maybe I'm too optimistic, I don't know. So this leaves us with 19 more episodes, 17 campers, but only 7 boys though, and that's very uneven. The season already started with more girls than guys, and they're already getting rid of another boy right away. So I'm 101% positive that the next eliminated contestant is gonna be a girl, which kinda scares me because it could be Gabby, but I guess only time will tell. So you guys let me know who you think is gonna go home next. I just hope it's gonna be Miriam. It would be cool if they brought back the winners only to use them as early boots so that the other campers can have more time to shine. That would be so smart. However, these are just my opinions, so let me know your thoughts on the episode and on James. Let's start a little discussion on him in the comments, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! It's episode 3 of Disventure Camp All-Stars, and we open with Gabby being such a sweetheart once more, because apparently now she's even worrying about the other teams and how they're spending the night in the rain. Honestly, it seems like the writers are putting in extra effort to show Gabby in a positive light this season, which I have nothing against, absolutely, but could it be that they're doing it because they want her to win, and they're trying to make her more likable so that Gabby haters won't be too unsatisfied with her victory later on? I don't know, I wouldn't want to jinx it though. After all, 2 reviews ago I told you I thought Lake had pretty decent chances of winning, and would you look at that, she got booted in episode 3. I told you I'm not good at predicting these things. We then move on to Team Yellow, aka Team Senior, and apparently there's a whole lot of tension there. Those alliances that appeared rather strong at first already start showing some cracks, like Gret and Yol or Connor and Riya. And I guess this ultimately ends up being great news for Miriam, given how she's currently the only one on the team with no allies. However though, I wouldn't want her to stay around for too long. It's wholesome that she keeps defending Jake, but she's been doing that on a daily basis since episode 5 of season 1. So unless they gave her some new purpose, they'd better retire her character soon. Then it seems like Alec has been watching and rewatching season 1 to learn from his mistakes, and in doing so he realized that not only did he put all his eggs in one basket, having Fiore as his only ally, but that he also depended on her way too much. So now he intends to play the social game, starting with his friendship with Connor, and I guess he would be set if he could get Gret on his side as well. Honestly, rewatching the show is like the first thing I would do if I were to return for a second season, like look back at your old strategy to come up with a better one. I'm actually surprised he's the only one who did that. We then cut over to Allie and Hunter discussing whether they should keep Fiore around to save themselves from Jake and Ashley and their budding friendship. However, rather than actually strategizing to win the game itself, Allie seemed more concerned about her online reputation and what people would say about her and Hunter if they were to screw up again. Now, at first glance, she might appear superficial and all, but I get it. She's a streamer, she has an online presence, so she's bound to receive hate comments, loads of them. And whether you can handle them or not, they never truly go unnoticed. Actually, this is an interesting aspect of fame that shows don't really deal with too much, but by appearing on TV or on the internet, you're gonna be judged and you'll inevitably receive hate comments no matter what you say or do. Just recently, here in Italy, a restaurant owner took her life after she received countless hate comments because she made up a story on social media, and stuff like that is way too common. So viewing this matter from Allie's perspective is actually something I'm eager to see. I hope they bring this up again in future episodes and further elaborate on it, because I like where this is going, I'm pretty intrigued. Then it was fun to see Trevor and Derek's new lives as interns, but I do hope they won't stay in the background forever and will get their own storyline at some point. Perhaps not super soon, because we currently have so many campers still in the game and countless plots and subplots interconnecting, but it would be cool if these two started playing a major role in the final 5 or 6 episodes of the season, when there will be less campers and consequently less drama. And the same goes for Emily too, I guess. I realize I haven't even talked about her yet, but there's absolutely nothing to say about her. I'm not even sure why she's even there, but we'll figure it out, Also, we haven't really had a chance to talk about this before, but I do expect Jensen to make a comeback later this season. I mean, his story ended on a cliffhanger, no pun intended, and it would be pretty unsatisfying if his journey simply ended there, with him disappearing and never coming back. I'm just speculating, but I guess I could see him secretly contacting or even directly threatening Trevor and Derek near the end of the season to have them help him steal the prize money this time around too. This way, there could be a little subplot of Derek being inclined to help him and Trevor convincing him to do the right thing or something like that. I don't know. It would be fun to give them some time to shine and at the same time wrap up the whole Jensen matter. As for the challenge, the campers will have to find some clues to a hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the lake and take it to the surface to win immunity. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on the distortion effect that they use for the scenes underwater, because I'm still not sure how I feel about it. It does look a bit weird, perhaps it was too wobbly I guess, but it's not like it's distracting or it looks bad, it just looks weird, I don't know. And by the way, in today's challenge too, the campers are using color-coded outfits. And one of you guys pointed out in my last review that the swimsuits in episode 2 were probably used to help the viewers tell apart the teams and avoid confusion. You know, new season, new teams, a very chaotic challenge, they were helping us understand better what was going on. And that was actually super smart, I didn't even realize it, but it was so necessary, so huge thumbs up. After a little nod at Riya's last scuba diving experience, the girl finally opens up with Connor and explains that she's been pushing him away because she doesn't want to risk damaging her reputation. She's going down a not too honorable path that Connor can follow, or at least one she doesn't want him to follow. And I'm actually glad they're reinforcing this idea. Riya is actually behaving horribly because this carefully constructed image of herself is the only chance at fame that she has. In fact, I kinda wish they had mentioned this last season as well, because while watching season 2, she simply came off as a very inconsistent character. She went from a lovely young woman to a horrible backstabber extremely fast there. In fact, I was kinda hoping Animation Cartoons would also remake season 2 at some point so that they could fix some issues here and there, but especially to do justice to Riya, but whatever. And now, welcome to this brand new episode of Let's Try to Defend Jake and Justify His Actions because there's at least a speckle of good in him and we're all hoping he's gonna grow into a functional human being. And I must say, he didn't do anything wrong today. Even though all the signs he sees seem to be hinting at Tom and Aiden having a thing, he still doesn't yell at them in frustration, throwing a tantrum. Yeah, let's take baby steps and celebrate this little victory, okay? In fact, he's now on a mission trying to figure out whether or not there's something going on between them. And Ashley, of course, is so kind as to help him out. Let's just hope she's gonna keep him from slipping back into his old habits. And when I first saw the thumbnail of episode 3, I kinda had the impression that Ashley and Jake were gonna fight here, so thank God that didn't happen because he's screwed. Without her, he's screwed. Meanwhile, Fiore meets Alec and Miriam, and they all agree to work together to sabotage Team Cyan so that Team Magenta doesn't lose another challenge and both Fiore and Jake won't have to risk being eliminated. I'm actually a big fan of how two teams are working together to take the third one out. It's a pretty cool strategy, although I doubt this alliance is gonna last forever. I imagine the other members of Team Yellow will eventually find out that Alec and Miriam have been helping Team Magenta, and Alec will probably pin all the blame on Miriam, causing her to be eliminated. But nonetheless, Miriam agrees to tricking and sabotaging Team Cyan. And I admit it's pretty cool that in this game, everyone plays at least a little dirty, so you never know who you can fully trust. I'm glad the good guys are not goody two-shoes characters who are kind and forgiving at all times. Instead, lying is not beneath them. Except for Ashley, maybe. She's like the epitome of goodness. In the end, thanks to Fiore, Miriam, and Alec working together, Teams Magenta and Yellow win immunity, costing the challenge to Team Cyan. And even though earlier in the episode the girls of Team Cyan planned to form an alliance and vote together, Ellie and Lake just couldn't agree on who to vote for. Ellie wanted Aiden to go so that him, Lake, and Tess wouldn't later form their own alliance against her and Gabby, which I guess could have happened, so fair enough. Whereas Lake wanted Tom to go because of course she's friends with Aiden. Then, because her strategy was compromised and her butt was on the line, Ellie decided to simply throw Lake under the bus, making it seem like the girls' alliance was her idea. So through the power of rhetoric, she convinces Tom to vote for Lake, and in a 3-2 to 1 vote, Lake is eliminated. Which I guess is very fitting since she got booted in the Lake-themed episode, you know, because the challenge took place in a lake. Okay. I absolutely love these super dramatic elimination ceremonies with the campers arguing before casting their votes, yelling at each other the entire time and trying to convince the others to change their votes. Now that's reality TV. However, because Tess couldn't decide on who to vote for, she preferred to waste her vote on Tom so that neither Ellie nor Lake would be too mad at her. Still, I have a feeling Ellie is gonna confront Tess about it. I doubt she's gonna forget that. Again, I thought Lake would make it to the merge at the very least, given how everyone loves her, but I guess it's a good thing she was an early boot, because at the end of the day, her arc already came to a close last season, so she didn't really have much else to bring to the table. I guess they could have come up with a few more stories for her, but I also didn't really see her getting involved in other people's drama. Finally, before we wrap up this video, another thing you guys brought to my attention last time, and again, thanks for sharing your thoughts on the season with me, is that James didn't thank the Patreons at the end of last episode, which means there's a chance he might rejoin the game later on. After all, they always let the characters thank the Patreons only when they leave the game for good. Instead, either when there is a fake elimination or when a character gets out and later returns, they don't make them thank the Patreons just yet. So yeah, there's a chance James might be back. Yay. And to think I was so happy he left. Damn it. So go ahead and let me know your thoughts on this, and let me know whether you'd like to see James return or not, but more importantly, let me know your thoughts on the episode and on Lake. I'll be reading all your comments, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Episode 4 starts with Jake 2.0, Aiden, crying, devastated for losing both James and Lake, and for not having any more friends left in the game. Luckily for him though, therapist Tess comes to his rescue, and with just a few words of encouragement, she instantly gets him to believe in himself again. It was that easy. So either Aiden was exaggerating a bit and didn't have any real issues, or Tess is an amazing therapist. Although, jokes aside, I do like to think the motivational quotes she used with Aiden are the same ones her therapist told her back in the day. However, even though the purpose of this scene was probably to make us empathize with the guy and all, I still find him super boring as a character. He says he wants to win this game, but hasn't done anything to prove how motivated he is, or just done anything noteworthy at all for that matter. He's currently just a plot device to stir up some drama between Jake and Tom, so why should I root or care for him? Maybe the day he starts being more motivated, I'll finally give him a chance, but until then, I couldn't care less about him, so he can cry all he wants. We then cut over to the new BFFs fishing together and having a heart-to-heart. One thing Ashley mentioned in the last episode is that she was consumed by guilt for something she did, but didn't really elaborate on it. So today, Jake asks her if she wants to talk about it, and that's when she reveals that she was to blame for the fire that destroyed her farm and house and made her family lose all their animals. And to think, I always assumed she was the perfect daughter, responsible and flawless since birth. I'm happy to find out I was wrong about this. I told you I really like that story and the impact this event left on her, but this additional information makes it all even better. They even gave us the reason why she joined the game in the first place. I almost want her to win at this point. I still don't see it happening, but I'd be pretty satisfied if she did. Then we see Miriam sharing her wisdom with Riya and trying to make her understand how dumb it is of her to push away the only person who likes and believes in her. But at this point, this story is starting to get a little repetitive. Yes, Riya is selfish and pushing Connor away is a mistake, we know this, so move the story along now. Nothing changed since the last episode, so why are we still talking about this? At this point, the gist is always the same for Riya and Connor, Hunter and Allie, Tom and Jake, Gret and Yul. It feels like these stories are meant to go somewhere, but not just yet, so the writers are stalling and waiting for the right moment to come. In some cases, waiting for the merge to happen. In fact, right after that, we have the usual therapy session between Alec and Connor, where they discuss the same topic they've already discussed last episode. So at this point, they could have just merged these two conversations into a single but longer one. That would have made the whole exchange much more effective and less repetitive. But nonetheless, this time we find out that Alec simply just never wanted children to begin with, and hearing this is gonna make his son hate and resent him 1,000 times more than he already does, whereas Connor regrets not settling down before and he wishes he had a family of his own. So, okay, cool, I like where this is going. However, Connor is 50, so I'm not sure he's gonna get the happy ending he wants. Although this is not impossible for him, and even though I would want him to start a family and be happy, having a kid in your 50s is not ideal, so at this point, it's almost better if he doesn't have a child, you know? So I'm pretty curious to see how it's all gonna end. I have no idea what they're gonna do with him. The highlight of the episode, however, is the villains alliance proposed by Alec, and he just scored some pretty big points in my book for that. He suggests that he, Yul, Gret, and Riya work together with Ellie and Fiore to sabotage and turn the good guys against each other so that they can make it to the final 6 together like a big, dysfunctional, villainous family. And this is probably the smartest thing he could have done. Finally, he came up with a scheme on his own. The Alec independence arc is finally here, let's go! Since we're talking about extremely strong players, this alliance can potentially take them very far, but realistically speaking, it's a ticking time bomb, and literally no one can trust the others. So even though I can see someone like Gret staying loyal to it, it's just a matter of time before someone else betrays it. It's just a matter of who's gonna do it first, and my money's on Yul. Because she was eavesdropping on their conversation, Miriam decides to confront Alec and threatens to expose his alliance unless he promises to protect Jake and herself. The old lady ain't dumb. Today's challenge consists of several rounds of a 3-way race, where the campers are gonna have to find and grab a sandbag hidden on the beach and cross the finish line with it. And as is usually the case in these physical challenges, the contestants are allowed to use any means necessary to get the bags out of their opponent's hands. And even though everyone pushed and tackled and tricked their opponents, and Crystal herself clarified that such actions were not only allowed but also encouraged, it seems like Tom wasn't paying attention because he was extremely ticked off at Jake when the guy pushed Aiden to score a point. And at this point, I don't even know why Jake is even chasing Tom. It's not worth it, man. Let him go. You'll be a lot happier on your own, I swear. Tom is kinda slowly losing my respect here. I have no idea why he's so weird lately. He so needs to open up and explain why he's been avoiding Jake, but at the same time why he's always eager to yell at him. What did we miss during the time jump between seasons? I'd so need to know. However, drama aside, we really need to talk about the challenge because it was pretty underwhelming and a little bland. It was the same thing repeating over and over again without even a couple twists in the meantime. And the fact that Team Magenta won extremely quickly and that the whole game lasted less than 6 minutes didn't really help. It's my least favorite challenge so far. I really hope the next one is gonna be more intense. In the end though, Alec decides to throw the challenge so that he can both gain Ellie's trust and at the same time get a chance to eliminate Miriam. But because it was pretty obvious he threw the challenge, Miriam decides to expose him and turn his alliance against him. And even though she made some pretty good points, she didn't seem to be able to convince the others to vote for Alec. In fact, with 4 votes against her, Miriam is the 3rd boot of the season. So I believe this is how the voting went down, because we do know who Connor and Miriam voted for, and it's implied that both Yul and Alec also voted for Miriam, and then I was kinda forced to analyze the handwriting of these votes to try to understand who voted for who, and judging from the font/handwriting, it seems it was Gret who voted for Yul, meaning the unread vote was Riya's. So I guess Gret may be more relaxed this season, but she isn't dumb. It's clear Yul is treating her extremely poorly, so I can see why she would vote for him. Also, Yul is currently convinced it was Connor who voted for him, so I can't wait to see his face once he realizes it was Gret all along. Hopefully the Gret and Yul storyline is finally gonna go somewhere now. And I mean, it's been 4 episodes and Gret still hasn't gotten the spotlight yet, so it's about time she turns things around and takes matters into her own hands. I can wait to see that. As for Miriam, this is not exactly how I wanted her to go, even though I'm glad she went home while trying to help Jake, but I was kinda hoping she would put up a bigger and more intense fight against Alec's alliance. However, I'm pretty happy she was an early boot, and the best part is that even if she got played and backstabbed by Alec, she still leaves on a high note, holding her head high the entire time. I loved how confident she was, saying things like,
So, this is how it feels to be voted out. See you next time. Now, where do I go? I've never lost one of these before.
so that was super in character for her. Right before she leaves though, when Connor apologizes for voting for her, Miriam hands him an envelope, which is kinda reminiscent of the advantage Riya found in episode 4 of season 2. So unless it's a note she wrote herself as a precaution, anticipating her elimination, but that's pretty unlikely because I doubt she had a pen and piece of paper to write it, it's probably an advantage she found and didn't get to use. And the only person on her team she could trust with it, of course, was Connor. So she had her head in the game till the very end. I love to see that. But at this point, as always, I'd like you guys to let me know your thoughts on Miriam, on the episode, and also on this little envelope. What do you think it's gonna do? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Finally, with episode 5, things start getting way more interesting and the drama much more intense. I guess this is my favorite episode so far. First, we see Team Cyan actually getting along and finally agreeing on something in a civil manner as they vote to decide the fate of a chicken. Gabby, of course, would have wanted it to become their mascot and name it Freckles, while the others all agreed to eat it instead, so may Freckles rest in peace. It's interesting how Ellie later admitted that she would have been fine with eating it, but she decided not to because she wanted to be a supportive girlfriend. The thing is, her love for Gabby seems to be her only remaining redeeming quality at this point, so I would hate to see it fade. I guess it would be pretty cool if Gabby helped her become a better person, given how she's basically perfect herself. isn't she? In the meantime, on Team Magenta, Jake and Ashley go up to Fiore and ask her if the offer to form an alliance and vote together is still on the table. I don't really get why they would do this like right now, given how their team's dynamics stayed the same for quite a long time. However, because Allie overhears their conversation, she starts panicking and lets out her frustration on Hunter, as usual, who, for once, is shown in a positive light. He actually tries to prove to her that he thinks highly of her and that other people's opinions of her don't matter and shouldn't matter. That still wasn't enough to change her mind, but at the very least, he tried. Although, it seems like she realized she kinda crossed the line when she attacked Hunter, so I was kinda expecting them to eventually talk things out, but unfortunately, they didn't get to talk until after the campfire ceremony, so I was a bit disappointed there. I just imagined they would elaborate on their relationship just a little bit more. We're then told in a confessional that it was, in fact, Riya who voted for Yul last episode, apparently because she enjoys seeing the guy lose his cool, and damn it, I was so convinced this was Gret's handwriting, so I don't know, maybe the handwritings aren't as consistent as I thought, but at least Gret would have had a valid reason for voting for him. Riya is just messing with him, like, stop it, get some help. But anyway, right after Yul tells him to go and decompose in a retirement home, Connor reveals that, and I was wrong about this too, the envelope Miriam gave him in episode 4 was indeed a letter she wrote to warn the other players about Alex's alliance, so it was not an advantage. You see what I mean when I say that I'm bad at predictions, don't you? And to think, I even said it, yeah, Miriam could be writing a letter, but where would she get a pen and piece of paper to write it? Well, guess what? The elimination ceremony place, for instance, that kinda made sense. That would have been a great place for her to find a pen. Or, I don't know, she might have had one in her pocket or something, I don't know. So what Connor does is to go deliver these notes to teams Magenta and Cyan, letting them in on the Villains Alliance. And of course, both Ellie and Fiore had no choice but to lie and deny it all. And while Ellie presented a convincing argument, bringing up the trick Miriam pulled on them just 2 episodes ago, Fiore simply decided to call the old lady senile and leave it at that. I admit I was super proud to see Jake defending Miriam for once, and also not to see him wallow in sorrow once he learns about her elimination. He wasn't actually sorry for himself, but rather sorry for Miriam, who would have wanted to stay and play much longer. He's a good kid. In all this though, Ellie decided to keep the alliance a secret from Gabby, and Gabby's so gonna have her heart crushed learning Ellie kept this from her, and I fear this might even lead to the two of them breaking up. I hope not, for Gabby's sake mostly, but at the same time, who knows, that might actually be good for Ellie. Losing Gabby's support might make her realize she screwed up and that she really needs to change. In fact, even therapist Tess noticed that there must be something completely wrong with the girl, so much so that she would like to talk to her and get through to her. Let's hope she dabbles in marriage counseling as well, otherwise Gabby and Ellie are screwed. And so are Tom and Jake, and Yul and Gret, and Allie and Hunter, and Riya and Connor. She's gonna have a whole lot of work to do. But anyway, the other day, Gabby's Spanish voice actress posted a story on Instagram where she said, and I quote, "Okay, for the next Disventure episode, I absolutely needed a great mic. You have no idea of what's to come." Which does lead me to believe something huge is about to happen in episode 6 between Gabby and presumably Ellie, and I already look forward to Gabby getting the spotlight again. I only hope she doesn't get booted though, that'd be tragic. But anything else, I'm fine with. For the day's challenge, the campers will have to compete in a triathlon, racing with mountain bikes first, then jumping off the cliff and swimming to the beach, and finally running to the finish line. Before the game begins though, Tom decides he wants to find out whether Miriam's letter was legit or not, because he so desperately wants to expose Ellie's lies. He was like, "Police Academy powers, activate!" But he didn't do anything yet, so let's hope he finally gets involved in another story that doesn't only revolve around Jake, and that he actually does put his skills to good use for once. That's something they could focus on a bit more in my opinion. Tom is a powerhouse in physical challenges, but he never actually uses his training as a spy or as a cop specifically. I'd like to see him strategize a bit and exploit his enemy's weaknesses instead of only using brute force the entire time. He can't even sneak out of a tent without being noticed. And to think Connor and maybe even Yul did it just fine, so what did he need the spy training for? Also, in this episode, Aiden finally notices that Jake has been glaring at him and Tom as if he was trying to set them on fire, so he suggests that Tom should go talk to him and work things out. So let's see if he's actually gonna do that, or if Tom is gonna keep avoiding him. Then, I feel like there haven't been that many interactions between Gen 1 and Gen 2 campers on Team Magenta so far, so I was pretty happy to see Jake and Hunter chat a little bit and see Ashley and Allie do the same later on. These guys never get a chance to have a one-on-one conversation with one another before. It's weird that they haven't interacted much despite being on the same team. I was also very pleased to see Hunter and Tess talk about Allie and her issues with hate comments, and it seems like Tess is planning to confront her and have a therapy session with her as well. So like, at this point, may I get an appointment with therapist Tess as well? I know she already has plenty of patients, but if she has an opening, I'd like to see her. Thanks. Meanwhile, as expected, Yul keeps mistreating Gret, this time even making her feel bad about her weight, and that's a new low for him. And at this point, I understand that being mean and controlling last season didn't really work out great for Gret, so she now wants to be and appear nicer and all, but still, how is she not losing her temper? I'm not saying I want her to start acting like Season 1 Gret again, but she needs to get her temper and attitude back and break up with him as soon as possible. It just pains me so much to see her like this, and I swear, if she doesn't end up being directly responsible for Yul's elimination later on, I'm gonna lose all the respect I have for her. Come on girl, Gret it together. Gret it together. Moving on. In the end, because she desperately wanted to win the reward, Riya decides not to help Fiore despite their alliance and ends up winning the challenge for Team Yellow. Minutes later, thanks to her insane amount of energy, Gabby comes in second, granting her team immunity as well and costing the challenge to Fiore and Team Magenta. And by the way, seeing the girl panicking when things didn't go her way was just priceless.
Bruh, what's even the point of this stupid alliance then? Shit!
It's a bit frustrating though to see her struggle so much in physical challenges, so I really hope her being little is gonna be of use someday. I so want her to win a challenge for her team and prove her worth. At the elimination ceremony, because of the Jake, Ashley, and Fiore alliance, with 3 votes against him, it's game over for Hunter. And I'm kinda upset he left so soon, because I just started liking him this very episode. He was so supportive of Allie and was truly concerned about her till the very end. I almost didn't want him to go. But I guess we got to a point where no matter who gets the boot, it's still a little upsetting anyway, because I pretty much like everyone here, or at the very least I find them all entertaining. Also, this elimination left me a bit confused because I always imagined Hunter, Allie, and Tess would have gotten a chance to confront one another all together as a trio before they sent any one of them home. And at the same time, I didn't even think they would eliminate Hunter like this while his relationship is still falling apart. It feels like his story isn't really over yet. He didn't have proper closure. So this makes me wonder, what if he came back later in the game? After all, a few weeks ago, one of you guys told me about a tweet from Jared where he confirmed that the season will both have a comeback episode and a Losers Motel episode. So this means we will definitely see someone return, and I guess it would be cool if it was Hunter. And of course, I'm super curious about the Losers Motel episode as well. That one's gonna be pretty awesome. Finally, the episode ends with Emily, weirdly enough, waking up Yul in the middle of the night, telling him they need to talk. And I'm so glad they decided to have a new mystery this season as well. I do hope it's gonna be more intense than the Jensen one, but I'm already pretty intrigued. Of course, I have no clue what the story could be about, although I would indeed love it if it had something to do with Jensen's return. I know it's a bit far-fetched and improbable, but it would be pretty cool nonetheless. So do let me know if you have some theories on this Emily thing, and of course, as usual, go ahead and share your thoughts on both the episode and Hunter.
Hunter should win All-Stars. I really appreciate that, even if it's, you know, a bit late.
As always, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Episode 6 came out sooner than expected because some smarty pants decided to leak it on TikTok, forcing Odd Nation Cartoons to release it earlier. It seems the situation is under control now, so no need to worry. However, if the leaks were to come out again, the next few episodes might get delayed. So isn't it fascinating how a single person can impair the enjoyment of a show to a whole community? It's just, wow, magical. So if you can, just avoid the leaks, don't engage with them at all, and report them if you see them. Will you? Okay, thank you. Review time. We pick up where we left off last episode with Emily talking to Yo and revealing that it was his manager who called her in episode 5 as he's been trying to get in contact with Yo. Apparently, it seems like the guy's likability plummeted to an all-time low because of how much he sucked as a person in the past few episodes, so he now needs to get his act together and treat Gret much nicer if he doesn't want to lose his fan support. However, I still don't understand how Yo can openly insult Gret on international television and easily get away with it when people usually get cancelled for much less. I guess Twitter must not exist in this universe or something. But anyway, Emily's willing to help him out, especially after the guy's manager agreed to pay her for her cooperation. So what Yul does is to go and apologize to Gret thanks to Emily telling him exactly what to say so that he can get the whole world to see what a nice guy he is. I admit his apology almost seemed sincere, or at least it would have if the guy hadn't kept looking at the camera the entire time. He's not too bright, as Emily said, but at least he makes for a good parrot. All his kind words, however, seemed rather suspicious to Gret, since she's never seen Yul say such nice things to her before, so I wonder if she's gonna find out the truth about this apology on her own, or if someone else is gonna break it to her. I'm hoping for the first one, honestly. It's also a mystery to me how Gret never notices the disgusted look on Yul's face every time he's near her. I almost can't believe she's this oblivious. As they take a walk in the woods and get to bond, Ally tells Ashley that she doesn't miss Hunter in the slightest and that spending some time away from him might be good for her and for their relationship. So if this conversation is not anticipating Hunter's return later in the season, I will forever be disappointed. You can't tell me this is how it's gonna end for him. Especially with Ally being so eager to move on and possibly break up with the guy. So either he returns in the game at some point, or the Losers Motel episode is gonna be centered mostly around him and Ally. But honestly, even then, how can they wrap up all of this in just one episode? It would be such a waste to have all this drama happen in a handful of scenes, or even worse, entirely off screen like it happened when Ashley and Will got together. Not to mention, besides getting proper closure, Hunter kinda deserves a chance to redeem himself as well. I didn't even realize the general consensus on him was this bad until you guys brought it up in my last video's comment section. Basically, every word he spoke earned him nothing more than a ton of hate, especially when Fiore was concerned. People really didn't like his beef with her, so he needs a chance to repair his reputation like so bad. This is all Jake's fault, by the way. He should really stop hugging all the hate. It's disrespectful to the other campers who are doing their best to be despised. In today's challenge, after Crystal has a quick stroke, she tasks the teams with writing and performing a song. And although the songs in this episode are not actually original as they're covers of already existing songs, they technically are original in universe. And oh boy, was this one a breath of fresh air, finally, a challenge that stands out from the 5 beach-related games we got so far. We were all so tired of those swimming suits. I'm also a big fan of the different atmosphere and ambiance with the talent show taking place at night, so even visually this episode stands out from the rest, and I just love it. On Team Cyan, what Gabby calls a happy family peacefully getting along is nothing more than the calm before the storm for Tess, as she's waiting for someone to draw first blood. A bit grim, perhaps, but extremely insightful as Ellie seems pretty eager to get in the way of Tom and Jake reconciling. In fact, as the girls come up with a choreography for their song, Ellie suggests that the two couples performing should share a long and passionate kiss to make their musical number more believable. Or at least, that's what she tells Tom, as in reality, she just hopes that seeing Tom and Eden kiss will throw Jake off his game and make him lose it. And if she had talked about this in strategic terms, then I guess it would have been legit, a low blow, but legit. However, Ellie just wants to mess with the guy because it's fun to watch. which is not really a valid reason. If only Gabby knew, she wouldn't approve of this. And I mean, why does she hate him so much? Jake might have wronged Tom in the past, but he never actively hurt Ellie herself. He only attacked her in season 1 because she betrayed their friendship, so I'm not quite sure where all this animosity is coming from. Ellie really needs to get a life. Imagine if messing with someone else's relationship is indirectly gonna cause her own relationship to fall apart. That'd be so ironic, yet terribly tragic for Gabby. As for the other teams, we have Fiore on Team Magenta, who neither wants to sing nor knows how to play an instrument, which is kinda disappointing because if she can help in physical challenges, then at least allow her to be skilled in some other field, right? But apparently no, music is not where she shines, even though she sings pretty well, but whatever. At the very least, she recruits Marcus and Nina to help him in the challenge given their number disadvantage, which was pretty cool because I admit I kinda forgot Marcus was even there, so I'm happy he got involved. Meanwhile, on Team Yellow, Connor is his usual delusional self, a hopeless romantic, as he changed his mind yet again about Alex's advice and now wants to open up to Riya and express his feelings through song, and it sucks so much to see him so desperate to win her back. He's been trying to do that all season, but made no progress whatsoever. He left no impact on Riya so far, so why would they even keep him around for this long when he's not doing anything? But actually, it doesn't matter, you know, because he's surely gonna stay in the game for many more episodes and will have an incredibly satisfying character journey that's just gonna be amazing to watch, right?
Connor, that's free votes. That's enough.
Oh, wrong, of course, yeah. The talent show begins, and I'm telling you, my favorite song was Team Magenta's Born to Drive Me Crazy. And of course, everyone is talking about how Jake shot daggers at Tom the entire time, but let's not forget Allie was also thinking of Hunter when she was writing the lyrics, so I feel like he might want to bring up this song next time he sees her. But anyway, this one had a great tune, the singers were amazing, and even visually this song has a lot going on. I also loved how each character got at least a few seconds of spotlight while singing, it was so well done. As for the outfits, Allie looked pretty great, honestly, she should wear that on a daily basis. Then Fiore looks like she's from a kids show from the early 2000s, Ashley kinda looks like she's wearing a nightgown and a robe and is ready to go to bed. However, Jake, I'm not a fan of the outfit or the hair. I'm not big on fashion, so what do I know? But still, I don't love that look. It feels like he's wearing one of those safety vests, or what are they called? Those reflective jackets, just pink, so yeah. Then my second favorite song is Piggyback by Team Cyan, which honestly is not really my jam, but the singing was really something, especially Aiden's parts. I love the matching outfits for the boys and the girls, everyone looks great, but at the same time normal enough. I guess I prefer these normal outfits to more extravagant ones. However, it's a shame we didn't get to hear each singer on their own, I so would have wanted to hear a solo from Gabby honestly. During the song, of course, we have the infamous kiss, which makes Jake furious, just as Ellie had planned, but thankfully Ashley got our boy to hold his horses and use his anger in their song. I honestly don't know for how long she can keep Jake calm. She's done a great job so far, but the guy is gonna blow up soon enough, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. Whatever happens though, it'd be pretty cool if, in a potential fight between Tom and Jake, Ashley too snapped and yelled at Tom to support Jake, because I just love to see her angry defending her friend. And finally, we have Team Yellow's No Matter How Hard We Try, which is my least favorite song, not because of the performance, they all did pretty well, but maybe rock is not the ideal genre given their voices. I could actually see them do a pop song instead. In general, every voice actor did great, and even though they might have used a few effects or auto-tune on some voices, it was never distracting or annoying, so props to all of them really, and this goes for both the English and the Spanish dub, go listen to both in case you haven't yet. As for the outfits, the members of Team Yellow were hardly wearing any clothes at all, basically, so there's not much to say here. First, we have Alec, who looks kinda off without his glasses, and that mohawk too. No. Then, I don't love the orange on Gret's hair, although the fit looks pretty good, I guess. And then there's Yul and Riya, who just don't do it for me, really. But what do I know? This is not my field of expertise, so I'm not the right person to judge these things. However, Connor legit looks like he was made for that outfit and hairstyle. He looks perfect. In the end, because Riya messed up the lighting, she causes the stage to fall apart and catch on fire and the instruments to be destroyed, thereby automatically sending Team Yellow to elimination. Which is a shame because I would have loved to know the scores according to Trevor and Derek. I'm pretty sure Derek would have preferred Team Yellow's song. It's voting time, and Connor is hoping Riya will ultimately sacrifice the Villains Alliance to save him, but better luck next time because in a 4-to-1 vote, Connor is a goner. He just had no hope of surviving this elimination. And honestly, no matter who Riya and Alec voted for, they wouldn't have been in a great position either way. Because by voting out Connor at the next elimination ceremony, the two of them will be against Yul and Gret, who, as far as they know, are a pretty solid couple that's always gonna vote together, so this puts them in a tough spot. On the other hand though, if they had voted out Yul, they would have had an easier time staying in the game now, but in doing so, they would have turned Gret against them and indirectly would have lost Fiore and Ellie's support because of the betrayed alliance. So I guess getting rid of Connor now wasn't the worst idea ever. Nonetheless, it'll be pretty interesting to see how the alliance is gonna behave at Team Yellow's next elimination ceremony. That's gonna be a real bloodbath. As for Connor's departure, I'm disappointed he was eliminated early in both seasons he competed in because he never even made it to the merge, and that's so sad. But in general, he didn't get to do much during his stay on the show. Before leaving, however, Connor tells Riya that he's had enough and that he doesn't want to have anything to do with her anymore, which hopefully will impact the girl in some way, shape or form and will finally move Riya's story along. Or at least, since my man is gonna stick around for one more episode, as Crystal wants him to clean up the mess his team made during the challenge, I pray that he's gonna open Riya's eyes in some way. He probably won't be able to make much of a difference in her behavior, but fingers crossed he's gonna set something in motion by making the girl realize she's been an idiot for pushing Connor away. At this point, however, with 4 Gen 2 campers already out and only a single one from Gen 1, I'm starting to think the next eliminated contestant is probably gonna be from Gen 1. Also, because the gender ratio is extremely unbalanced right now, and because I don't see Alec, Jake or Tom leaving anytime soon, I wager a Gen 1 girl is gonna be next, and I don't like this one bit. I guess Ashley is technically the only Gen 1 girl who isn't directly involved in any major storyline, so I guess in a way she's more disposable, if you will. I still love her, but she is pretty disposable. However, given the campers on Team Magenta, it's hard to believe she would go home next. In general, if she leaves, it can't be because her teammates vote her out. She's just too likable. But nevertheless, let me know your thoughts on the episode and its songs, let me know how you'd rank them and what you think of the outfits, and finally, also share your take on our buddy Connor in the comments down below. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! I have some complaining to do today, but I'm saving that for the end of the video, so let's discuss the episode quickly. As he and Trevor are cleaning up the stage after last episode's accident, Connor seems surprised Trevor and the others can see everything the campers are up to through the cameras. And I mean, it's a reality show, hello? I know technology and all things modern aren't really Connor's thing, but really? I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a Connor super oblivious and outdated joke, or if it's gonna be in some way connected to him once again attempting to change Riya, or in a twist, trying to ruin her reputation. That'd be a fun change of pace. He says he's done with her, but do you guys believe it? Cause I don't. Today, we also learn that Trevor is into someone he'd better move on from. And if that someone is indeed Derek, then please do move on. I can't believe we're having even more relationship drama here. Honestly, I was hoping the Crystal and Derek getting closer thing was only there to bring back Crystal's sadistic personality, with her, perhaps, eventually promoting Derek and making him do Oliver's job to make the challenges more interesting, but no, relationship drama. And it's not just that, we have another freaking love triangle. Please make it stop. How is it that, besides the old lady and the child, Lake is the only one who never got involved in a romantic relationship around here? On-screen or off-screen, campers and hosts, enough, please! Resolve the other conflicts first, stop it with the relationships. This is not a Survivor parody anymore, this is The Bachelor 2.0. And while we're on the subject of relationships, let's move on to our favorite dysfunctional one, Scarface and Tinky Winky. Because he's now a responsible adult, Jake walks all the way to Team Science camp and finally has the talk with Tom and explains that he still has feelings for him and would like to give their relationship another try. But in the plot twist of the year, Tom reveals that he has a new boyfriend and that he didn't say anything about him because they didn't want to go public just yet. And from here, we have two possible scenarios. Either Tom is telling the truth and really does have a boyfriend, or he's kinda lying, possibly because he just wants to stay the hell away from Jake, or at the very least, he's afraid things might not work out between them again, so to avoid hurting the guy, he decides to just lie. After all, he did have quite a lot of time to think of a good lie. Both scenarios are valid, but he's clearly lying. Maybe he's not, and at the end of the final episode, his boyfriend will show up. Wouldn't be the first time that happens, but I find it hard to believe, not only because of the way he acted, but also because of the extra effort this season is putting into making Tom more and more unlikable. The way the tables have turned though is unbelievable. Never have I ever imagined Jake would be in the right for once and would be the one I side with. He's mature and keeping it together. I swear I'm crying. After this chat, Jake runs back to Ashley for emotional support, but finds out the girl left to go fishing with Allie hours ago, so Fiore decides to plant the seed of doubt in his mind, making him jealous of Ashley's friendship with Gamer Girl. Seems like he's gonna be redirecting his insecurities from Tom to Ashley. Oh god. For the first portion of the day's challenge, each team must look for 4 rubber balls, I guess. I'm thinking of the Rubber Band's Rubber Ball song from Phineas and Ferb, in their team's color in the forest and roll them up to the top of the hill. At that point, 1 person from each team, 2 from Team Cyan, is tasked with pushing their team's balls into the opposing team's goals, where the remaining players will be defending their respective goal. The team that scores the most goals wins. No, wait, the team that gets scored on gets a point, and then the team with the most points loses. Kinda convoluted, and it didn't help how Crystal kept repeating the word balls every 20 seconds. How mature of you, Crystal, you're like 30. Nevertheless, I was kinda disappointed that the team that completed the first half of the challenge first didn't win some kind of reward that would help them in the second part of the game. Retrieving the rubber balls basically wasn't part of the challenge, because it didn't matter whether it took someone 1 minute or 16 hours to find them, but whatever. Nonetheless, as everyone is searching, we have Riya and Alec realize it must have been Connor who informed the other teams about the Villains Alliance, and as they lose all the respect for the guy, Gabby overhears their conversation, realizing Ellie lied to her about the Alliance. So, as any sensible person would do, she talks to her therapist about it, and because Gabby's so upset she can bring herself to talk to Ellie, Tess agrees to do it for her. And it's about time, you said you would 2 episodes ago, yet you're still here. About Gabby though, so many of you guys in my last video's comment section were super convinced that she would be leaving next because she didn't seem to have any kind of arc going on. But as I said in my answers, in episode 5, the writers had Gabby say this:
If this were all true, Ellie would have told me! Right, Ellie?
So they clearly wanted us to keep that detail in mind. And now that Tess is gonna confront Ellie about it, we can expect Gabby to be the center of attention for the next few episodes. In my opinion, all this is probably not gonna lead to Gabby and Ellie breaking up, but I can see Ellie try to become a better person to regain Gabby's trust and start doing the right thing for her sake. Although I was kinda hoping Tom was gonna be the one finding out the truth about the Villains Alliance, using his police academy skills and whatever, but it looks like that's another story that went nowhere. Bummer. We then have Scarface tell Skunkhair all about his chat with Jake and about his totally real and non-made-up boyfriend, and Tom finally says something nice about Jake for like the first time in years, so I guess that's something. However, Aiden is now pissed at Jake for being jealous of his friendship with Tom, and he even starts suspecting Jake was probably behind James's elimination in episode 2. And that's impressive, he was so incredibly correct. So we might expect a Jake versus Aiden argument very soon. I can't quite imagine how it's gonna go down though. In the second portion of the game, to grant her team immunity, Ellie uses Tom and Aiden to distract Jake, and this time it was strategy, so I can't complain, causing the guy to lose his focus and get run over by Team Science rubber ball, making Team Magenta lose once more. I admit, seeing Fiore pretend to care for Jake was probably my favorite moment of the episode. It's so obvious she's pretending, but she's so desperate she hopes that's enough to convince him not to vote for her. Poor Fiore. After Team Yellow wins a pizza party, Jake talks to Ashley about his feeling left out now that she's getting closer to Ellie and fears the girls might vote him out next. And at this point, I don't even blame him for being so insecure, because people are just making it so hard for him to live his life peacefully. Pretty much everyone around him is constantly trying to play with his head, making the most of his being naive. So of course he has these never-ending trust issues. It would be weird if he didn't have them. But nevertheless, being friends with such insecure people is sometimes a challenge, so am I glad Ashley is seen losing her patience with him every now and then. Being Jake's friend must be so incredibly tiring, so I'm happy to see Ashley is not a one-dimensional, always supportive character with a huge smile on her face 24/7. At the end of their conversation, Ashley starts considering voting out Ellie to prove to Jake she's on his side, while Jake considers voting out Fiore to make Ashley's day. Luckily, at the campfire ceremony, Jake ends up putting strategy and Ashley's needs ahead of his own, and with 3 votes against her, Fiore leaves the game, while Ashley celebrates as happy as she'll ever be.
Well, Nick, we better meet up for drinks after this. First round's on me.
However, here's where my complaining begins. First things first, it really bothers me how, before reading the final vote, Crystal always says X person voted out of Disventure Camp is, because it really ruins all the tension. For instance, here, Fiore received 2 votes already and Ellie only got 1, so if you start your sentence by saying 6 person voted out of Disventure Camp is, it's obviously not gonna be Ellie. The way she's phrasing it implies that this next vote she's reading is gonna send someone home, making it impossible for a tie to happen or for anyone else to leave. So who's the 6th person out of this venture camp? It's obviously Fiore. Instead, she should just say, and the final vote is for. This way, whether the final vote you read is a swing vote or not, you don't give it away. But that's not even the actual complaint of the day, because I have an issue with Fiore here. Now with her placement, 6th boot is okay, especially because she had a major role in season 1, so it's perfectly fine if she doesn't stay too long this time around. However, my actual problem is with how little she did this season. She went from being a major threat and a great strategist, who's super resourceful and knows how to handle her adversaries by lying and tricking them, but this season she didn't do any of this, and even the little bit of scheming she did was nothing compared to her season 1 run. Unfortunately, she was just a background character this season. She barely had any screen time. I didn't expect Lake or James to bring much to the table given how little they stayed in the game, but this is episode 7, we're already 1/3 of the way there, so how is it that a character like Fiore was just filler and didn't contribute more to the story? When I reviewed season 1, I told you I wasn't the biggest Stan fan, and it was because he stayed in the game for 7 entire episodes, yet he barely did anything. And the same goes for Fiore this time around. She got cast aside to give the other characters some more screen time, which would have been fine if they needed it, but they didn't. I'm serious, some storylines have been stretched more and more since episode 1, and they're still nowhere close to a resolution, so it was pretty unnecessary to see the same interactions repeat over and over again, without ever adding something new, like Connor and Alec talking about Riya, Hunter and Ellie fighting all the time, Jake being jealous of Tom and Aiden. They didn't need that much screen time every time. Things are taking forever to happen when they could have been resolved much sooner instead. Like Connor's story with Riya, he appeared in 7 episodes but didn't do anything the entire time. They could have eliminated him 4 episodes before and nothing would have changed. And don't get me wrong, I really enjoy seeing the characters interact outside of the challenges, but only if they don't reiterate the same concept over and over again. Because while they're stretching those storylines, in the meantime, we're losing valuable characters, and I doubt this is all Fiore or Hunter could have brought to the table. But back to Fiore, in today's episode I was so hoping for a tiebreaker to happen between her and Ellie, still resulting in Ellie staying of course, but at least it would have allowed Fiore to be the center of attention one last time before leaving, because she really needed that. I was also pretty disappointed that Miriam's letter wasn't the decisive factor in Jake's decision to vote for Fiore, not only because the Villains Alliance proves how untrustworthy the Demon Child is, so it would have been super dumb to make her stay, but also because of how close Jake and Miriam are. So by voting out Fiore, Jake would be weakening the alliance, thereby sort of avenging Miriam, which would have been super wholesome. But unfortunately none of that happened. The letter wasn't even brought up in the context of tonight's elimination, which felt like a pretty big waste honestly, just like how Fiore and Alec never got to work things out. Waste. So either she'll be back in a potential 4th season, or she makes a comeback later this season, or maybe she gets to do something at the motel. We just need more of Fiore being Fiore. But of course, those are just my thoughts, so share yours in the comments down below, on the episode of course, and on the Demon Child. Let me know if you would have liked to see her strategize more like she did in season 1, or if you think that's all she could bring to the table. So with that being said, thanks so much for watching once again, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao!
Maybe if I wasn't such a self-absorbed asshole, he and I could have... Why do I do this to myself, Ashley?
Oh, Jake, don't say that. You're a great friend. You're a loyal teammate. You have a great person. I like your jacket. There, see? You're not that bad. Now I realize why the jacket thing is the first thing Ellie ever said to him. But okay, now, I hate it when someone says these things about themselves. If it's someone else in the cast, or literally every single viewer hating on Jake, I mean, it's fine, people say horrible things about him all the time, and statistics show that insulting Jake is currently every human's favorite pastime, but when it's him doing it, it's not really the same thing. It's not as fun anymore. That doesn't really justify his constant bickering with Ellie, and it's also good for him to realize where he went wrong, but I don't really enjoy seeing people hate themselves. I now feel sorry for him. Tom, what have you done? You broke Jake! After Jake's little breakdown on Team Cyan, Therapist Tess finally goes up to Ellie to talk to her about the Villains Alliance, yet the girl keeps lying, denying its existence. Thankfully, Tess takes a stand against her and lets her know Gabby found out all about it from Alec and Riya, so she now asks her whether winning the game is so important to her that she'd be willing to lose Gabby in the process. And I now have extremely mixed feelings about Ellie, because here she sounded like a dick. She was like, "Oh, I would pick Gabby over $1 million, absolutely, yes. Great, then would you pick her over $3 million too?" The fact that she didn't answer her question, on the one hand, suggests she's horrible because she shouldn't hesitate when asked whether her girlfriend is worth $3 million or not. But on the other hand, her silence could be interpreted as Ellie starting to realize she kinda crossed the line, and that she's now asking herself whether she's been obsessing too much over the money to the point of forgetting how much Gabby even matters to her. And even later in the episode, there's one scene before the campfire ceremony that just yells, "Ellie's horrible," as she gets super excited when she thinks Gabby has an immunity idol to share with her, but instantly loses her interest when she learns that she doesn't have it and doesn't even care to see what Gabby wanted to show her. Yet, when she's at the bus stop after the ceremony, she sounds way more considerate and starts acting like a human being again. It's as if she says one thing, yet her actions imply the complete opposite. Perhaps all this can be explained away by the influence the game has on her, as Tess suspected, so like, as long as Ellie's in it, she's gonna be meaner, ruthless, and heartless, but once she gets booted and she's out of the competition, she goes back to normal and becomes her nicer self again. That's the only explanation I can think of. So let me know your thoughts on Ellie's mood swings. I'm leaning towards the Ellie's a monster theory though. You can't expect me to forget how she behaved with Gabby today. Then we cut over to Yul and Emily talking about the next move in Yul's crusade for popularity as they discuss what Gruelers would like to see from him and Gret. And Gruelers, really? Yeah, no, not even the ship name works. Gruel. It's all just wrong. Everything about the situation is just wrong in every sense of the word. Still, while Emily's trying to force Yul to have a picnic with Gret, she suggests he should let her lick his spicy abs. Nice reference to the Patreon name. Still, the abs thing is where Yul justifiably draws the line. Imagine showing that on international television, so he decides to fire the girl and to give up on winning back his fan support, confident that he can easily win the $3 million prize. And of course, no need for fame when he can have the money. Still, he apparently fails to remember that first, half of the cast doesn't even like him, and second, that he's not even that great in challenges either, so I kinda doubt he's gonna win. And it's so sad when people are this oblivious and overestimate themselves this much. Today, the teams will have to escape a spaceship, which Crystal somehow managed to afford using Trevor's paycheck only. These guys must pay extremely well, and they must reach the escape pods while looking for hidden clues and solving some puzzles. I admit I do love the different setting for the challenge and love how it stands out from the rest, but I'm still bummed we skipped over most of it with the montage because we didn't really see the team solving that many puzzles or finding that many clues. The premise really is intriguing, but it feels like they didn't explore this concept in detail enough. Also, another little issue with the challenge is that, just like in episode 7, despite the challenge being divided into two halves, no reward goes to the team who completes the first one first. So what was the point of even finding the clues quickly if the second part of the challenge couldn't start until all three teams made it to a specific point? I really hope this doesn't become a recurring thing because it doesn't really help with the tension. Here, we see Riya advertising her movie, Gabby hoping a little stuffed animal can save her relationship, Crystal agreeing to go out for drinks with Derek, Yul commenting on Gret's weight once more, and Alec looking after her by messing with the guy, and finally Jake and Allie bickering just like kids. But thankfully, Mama Ashley knows how to keep her children quiet and in their place by yelling at them to shut them up. She's a great team leader, and I do love it when she's mad. At least someone here is focusing on the challenge at hand. We then get to the second and final part of the challenge, where one person from each team is selected to get to a higher platform and finally meet up with the rest of their teammates. And this part I don't quite understand. Jake, Riya, and Aiden were literally cooperating and helping each other to get out of there, and I don't get how any of this is supposed to be challenging. I thought for a game like this, these three would be fighting one another the entire time, sabotaging each other and getting in each other's way while trying to complete the challenge, but nope. So here they just work together because friendship is great, I guess? Not to mention, after they build the ladder, Riya goes, "I'm the most famous, so I go first," and neither Aiden nor Jake complain about that, nor do they even try to push Riya off the ladder, but like, guys, this is a challenge. And then Aiden is like, "I assembled the ladder, so I should go next," and I mean, so what? Do you expect Jake to say, "Oh yeah, sure man, you go first, you deserve it. After all, you assembled the ladder, please after you." No, it's a challenge. So, I don't know, especially because of the Riya and Aiden conflict, but also because Jake and Aiden aren't on great terms either, I expected these guys to be at each other's throats, fighting for immunity the entire time. So maybe they didn't fight much because, due to what Crystal said at the start of the challenge, they thought they were actually in danger, so they needed to hurry to get out of there, so they decided to cooperate. Still, if that is it, and if they wanted the three to believe their lives were actually on the line, then they didn't stress that concept enough. It didn't really feel like they were in danger. Ultimately, Riya makes it out first, winning her team yet another reward, and then Jake wins his team immunity by sabotaging Aiden. Apparently, he didn't forget when the guy stole his woodpecker in episode 2. Fair is fair, an eye for an eye. So because of this, Skunk Hair comes in last, losing the challenge for Team Cyan, finally sending them to elimination for the first time since episode 3. At the elimination ceremony, because Tess is convinced that staying is just not healthy for Ellie, or for anyone she interacts with for that matter, she decides to vote for her tonight, despite their friendship and their alliance. And thanks to Tom and Aiden also doing the same, Ellie is the 7th boot of the season. This was a good time for her to go, but I just wish she and Gabby had an actual falling out before making up and going back to loving and trusting one another. I don't know, it would have felt more appropriate to see them fight before reconciling. Now, I'm super glad Gabby got to outlast Ellie this season. I did wonder for quite a while how Gabby would behave without Ellie in the game. And apparently we're in for a ride, as the first thing Gabby does after Ellie's elimination is to make a vow to avenge her by getting Aiden, Tom and Tess eliminated. And it looks like she plans to side with the Villains Alliance, taking Ellie's place in it in order to do it. So honestly, I wouldn't love to see Gabby turn into a full-blown villain, but at the same time, I kinda doubt she will, because after all, this revenge thing is pretty much in line with her character, so they're not doing a drastic change here. If you remember, in season 1, she did hold a grudge for several episodes against Will, Lil, Nick, and Ashley for voting her out in episode 1. So apparently, that's what she does, that's her thing, so I do expect to see more of that instead of her pulling a Riya. Even in my season 1 review, I told you I wasn't sure the revenge was necessary, but it was pretty entertaining to watch anyway, so I expect the second revenge to be just as intriguing. The thing is, I don't know about you guys, but supportive girlfriend Gabby was a little boring to watch. She was nice and adorable and whatnot, but we can all agree that vengeful, chaotic Gabby is way more interesting. I just love it when she doesn't hold herself back. That's my girl. I'm also crossing my fingers hoping we'll see more of the quote-unquote voice in her head we saw in season 1. That'd be great. In all this, another great thing that could come from Gabby's villain arc is probably her fixing the Villains Alliance, because, in my opinion, this alliance is kinda useless at the moment. For real, they didn't do anything evil since it was formed. So yes, they got Miriam and Connor eliminated, but it's not like they lied, tricked, deceived, or sabotaged anyone to get their way. They didn't do anything villainous. So they were like any other regular alliance. So I really hope Gabby's finally gonna turn it into an actual threat. I'd love it if she brought up how ineffective their alliance has been so far, telling them all they achieved so far was losing 2 of their members and putting a huge target on their backs. And obviously, the moment the teams merge, the others will instantly want to take them down one by one. However, if they agree to work with her, Gabby can actually help them by working in the shadows. After all, no one would expect her to be aligned with them, so they would have an easier time sabotaging the others. Overall, I'm so curious to see how this thing will evolve, and even how Gabby and Gret will work together in an alliance again after 2 whole years. That might be fun. This whole Gabby revenge arc could either be the most entertaining and unexpected thing of the season, or they could screw it up and ruin Gabby by turning her into an actual villain. With that being said, I just feel like it's worth mentioning how Ellie didn't thank the Patreons at the end of the episode. So since, as we mentioned a few reviews ago, whenever a character returns later in a season, they never thank the Patreons the first time they leave the game, I'm starting to think Ellie might be one of the returning contestants. Hopefully alongside freaking Hunter, who needs to come back because he does. And even though this isn't undeniable proof of her return, as James too didn't thank the Patreons, but only because his voice actor was too busy to do it at the time, I do believe she has decent chances of returning. She is a fan favorite after all, so I can see it. What will she do though? I'm not sure. Probably just cause some more drama and either become a better person to make Gabby proud, or do her worst and eventually break up with her. I'm not saying I want it to happen, but if it did, I wouldn't be surprised. But those are just my thoughts, so absolutely let me know yours on Gabby's new arc, definitely on the episode, on Ellie, and on her possible comeback. As always, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! I don't know who's worse, Alec for ignoring his child in pain, or Yo who can't even bring himself to look at Gret and hands her a shirt to cover up her saggy rolls, yeah. And the worst part is that the guy seemed ever so convinced to be doing a great job at being nice and keeping Gret on his side as an ally. But even though Yo is the worst human being to ever walk this earth, I guess it's Alec who takes the cake this time. Just because, you know, child neglect, pretty horrible. Not to mention, he admitted to it with such pride in his voice, as if he was boasting about how little he cares about his son, but no, dude, that's not something to brag about. No, it really isn't. On the bright side though, it was pretty cool to see Yo handing Gret Kai's shirt from last season, given how the guy seemed to have left it in the woods of Camp Tipiska a year ago, so nice detail. It doesn't quite make me forget about all this abuse, but it was a nice detail. Right after that, we have one of my favorite moments so far, with Gret acknowledging her personality shift since season 1, sharing a bit of a backstory with Riya and telling her that she used to play up her attitude to protect herself, but deep down wasn't as horrible as everyone else thought. However, she admits things changed for her the day she met Yo, because he apparently, somehow, in some way, at some point in time, actually made her feel at ease and good with herself. And, what? What universe are we even talking about? Obviously not this one. I can understand if Gret doesn't think much of Yo's wretched behavior right now, but saying that he had a positive influence on her is just implausible. He can't even pretend to be nice, so how did he pull it off? And how did he even help Gret? I can't even imagine it, I swear. However, because the girl dreads being alone, she absolutely doesn't want Yo to ever leave her side, so at this point Riya just steps in and warns her that she's gonna stand up to him next time he mistreats her. And admittedly, this could be the start of a great friendship between these two. I'm pretty glad they got some alone time, especially because despite being on the same team, they barely even interacted in 9 episodes. We'll discuss Gret's personality shift in great detail in some other review down the line, just as soon as this plot point evolves a little bit more, because we don't really have that much information on her for the time being. I just hope we don't have to wait 100 more episodes for that to happen, and given the slow pace of the season, I wouldn't be surprised. But moving on. Because she tends to have very negative thoughts and gets all crazy, unhinged, and vengeful when she's alone, Gabby suspects she might suffer from schizophrenia. Although she apparently doesn't really want to find out, so she just ends up pushing down all those feelings, forcing herself to be positive all the time. And this is pretty curious, as in the beta version, Beta Gabby actually joined the show right after she left a mental health hospital of some sort. So like, in season 1, I just assumed she was already diagnosed with some disorder, but apparently not yet. So I'm very excited about this, and super glad the writers didn't forget to explore this side of her. I've been waiting for this since Adventure Camp, finally. Also, thankfully, Gabby is the first person who doesn't passively accept everything Tess tells her, deeming it incredibly priceless and life-changing advice. Instead, she decides to call her out for always believing to know what's best for others, even though she really doesn't. In fact, Tess decided to eliminate Ellie, depriving her of a chance to win the money because she believed the game was getting at her. Which was true, of course, yet Ellie's need for money is what pushed her to become so desperate and to give up on her morals in the first place. So even though I'm not a huge Ellie supporter, I do agree with Gabby's reasoning here. Tess was trying to do a good thing, totally, but she didn't really consider all the implications of her decision. Eliminating Ellie was an acceptable short-term solution for her, but it really wasn't preferable to Ellie actually earning the money and finally living a decent life. And because today is all about introspection, we also see Jake super determined to change for the better and work on himself, asking Ashley to call him out when he randomly lashes out at people. So yeah, nothing new. He's slowly growing and trying to work on himself and whatever, but because we're dragging the storyline up until freaking episode 21 apparently, he doesn't really do anything new or noteworthy this episode either. Actually, talking about being repetitive, after Aiden figures out he's been lying about his boyfriend, Tom decides he wants to talk to Jake, for real this time though, and guess what? He doesn't get to do it this time either, so yeah, nothing new. And this is all I'm gonna say about these two today. I don't want every review to be just about them every single time, so let's discuss the challenge. Today, the contestants will be facing in a series of rounds where one camper from each team must lie down and slip and slide while grabbing a basketball and shooting it into a hoop. The first team to score 3 points wins immunity. So, the challenge wasn't the most exciting or original one ever, but I did enjoy it. The issue, again, is that it doesn't quite stand out, and it feels way too similar to the previous ones, especially to the challenge of episode 4. So I guess, if you take it on its own, it's actually pretty well executed, maybe not too challenging with nail-biting tension, but it works pretty well. The issue is that it's not really unique. The good thing though is that this episode has a much appreciated twist, as today's challenge will see 2 losing teams instead of just 1, so the campers at the elimination ceremony will be allowed to vote out anyone from either their own team or the opposing one. And I'm pretty curious to know if something like this ever happened in Survivor 2, or if it's a completely original idea the writers had. If you know, tell me in the comments. I really like this idea, and actually, I kinda wish this season had a few more twists like this one when it comes to the elimination ceremonies, because some of them were way too predictable. Even though I was hoping for a 3-way tie so that the final point would be decisive and the final round twice as intense, Team Magenta ends up winning the game before a tie could happen, meaning tonight, both Team Cyan and Yellow will be heading to elimination together. The twist of having 2 teams vote together tonight was actually a pretty great occasion for Gabby to join the Villains Alliance, and even though it felt almost too convenient to have the special vote happen tonight, at the very start of Gabby's revenge arc, I guess I'll just take it anyway because I'm glad they're finally spicing things up. I admit, the Villains Alliance finally pulled a great move tonight, studying their adversaries and realizing that, after Ellie's elimination, they could easily gain Gabby's trust and get her to vote with them. And it was also pretty smart how they had Gret try to convince Gabby to side with them, given how she knows her best and has already worked with her in the past. First time they truly use their brains, finally. I also appreciate the way Gabby used Tom, Tess, and Aiden's logic against them. If eliminating Ellie really wasn't personal according to them, which it so totally was, at least for Aiden and Tom, then they can't really complain if Gabby does the same and votes for one of them. In fact, because of this, Gabby sides with the villains, and in a 5-3 vote, Tess is out. I guess it would have helped with the tension if Team Cyan managed to get Gabby to at least consider siding with them right before voting, so that the vote reading portion of the ceremony would be a little more intense. After all, the moment the first test vote was read, it was pretty clear it was her going home tonight. Either that, or they could have shown, I don't know, Yul tempted to vote out Riya after Aiden's pitch, given how the guy isn't much of a strategist and really doesn't like Riya, so that would have worked too. Now, strategically speaking, yes, voting out Tess was a pretty bad decision on Gabby's part, especially because she basically had a sole vote tonight, so she alone could pick who to send home, just like it happened in episode 5 of season 1. In my opinion, she should have targeted Aiden instead. After all, with him out of the game, Gabby would only have Tom and Tess left on her team, and I bet they'd be more likely to try and side with her in a future ceremony rather than working together against her. Instead, now that Tess is out, Gabby is left alone on a team with two besties basically, so there's no way that at the next ceremony they don't vote her out. I guess she's just very lucky the teams are merging next episode. However, we know the teams are merging because of episode 10's trailer, but Gabby technically had no way of knowing it, so yeah, it's still a pretty bad strategy. Unfortunately, with Gabby, that's how eliminations tend to go down. She doesn't really vote strategically, she only votes based on emotions and feelings, which may not be the smartest thing ever, but it's very consistent with her character. Tess did betray her alliance and friendship with Ellie, and she was the swing vote that could have kept her in the game, so I totally see why Gabby would want to get rid of her first. Shame she had to do it by putting a huge target on her back, but whatever, live and learn. As for Tess, she's really hard to hate, honestly. However, even though she stayed in the game for almost half a season, she brought absolutely nothing to the table. She was a little too anonymous. Like, who was Tess this season? A supporting character, a helper, a therapist, sure, but they could have had Rosa Maria return instead of her and made her have a past friendship with Ellie, and the story would have gone down the exact same way. So I can't really say she was unique or did something truly memorable. And even though Season 2 characters aren't really as well-rounded as Season 1 campers, I was expecting Tess to do a whole lot more, especially with her love triangle with Hunter and Allie. How silly of me to imagine that the main storyline between these three, which was put on pause at the end of Season 2, would be brought back up and rubbed up in this season. Like, how could I even assume something like that? How crazy. I just wish Tess had something going on for her this season. I really did have high expectations for her. In fact, with Tess gone, I now have no interest in seeing Hunter return anymore, and at this point, I suspect Allie will get booted pretty soon too, so that she and Hunter can have closure in the motel episode, which is so not how I wanted things to go down, so I just hope this is not the last we see of this trio. It's a shame because they were my favorites from Season 2, I really like them. So now that I doubt Hunter will return, I expect Connor to make a comeback, and maybe Ellie along with him, mainly because Connor's story with Riya was kinda left up in the air, and because Ellie did not thank the Patreons last episode. But do tell me who you guys think will return. Finally, the episode ends with Oliver warning Crystal that one of the staff members was caught breaking the rules on camera. And oh my goodness, who could it be? He's clearly referring to Emily, but it would be pretty cool if they later revealed he wasn't talking about her at all, and he actually caught Derek doing something shady behind the scenes. That'd be a cool twist, and we do need one now more than ever. But this is just my take, so let me know your thoughts about our friendly neighborhood therapist, about the episode, and about Gret's incoming arc. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Let's do something different for this review. We got to the merge, and we're halfway through the season already, so I think it would be pretty cool to analyze the 10 finalists, or rather the 9 finalists and Ashley, and just talk about their gameplay, their character journeys, and their chances of advancing in the game. So, let's start with our favorite Bollywood actress, Raya, because that's what James calls her. If you notice, he even spells it as Raya instead of Riya. Was there a reason for it? Honestly, it feels like every single time Riya intervenes or simply chimes in, she just states facts and lets the audience know the villain's alliance's thought process, explaining their decisions and strategies. But she, as a character, barely does anything. I didn't love her villain arc in season 2, but at least she got to have the spotlight there. Let's just say that she's been sitting on the sidelines for a very long time, yet thankfully with Connor likely returning any minute now, at least we're hoping it's gonna happen, she might get a prominent role again. And if Connor does not return, then her character is just screwed, honestly. Also, it seems like Riya is getting a whole lot closer to Alec, which I admit I really like to see. In fact, if she hadn't had her, I don't know how you want to call it, perhaps back and forth with Connor, I would have loved to see her get together with Alec instead, because they're always on the same wavelength. They're so much alike. They're both villains, but at the same time, they're still somewhat decent, unlike Yul, and they still care about certain people. For Riya, of course, it's Connor, and for Alec, it's Fiore. They do eventually end up pushing them away, but they still care. That is a villainous couple I totally would have rooted for, unlike Gruel. Talking about Alec, one thing that really intrigues me is that, despite being the leader of the Alliance, he doesn't really run it with an iron fist as some sort of dictatorship, but rather as just a democracy. And that is a brilliant decision, because the other villains this way have a false sense of security and feel like they are in charge, even though it's Alec who's pulling the strings. About the effectiveness of the Alliance though, I have very mixed feelings, because he managed to not only survive, but even thrive, however, simply because the other campers have had their fair share of drama, and they've been taking each other out on their own. So yes, from a gameplay perspective, Alec's Alliance has been dominating the game up to this point. It hasn't really been due to his manipulation skills and strategy, but rather due to the others hitting each other and taking each other down. And don't get me wrong, as a strategy it's actually pretty good, but I would have preferred to see the villains contribute just a little bit more to the other players' downfall. It feels like they're not even trying, and I mean, they're villains for goodness sake. How aren't they more villainous than this? I guess now that Alec has 4 more people working with him, I mean, I kinda expected him to take advantage of the situation. He should have used the Alliance members and their personal strengths to take down his adversaries. After all, each villain has their own strategy and set of skills, so I would have really loved to see them work together, putting their minds together to design the perfect master plan. Alec as a strategist, Gret as a manipulator, Riya as a liar and an agent of chaos, Gabby as a spy, and Yo as some sort of human shield. However, I do admit I absolutely love to see the villains in charge instead of being a minority and outnumbered by the good guys. Then I think it's a shame that Yo is only villainous and aggressive verbally and not in any other way. After all, he isn't too competitive in challenges, and most of his highlights as a villain only involve insults and threats. And honestly, this is too bad, because it seems to me that sabotaging others is pretty much where he shines, hence how he tried to poison Aiden in season 2. That's something pretty extreme that other villains probably wouldn't even have considered. None of them are saints, but I believe Alec, Gret or Riya would probably use some other method to take down the competition. So I guess one thing Yul could be used for, especially at this stage in the game, as he's more determined to win than ever before, is probably to have him hold back the good guys, not by playing with their heads, but by physically sabotaging them, perhaps even trapping them or trying to injure them. I don't need to see any broken bones, he can try and still fail, but yeah, I'd like to see him try. It just feels like the most appropriate way for someone like him to just advance in the game. He isn't too smart, he isn't physically strong, isn't willing to put much of an effort into the challenges, so yeah, I can see it. Now, if you remember, I have complained a little bit about James being pretty inconsistent in season 2, but it seems like this is pretty much a recurring thing with many characters. In fact, even with Gret, it isn't quite clear to me where exactly she stands right now. I can't really say what kind of person she is. She said she had worked on herself, but later admitted she had to pretend for the most part. Then she turned into this weak, sad, and terrified pawn in Yo's plan, and even admits her season 1 self was all a facade, but she quickly goes back to her old habits as she's perfectly fine with criticizing Gabby all over again. All that is super confusing. Why couldn't this be a little more linear? However, even though her development isn't really too straightforward, it is pretty realistic as it shows how someone can feel so completely lost after pretending to be someone else for a very, very long time. It's as if she was having some sort of identity crisis. She's had her aha moment and realized how much other people's opinions of her influenced her life and attitude, but after that realization and a drastic change in her worldview, she didn't really know how to move forward. So she ended up with Yul, lucky her. Another trait of Gret's personality that I find both interesting and realistic, while she's attacked and belittled by others, she doesn't really answer back, but instead redirects her frustration elsewhere, attacking and belittling people who are weaker than her, aka Gabby. So even though I don't think this is ever gonna happen, what I'm hoping to see is for Gret to realize that she's been treating Gabby the very same way Yul has treated her. This is a pretty cool parallel, and I'd love it if Gret noticed it. Yul has been insulting Gret for her weight, which is a sore spot for her, just like Gret has been offending Gabby and criticizing her personality when the girl has some serious mental issues that she really needs to face. Of course, Yul is worse because he knows the weight thing is a sore spot for Gret, yet Gret doesn't really know about Gabby's supposed schizophrenia. And since I just mentioned her, I gotta say I'm pretty underwhelmed by Gabby's gameplay. I know she's not the best strategist, we've talked about this, but why on earth would she assure Tom and Aiden that she's planning to take them down as soon as she gets the chance? Like, girl, no, bad Gabby. And the worst part is that Tom even asked her whether she was still holding a grudge against him and Aiden, so he literally gave her a chance to lie and pretend not to be mad at them anymore so she could easily backstab them later, but Gabby had to tell them the truth. Why? She's asking herself what would Ellie do, and well, Ellie would have definitely lied here, although I admit lying about the totem was a pretty good strategy. I am pretty glad she joined the Villains Alliance pretty much permanently at this point, and that she's already contributing by sharing some useful intel about Team Cyan and Magenta. Thank God she's shaking things up. Also, I do find it particularly wholesome how she was trying to connect with Gret by reminiscing about their very first challenge together, and how, even though Gret told her off, Gabby was still happy to defend her in front of Yul. And I would love it so incredibly much if Gabby and Gret eventually became friends. That's something I was hoping for since episode 5 of season 1, and the dream is so still alive. So now we gotta talk about the good guys. So even though Jake is usually the one in the wrong around here, Aiden is just no better. Even though I don't justify Jake's actions, I do understand his thought process and realize he has plenty of reasons to be insecure and behave like a child. And even with Ally, I guess I can forgive her due to her severe issues with negative criticism online, but with Aiden, I can't. Why is he so childish? Story-wise, I guess it's perfectly clear why. The writers use him as a plot device to drive a wedge between Tom and Jake, but at the same time, they also use him as some sort of wall, shielding Tom from Jake's attitude. So this way, Sheriff Himbo is indirectly targeted by Jake and can still like the guy, instead of being disappointed and running away from him. So all the tension is simply redirected from Tom to Aiden. This way, the lovebirds can stay on decent terms and will also have an easier time getting back together later on. They would never get back together if Jake behaved with Tom the same way he's behaving with Aiden. So yeah, that's Aiden's role here. Still, there is no in-world justification for his childish behavior. However, if the writers really want Aiden to stay in the game and be a plot device, then they could have at least given him something else to do, a new story to tell, or some new personality trait to explore. For instance, he wanted to make James and Lake proud and become a stronger player, so why not having him ask Tom to train him to get fitter and work out together? That would have shown he actually cares about this game. As for Tom and Jake, because yes, we're talking about them today as well, yay, let me discuss them together, as a pair. Tom is owning up to his mistakes, so I guess I should give him some credit for that. And I also give Jake credit for handling his conversation with Tom with Maturity? That's, wow, unexpected. Mature, Jake? What? What Tinky Winky isn't handling well, however, is literally everything else. And seeing him still so immature and annoying halfway through the season, it's just not a good sign and makes me think that his character arc is never gonna get a proper and satisfying conclusion. I'm perfectly fine with Jake screwing up and occasionally insulting and attacking people out of the blue, fine. He can even go on full-blown crusades against other characters, but only if he later redeems himself to a satisfying degree. He can mess up once, twice, 3 times, fall back into his old habits, and not instantly learn from his mistakes. Who says he has to learn right away the first time around? Still, the longer it takes him to do that, the better he has to behave later in order for his arc to be satisfying. But I so doubt that's gonna happen. He still has a chance to make up for all his mistakes so far, but he would really need to do some truly selfless act. And honestly, I can't think of one single thing he could do to make up for everything he's done so far. As we mentioned, Ali as well is just as childish as Jake, but since I'm always looking for the positives, I've considered a possible upside, if you will, of this dumb rivalry. I believe this Jake conflict could actually be tied back to Ellie's struggles with hate comments, perhaps helping her realize that haters gonna hate, and that no matter what she says or does, she will inevitably meet people who can't stand her, even when she does absolutely nothing wrong. So Jake's jealousy might actually be a wake-up call for her. She might realize that instead of starting an argument and answering back, the best way to deal with haters and with Jake is to let them rant and vent until they tire themselves out. And Jake, I believe, is pretty much the embodiment of this behavior. Who knows, perhaps he as well could learn and grow from all this. He could realize that he has many unspoken feelings and emotions he's kept to himself for the longest time, and that he's been projecting his fears, insecurities, and just general dissatisfaction with himself onto others. So even for him, this could be a great opportunity for growth. Do I think something like this will ever happen though? No, not really. But they made it seem like the hate comments thing was this huge problem for Ali, so I do expect them to bring the matter back up before the end of the season, and this fight with Jake would be a great occasion for them to touch on it again. Since, you know, it's also the only other thing Ali's been doing for a while, fighting with Jake, so... And last but not least is Ash, but not least, who was way more likable than I expected this season. She gave us a little insight into her past, she got to show off her skills and good nature, and even a more intense side of her personality. She's one of the very few characters so far who really made the most of her screen time. She could have done more, but I guess that's always true in a way, but I'm pretty satisfied. One thing I didn't love to see though was just how quick to forgive and forget Ashley was. That's what I do as well pretty often. I can't really stay mad at people for too long either, so I get it, and I get how it can be realistic. Yet, that attitude doesn't really make for interesting drama. I would have preferred to see her a little more assertive when she was mad. I also kinda wanted to see her as more of a team leader and less of a babysitter, because she really could have done a whole lot more. All things considered though, she was very enjoyable to watch all season long, because I know that some of you really despise her with a passion, and I guess that's perfectly fine too. But I mean, it's Ashley, how can you hate her? This time as well, I can't really complain about her placement. Eliminating her pre-merge again would have just been super lame, but at the same time, letting her stay any longer would have just robbed more important characters of their screen time. So getting rid of her now was an excellent choice. And even in-universe, her elimination made perfect sense, since she was both a very strong player physically and, as the villains put it, the glue holding the good guys together. As for the elimination ceremony itself, I admit I really loved it. It was so intense. And even though this time too, the moment the first Ashley vote was read, we kinda already knew she was getting out, the characters' reactions, the music, and the timing, they were just all super on point. It was awesome. This might actually be my favorite ceremony of the season. My only complaint, perhaps, is that there wasn't a tie here between her and one of the villains. That would have made everything even more interesting. Right now, I'm hoping Ashley's sweet words to Jake right before leaving are actually gonna make a difference and change the guy's perspective on things instead of, going down the toilet. Could this be a cathartic moment for him? Also, because of what she said about her farm, I just really hope to see her again in another season. Perhaps with Lil, Will, and Nick as well. I'm still hoping for all of them to return. Sooner or later, it just has to happen, right? I know those three have so much potential, they need a little more screen time to show it. And with this, I have nothing left to say, except maybe I should probably mention that Emily got fired today, but meh, I don't really care about that too much right now. Perhaps later, we'll see. But until then, you guys let me know your thoughts on the Hillbilly Girl and on the episode, and also let me hear your predictions as well. It's the midpoint of the season, so it's the perfect time for that. Let me know in the comments. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Why can't every episode be just as awesome as episode 11? When the trailer first came out, I could already tell this one was gonna be huge, and the episode absolutely did not disappoint. It was nearly flawless. I guess I almost wouldn't change a thing about it, which is super rare because I'm always there complaining about what could be done differently and whatever, but no, this one is actually amazing. But let's see what makes it stand out. First, we open with Alec trying to befriend and later manipulate Jake, but instead of falling for it, the guy instantly realizes Alec's true intentions and shuts him up. Tinky Winky may be petty as hell, but at least his brain is finally braining. Although, you have to admit, Alec kinda gave himself away when he said, "I like you, Jake." Like, no, that was too strong of a word. Like. Even Jake knows that can't be true. No one likes him. I guess Alec hasn't seen our chart. Alec could have said he tolerates him, that he isn't disgusted by him, or perhaps that he isn't actively trying to murder him and his family. But come on, I like you, Jake? No, you overdid it. No one would ever say those words. It was a big fat lie, of course Jake realized it. Alec later mentioned that Riya has been giving him some acting lessons to help him be more believable when lying, which didn't work out too well, but honestly, I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't show those lessons to us. It feels like one of those bonding moments that you just wouldn't want to miss. And in general, it just would have been nice to see Alec and Riya scheme together. After all, they're pretty much the smart half of the alliance. Thankfully, the episode doesn't spend too much time showing us the campers chatting, and instead we just jump right into the action. In fact, Crystal quickly introduces the 9 campers who got eliminated over the course of the first 10 episodes, and explains that for today's challenge, the 9 remaining contestants will be paired up with one sorry loser each, and will compete to give the eliminated contestants a chance to get back into the game. Now, this is usually where I do a little summary of the challenge, but you don't need me to tell you about it, you've watched the episode, so if you want, you can read it on screen. Otherwise, what matters is that the eliminated contestant on the winning team will get to rejoin the game, and along with their helper, will get immunity for the next round. First of all, having the campers compete in pairs was just fantastic. Not only did it make the challenge much more unique in general, but it even gave many characters a chance to repair their bonds, fight, and get their revenge. Although, I guess, instead of saying it was Nina who had chosen the pairs, why couldn't they say it was the producers who pre-selected them specifically for entertainment purposes? Because it seems like they wanted to give the impression that the pairs were random, but they clearly weren't. I still love the pairs, but they didn't feel random. All the pairings, in fact, were so interesting and fun to watch that even the strangest one of all, Hunter and Gret, it was just so intriguing, and weirdly enough, it kinda left me wanting to see more of this duo. Especially because Hunter is one of the very few people who managed to keep his cool and stay in an alliance with Yul in the past, so both he and Gret know what it feels like to put up with the guy and his horrible personality. These two share more than you think. Thanks to her conversation with him, we also learn that Gret loves the validation she receives on social media thanks to her relationship with Yul way more than she even likes Yul himself, which is totally understandable, but at the same time, validation, social media, this is pretty similar to what Allie's going through. And some time ago, I did notice some similarities between Gret and Allie's arcs, but today the writers really care to highlight this affinity, which kinda makes me look forward to them talking about this and just, you know, perhaps bonding about it. I just want Gret to have friends, please let her. It would be a very weird friendship, Allie and Gret, but who knows? It could be interesting. I just want Gret to talk to someone who isn't Yul, please! Today, Allie too spent a few words on how she wishes to turn her Twitch streaming into a full-time job, hence why she's so desperate to make a good impression on her fans. And that's just a shame, you know? She and her followers will never have the special bond that you guys and I have, right? 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 Still, saying stuff like, I need to prove myself, and what more do these people want? It probably doesn't really help her cause. She should just be a little more careful when talking about her fans on international television. You don't hear me insulting you idiots all the time in my videos, just occasionally when you deserve it. It's a shame that Allie, though, didn't get to talk much with Hunter today. It kinda broke my heart to see the guy wave at her with so much excitement in his eyes, while Allie just lowered her head as soon as she saw him. I was hoping for them to get some alone time to, you know, just see where their relationship was at, but I guess we'll have to wait for the motel episode, because I still don't think Allie's gonna make it to the finale. Finale. Oh, I gotta use this pun at some point. Another pair that didn't get much screen time but still got to have a meaningful conversation is Miriam and Tom, as the old lady shared another pearl of wisdom with him on how courage is the one type of strength Tom really needs to focus on. And I mean, the guy can run while carrying a huge motorcycle, so of course, physical strength is not what he needs to work on. In the meantime, Aiden too has an introspective chat with Lake where she admits she relates to Jake and believes he too is going through a lot, so she convinces Aiden to try to be more understanding, empathize, and just cut Jake some slack. And I did not see this coming. Even Lake is siding with Jake now. My theory is that Lake likes him just because on day one he said he was a fan of her books. See, Allie? She cares about her fans. You could learn a thing or two from Lake. At this point then, after all these love triangle themed conversations, I suspect that Jake's whole drama might come to a close pretty soon, at last. Personally, I would have preferred if this whole arc had started a little later and had ended a little sooner, but this is fine too. It's been taking a while, but this seems like a good time to end it, story-wise. Just do it though. Especially because I'd like to see Jake, Tom, and Aiden do something else other than bicker. No matter what it is, as long as it's something different and new, I'm just on board. As for our favorite girlfriends, I loved how Ellie warned Gabby not to trust the villains. Because yes, it may seem like a dumb interaction like most Gabby things, but as we all know, Gabby doesn't even know how to spell the word strategy, so she kinda really needed this input. She's way too naive and trusts everyone, and the fact that she didn't even consider the possibility of the villains betraying her, and that she hasn't even given a thought to what would happen in case she and the villains all made it to the final 5 together, it all kinda made me smile. It really shows how innocent and down to earth she is. And the best part is that, for the first time in forever, Ellie seemed not to care about the money at all, and she just gave Gabby this little piece of advice because she genuinely wants her to succeed and to prove herself, which is super sweet. This whole matter ultimately gave Gabby a whole lot to think about, so much so that at the end of the episode, her alter ego / second personality / other self has returned and apparently is there to stay. And thank goodness that happened because I recently started caring a little bit less about Gabby, I admit, so this might actually restore my faith in her. After Ashley had to teach Jake to think before he acts, leaving the guy dumbstruck and mind-blown like, thinking? How did I never think of that before? The two make it to the top of the hill first, immediately followed by Fiore's team, Connor's, and finally James's. Once there, Riya, Alec, and Yul work together to let Fiore back into the game and break all the pulleys to prevent the others from completing the challenge. But because Connor was incredibly determined to end the villains' reign of terror, he managed to make his way back to the top of the cliff and, ultimately, thanks to Ashley's help, managed to win the challenge and earn his way back into the game. This last part of the episode was so wonderfully executed. The tension was so very palpable, and the campers were all doing their best, fighting tooth and nail to win the challenge. I loved it. Apparently, the wishes I made in my last review all got granted here. We finally got to see the villains sabotage the good guys the entire time, and the heroes in turn fight back as much as possible. I was so glad to see that, finally. I really hope this determination on both parties is gonna stay till the very end of the season though. Even though, yes, it was a bit of a bummer that most campers didn't even get a chance to access the second part of the game, I still absolutely loved how it all went down. Especially, I really loved the chemistry between those 8. They were all so chaotic, that I like to see. Even though the entire fandom kinda already suspected Connor was the one returning, I truly couldn't have hoped for a better comeback episode for him. He was on his A game today. I loved how he literally forced his way back into the game, fighting with all he could give, and even forcing Riya to cooperate. It made his return feel all the more deserved. This doesn't mean that others like Fiore weren't on their A game today, because she was, totally, but Connor was the only one who neither received help from his helper, nor gave up the moment all hope was lost. So you gotta give him credit for that. Now, there's a thing or two I'd like to say about Ashley, because she got an excellent send-off today. First, they gave her and Jake a much needed chance to discuss the events of last episode, and also a chance for him to apologize to her, and finally, they even allowed them to say a proper goodbye, which, it just felt right. Also, I was particularly happy to see Ashley be the one stopping Alec and Fiore from winning the challenge. Not only because she did it with her lasso, and God knows how much I love it when Ashley says or does farm-related things, but mostly because she was the right character for the role. Because she was the one sabotaging them, her victory against Fiore now feels much more satisfying, and perhaps more complete, but at the same time, she even got her revenge against the villains for voting her out in the last episode. So if it had been James stopping them, it would have been cool, sure, but it wouldn't have felt that special. In general, making Ashley a prominent character in this episode was great to see. It gave her one last chance to shine and change the course of the game before leaving for good. And I think we can all agree that we needed much more of episode 11 Ashley.
You bitch!
A whole lot more. At the end of the episode, the losers all get to say goodbye to their friends and partners, with Ashley inviting Jake and Miriam over to her farm, just like she couldn't wait to invite Will, Lil, and Nick in season 1. I find it so super wholesome how, as soon as she befriends someone, she just can't wait to have them over, to see each other, and just have them become a part of her life. She's such a good person. Also, after spending the whole day doing mischief together, it seems Alec and Fiore eventually got over their differences and are now on good terms again. Even though I think it would have been a whole lot more interesting to see them smooth things over the course of 2, 3, or 4 episodes, just to make it all feel more natural and earned, I'm still glad the writers didn't leave this thread loose. This father-daughter duo was on fire today. They definitely helped raise the stakes of the episode. In general, bringing back the losers for one more episode was an awesome choice screen time-wise as well. This way, even the camper who competed the least, which is James, between his original stay, this episode, the motel episode, and the finale, which I imagine will be a 2-parter, will get to be present for 6 whole episodes, which is pretty much a third of the season, and that's kinda cool. I love that we're not forgetting about the first boots. All in all, episode 11 was fantastic. I loved it. It's easily my favorite one of the season. And at this point, now that Connor and his fresh and crispy clean underwear are back, I'm hoping the quality of the next few episodes will rival episode 11's. I've now raised my expectations, they better not let me down. So now, let me know your thoughts on the episode, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and even though pretty much no one was surprised by this, let me know how you feel about Connor's return. Personally, I kinda root for him now. Not because I want him to win, we've already discussed this, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for him to win, but I sure want him to bring justice to the game and also give Riya a hard time. Let me hear some predictions in the comments. I do expect there to be a tie at the next elimination ceremony between a hero and a villain, and I feel like the villain might lose the tiebreaker. I hope not, because I want the show to surprise me, but you guys let me know your thoughts and predictions for episode 12, and also on who you think is gonna get booted next. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! I wouldn't want to be one of those people who say things like, seeing these two characters interact just gives me life, or something like that. Still, never have I ever imagined Gabby and Gret would eventually be on good terms again, especially after everything that's happened between them in season 1. I was so hoping it would happen, but I wasn't really counting on it, so that was such a pleasant surprise. I just love how Gabby genuinely wanted to hang out with Gret and just chill together, and what's even better is that despite being under Yul's control, if you will, Gret actually looked forward to it. She was so sweet, she almost seemed surprised someone would actually consider her and would want to spend time with her. I feel like, because of her confident and arrogant facade, she ended up pushing away so many people in her life to the point of just isolating herself. So when Gabby finally showed some interest in spending time with her, Gret saw it as an opportunity she couldn't pass up. I loved everything about these scenes. What can I say? Seeing them interact, it just gives me life, you know? Yeah, I know, I'm basic. Yeah. Even though Gabby can't quite explain why she cares for Gret, especially after being mistreated by her the whole time, she did earn the title of human hemorrhoid for a reason, Gabby seemed to relate to her and just wanted to help her out anyway. I love how torn she was, unsure whether she should help her old enemy or not. She's always been kinda ambivalent when it comes to Gret if you think about it. Also, like, when in episode 9 Riya confronted Gret about Yul's behavior, it was fine, I guess I liked it, sure, but Riya just didn't feel like the right person to help Gret through it. Instead, with Gabby, it all works so much better. After all, neither of them has been raised in a loving and healthy environment, and both had to put up with very toxic families and tough home lives. So if someone can understand Gret, I think Gabby is the right person for the job. Although, if Gabby does end up helping Gret there, then I would absolutely need to see the two of them eventually discuss the events of season 1, and especially see Gret apologize for everything she did. I already have the title for such an episode, Forgive and Forget. Yes, I don't know who's in charge of naming the episodes, but can we actually name an episode Forgive and Forget? As long as, you know, it makes sense within the context of the episode. Come on, I'm not asking for the world, it's a simple title, hashtag Forgive and Forget, let's make this happen. In the meantime, Connor tests the waters and befriends all of the good guys so he can bring them together and form an alliance to counter the villains, which is a brilliant move, but at the same time, I'd say it's predictable, or rather sensible for someone who's had a chance to watch all the episodes while staying at the motel. I'm pretty sure James, Lake, Hunter, Miriam, Tess, or Ashley would have done the very same thing. It's just a shame though that Ashley has been trying to do the very same thing for the longest time, yet she never managed to bring them all together. I guess, in a way, she kinda laid all the groundwork, so if Connor succeeded, it's mostly because of her. So we could say she walked so Connor could run, but at the same time, it's just a pity she's not there to see everyone finally getting along. Her kids finally grew up, but she's not there to witness it, damn it. We then jump right into the challenge, which this time consists of a game of keep away, so I guess no explanation is needed. Admittedly, this one didn't have the most original or exciting concept behind it, but they did manage to keep it entertaining. Still, I would have appreciated it if the campers had fought a little harder with some more grit and some more Gret, you know? After all, Crystal did encourage them to be as creative as possible and to use any means necessary to get the flag, so I kinda expected there to be some more punching and kicking to snatch the flag from one another's hands. I guess Alec did kick Tom in the nuts, but that was the only quote-unquote creative tactic someone used. It would have been a little more interesting, for instance, if they had added some traps or perhaps some tools hidden in the forest to help the campers. However, though, I know I often point out issues of the sort when it comes to the challenges, but in general, just don't take them as fatal flaws and mistakes that ruin it all for me, because at the end of the day, I do realize that the animation of Disventure Camp has its limits. They're on a budget, so they can't animate crazy fights or that many extra elements. Everything pretty much costs, and even though the animation has never been this smooth before, the more stuff they add, the more time consuming and pricey everything's gonna be. So even though I'd love it if the challenges were a bit more action-packed, I'm aware that there are limits we should take into account. Still, they could have made it all more dramatic and exciting by getting rid of that montage, which you guys know I'm not too fond of, and they could have showed us 2 more minutes of the campers strategizing and working together to get their hands on the flag. In a pretty unexpected twist, Riya approaches Riya-lly and makes her an offer she just can't refuse. Not before, of course, buttering her up and calling her a strong competitor. I initially thought Riya meant to convince Riya-lly to vote for Jake tonight to split the votes so that the villains wouldn't need to worry about the heroes voting together, but Riya-lly ultimately didn't vote with her, so this whole conversation didn't seem to go anywhere, and that left me a bit confused, honestly. But after rewatching the episode, I guess these two technically did not agree on voting for Jake tonight. They just agreed to work together at some point. So I imagine this little chat will pay off later on, presumably once the alliances won't be of much use anymore. And tell me if I'm overreaching here, but what if Riya didn't really have that whole conversation with Riya-lly in an attempt to help the alliance, but rather she did it to help herself, to make sure she had some extra ally who's not a villain, you know, as some sort of safety net in case things ever go south. It would be super sneaky, but also a very smart move. I could see Riya do that. If it ends up happening, I swear this girl is gonna score some pretty big points in my book. In another twist, Jake and Aiden end up working together to escape a wolf, and surprisingly don't fight like little kids. Oh my. This is so unexpected. This is probably the most likable these two have ever been since episode 2, maybe? Honestly, I quite enjoyed how Aiden came up with the plan to get rid of the wolf, and I did like to see Tinky Winky be the sad and awkward type of jealous rather than the arrogant type who points fingers. Why couldn't he be like this since day one? It would have been so much easier for everyone to empathize with him, but of course there wouldn't have been drama. I also really like how, while escaping the wolf, Jake went from being scared to death to chilling and slowly chewing an apple to being terrified once more. I don't know why exactly, but that kinda felt super in character for him.
That guy has no idea what's going on.
And finally, Alec fumbles a fake apology to Connor and explains he voted him out in episode 6 because he just wanted to keep him away from Riya because he cares for him and he's such a great friend, which was pretty reminiscent of Tessa's reasoning for eliminating Ellie. Although I have to admit, it made much more sense in Ellie's case, whereas here it really doesn't. Connor saw through Alec's bullshit right away. Ultimately though, Alec steals the flag from Connor. The dude can be super smart when he wants, but this time he didn't think of hiding the rest of the flag underneath his shirt, so Alec wins immunity as well as a romantic dinner for 2, a dinner he decides to share with Riya. Again, I wouldn't hate it if those two ever became an item. Right before the ceremony, Connor summons all the heroes, gives them a motivational speech and hypes them up, and finally convinces them to vote together tonight. And am I glad these guys are finally willing to put up a fight. Especially, it was pretty smart how Connor made them all realize how the villains somehow managed to be more mature than them, as despite all their flaws and egos and against all expectations, they still managed to put their differences aside and advance in the game together, whereas the heroes somehow just couldn't do it. And that was pretty eye-opening for them. I really liked their reactions. They were like, so if we don't bicker the entire time and actually start thinking about the game, we can actually win the game. Wow! Connor, you're a genius. Thank you guys, thank you. It took me 50 years to realize this, but eventually I got it. At the campfire ceremony, Trevor is taking over for Crystal, who went out on a date with Derek, and after the two alliances cast their votes, we end up with a tie between Gabby and Tom. I'm not really sure though why the heroes decided to target Gabby instead of Yul, especially given how both Connor and Aiden don't really like the guy in the slightest, and I guess Jake, Tom and Allie aren't probably too fond of him either. If I had to guess, I suppose they chose Gabby because she generally tries harder in challenges, whereas Yul does the bare minimum, but still, she's also the only one they could eventually bring over to their side. So I would have picked Yul, but I guess their reasoning too kinda makes sense. The ceremony itself, I guess, wasn't particularly surprising since everyone could pretty much see the tie coming even before Connor's speech. However, the tiebreaker, it just made all the difference. If the episode didn't have it, I just wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. It made the episode more unique, but at the same time, it kinda made up for the first challenge of the episode and its lack of action. For the tiebreaker, Tom and Gabby are both locked inside a cage and need to use some wrenches and ropes to build a stick long enough to reach the key and use it to free themselves. The whole thing was executed so well this time, unlike the tiebreaker between Yul and Maggie in Season 2, which was a huge letdown, and I especially liked how the other campers tried to help out their friends and allies. I really did not expect the villains to be this supportive. They obviously need to stick together if they want to win eventually, but I just didn't think they'd be that helpful and supportive. I thought they'd just pretend not to care as they often do. Instead, no, we had Alec giving Gabby some tips, Riya just wanting to help her out, and Gret cheering for her. Gret actually seemed worried here, worried she wouldn't have a chance to still see Gabby and talk to her. Or maybe I'm just speculating, who knows. In the end, Gabby manages to escape the cage seconds before Tom could, causing the guy to take the bus of losers and leave the game. Before going though, luckily he and Gabby go back to being friends and let bygones be bygones, which I admit it really warmed my heart. Because their friendship was like the only one I truly cared about, and I just hated how the whole Ellie thing just drove a wedge between them. It's a huge bummer though if you think about it, like Gabby and Tom will probably never see each other again, like they'll never get a chance to actually be friends because Ellie doesn't like Tom, and if Tom and Jake are gonna end up together, Jake doesn't like Ellie either, so I don't really see Gabby and Tom staying friends and seeing each other, unless they kinda do it in secret behind Jake and Ellie's backs. After he says goodbye to everyone, Tom finally promises he will soon clear the air with Jake. And how are they not together yet? At this point, I just fear that now that Tom is out of the game, he and Jake will probably not get that much screen time together, so I kinda fear they're gonna rush the resolution of the storyline. I don't know what to think, I swear. If they made us sit through 12 episodes of Jake and Tom drama only to make it all end in the motel episode in 3 minutes in a rush, I just can't assure you I won't murder someone, so they'd better do this conclusion properly. I didn't love the journey, but at least let the conclusion be great. Please. Finally, to wrap up the episode, Trevor walks in on Derek and Crystal kissing, which causes him to walk away distraught and devastated. And so Trevor's arc finally comes to an end. Is what I'll say in 12 more episodes. I hope this story's not gonna take forever as well. Even though I guess I wouldn't worry for Trevor since Derek made it quite clear this is just a fling, so the guy still has hope, I still prefer Derek and Crystal together. They're made for one another, they're so much alike. So, you know, Trevor, find someone else, bud, okay? You don't deserve any of this. Move on. Overall, this episode was pretty solid, very well executed, and more importantly, it kept things fresh. I really can't stress enough how important that is. They didn't make us sit through any repetitive or unimportant conversations, so that's plenty already. But let me know your thoughts on it, and also some thoughts on Tom as well. And about his relationship with Jake, I guess. As if we hadn't talked about that enough. As for my predictions, for the next episode, I kinda expect Yul to be eliminated. Gabby will make sure he leaves for good, we know that, and I feel like that might happen next time. The only thing I want out of Yul's elimination is for Gret to be actively involved in it. That's the only thing I care about. But let me know your predictions too. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Do you know how they say that your real self only comes out when you're pretty much almost dead drunk or something? Because this seems to be the case for Riya and Alec, as after their romantic dinner date together, they start opening up to one another and share their deepest and darkest secrets. AKA, Alec misses his wife and son, while Riya still feels terrible for the way she treated Connor. Pretty dark stuff, I know. They actually sounded like decent people here. It's a shame they're actually honest only when they're drunk. They should drink more often. I'm pretty positive Riya was indeed telling the truth, but I'm not too sure about Alec. Perhaps it was just alcohol talking there, because are you telling me that he suddenly terribly misses his son right now? The kid he never gave a damn about his entire life? That just didn't sound right. I suppose he could be genuinely upset here. In a way, I do feel sorry for him. It sucks to hear he lost his passion for reading and, his job too, but it just doesn't feel right to side with him. His ex-wife may be the villain in his eyes from, his perspective, but she's not the bad parent. All this introspection finally brought Alec to kiss Riya, and that was surprising. I did not expect a kiss there. When in my episode 10 review I mentioned that it would have been interesting to see those two end up together, I wasn't serious, I was just speculating, but I mean at this point, yes, I actually actively want them to. It's just a shame that Riya pushed Alec away though. She even seemed into it for just a few seconds. Perhaps she does have a thing for him. She just doesn't want to admit it. Because Aiden saw the whole thing, he initially didn't want to tell Connor because he didn't want to hurt him, but later he just changed his mind and couldn't wait to tell him. But I don't really get why. It's like he was hoping that Connor knowing about this kiss would in some way hurt or break up the villains alliance, but how? How is him knowing gonna turn Alec and Riya against one another or Gret and Gabby against them? I still don't get it. I have no idea what they have in mind for the next episode, but that's actually pretty good news. I do like surprises. Then we're not talking about the intern drama too much in detail today because as always, nothing's happening there and the story's moving at a snail's pace. All I'm gonna say is, Crystal, girl, go for it. Have fun with Derek. It seems like both of you want to keep it casual, so you should just be happy there. And then Marcus, dude, it's creepy as hell when you talk about yourself and Nina as if you were the same entity. It's just creepy. It feels like he and Nina share the same brain, which would be cool. It would be a cool reveal. Seeing Marcus defend Crystal and Nina saying, "Oh, Marcus cares about everyone, that for some reason just broke me. Is he that kind of soul and I never noticed? I actually feel bad for never noticing how good of a person he is. I really wish Marcus and Nina actually had a story of their own. It would be so cool. Even in season 2, they didn't do anything. They are kinda wasted." We then move on to the challenge, which I admit I absolutely loved. It has just the most amazing concept. This is easily my favorite one so far. Especially, I really like the idea of giving each camper a different superpower. Imagine how lame it would have been if they all had the same abilities. Instead, this was pretty much like Avatar: The Last Airbender meets Teen Titans crossed with an epic Pokemon battle of some sort. It was so beautiful. This, of course, doesn't really mean it was perfect. The animation, for instance, could have been a whole lot better, like when Connor lifted up that tree, or when Gret and Yol used their superpowers on the monster, because look at this just feels wrong, but I absolutely do respect them for trying. I'd rather watch an intense challenge with imperfect animation rather than a dull one with smooth and flawless movements, so I wouldn't complain about that. They could have used better sound effects though, better and louder, because those make a big difference in my opinion. For instance, think of when Yol was electrifying Gabby. It would have really helped if there was a much fuller and louder sound there. Instead, it sounded like someone was plugging in a lamp. I also would have liked to hear the other campers just scream and yell a little bit more, especially when they were about to die. It would have made things more realistic. I was pretty glad they brought back the VR simulators. The VR world itself actually had its charm. I really loved the ambiance. All those different backgrounds with the banana trees everywhere, the volcano and the orange sky, it didn't feel like Camp Tipiskau, so even visually the episode felt pretty unique. And talking about the costumes, I admit I didn't really love them. Some grew on me, like Yol's or Riya's, but like Gabby, Gret, or Jake with that thing on his chin, they just didn't look that great, honestly. It was still cool to see them wear something different for once, but thank God it's just for this one episode. You guys know that I do love it when a challenge has multiple portions to it because it just adds more variety, so I was so happy to see these 2 different portions. The first one, which was some sort of tutorial, and then the boss battle in the end. Even though the final battle wasn't too scary because just the dinosaur monster didn't seem too threatening, and the fact that he was named Ned made him even less scary, but it was better to have this final boss rather than having the campers keep fighting one another until only one is left. I do wish though that Ali and Connor did more during the first half of the challenge, whereas Aiden and Jake did more during the second. Today as well, Jake was a pretty decent person. That's already 2 episodes in a row. He's on a roll. Seeing him get along with Aiden was actually a breath of fresh air, and in general, seeing the heroes get along, that finally makes them enjoyable to watch, at last. I didn't care for all those fights. Alec having no powers at all was actually hilarious. I so love to see him in his regular outfit while everybody else had these crazy superhero costumes. And I do respect him so much for still putting up a fight despite not having any quirks, as he calls them. And his death scene, it was just the best. I love how his arms remained attached to the rock till the very end, and how the whole thing was just left there floating in the air for a few seconds. That was so beautiful. Riya's defeat too felt pretty epic. She was killed off in a pretty unexpected way, and in general, she felt like a huge threat for Skunk Hair and Twinkie Winkie. That fight was handled so well. During the boss fight, we finally get to the long-awaited Gruel breakup. And honestly, the breakup was actually executed pretty well, I guess. I'm actually rather grateful that Gret actually realized how much of a dick Yul was all by herself, because it wouldn't have felt the same, for instance, had Gabby opened her eyes. So it was pretty cool how Gabby was just there to support her and trying to help her fix her relationship. It just feels right to have her come to this realization by herself and ultimately break up with him. I especially like how they made Gret endure all of Yul's abuse up until the very end, and how she would always eventually passively accept it, but the moment the guy started hurting someone else Gret actually cared about, she couldn't take it anymore and gathered all the courage and the confidence she needed to break things off with him. That was very well done, and seeing Yul begging Gret to take him back at the very end of the episode, that was just the cherry on top. Still, I don't love just how long it took them to get here. They should have built up to it way more than this. It was all too sudden. They should have used some of the previous 12 episodes to, I don't know, explore the situation from Gret's point of view much more in detail. I can assure you they did have the time for it. The pacing this season is just so weird. At the campfire ceremony, the heroes, along with Gabby and Gret, all decide to vote for Yul, so in a 3-6 vote, Yul bites the dust. Which was just a tiny little bit extremely predictable. I guess in retrospect, it would have been nice to see Gret talk to the heroes and convince them to vote out Yul, which would have been super easy to do and might have made the elimination even more predictable, but at least it would have made Gret actively involved in it. So I guess my prediction about Yul getting the boot was right, but again, I don't like to be right, I like to be surprised. And at the same time, I mean, it would have been interesting to see Yul just stick around for even just one more episode and see him and Gret try to take each other down the entire time. Then Yul's heartfelt goodbye was much appreciated too. It was a pretty great send-off for his character, and although most of his insults were pretty good, the Connor one was pretty weak and uninspired. You're old. Wow. Cutting deep, man. You told him much worse things in the past. It was also interesting how Yul said he will personally make sure Gret will not win the $3 million prize, because this could be hinting at Gret actually making it to the finale and Yul trying to do anything in his power to make her lose, just like Carol did with James in season 2. I admit I wouldn't hate to see Gret win the season, although I'm not quite sure she would deserve it. To be fair though, I'm not sure anyone left in the cast actually does, but she is a better option compared to Aiden, Jake, or Riya, or perhaps even Ali. I'm not too fond of Ali for the moment. One last cool detail is that in a final confessional, Gret finally realized just how badly she treated Gabby, and as I told you, that's something she really needed to realize and something I really wanted to hear, but I would still like her to apologize to Gabby's face though. It would just be appropriate. And it would be cool if Gret now tried to help Gabby through her problems, because she's got several. Overall, I really liked the episode, although of course, the fights could have been animated better, they could have used better sound effects, and the resolution of the whole Gruel storyline, in my opinion, was way too rushed. But if you think about it, this last one isn't really the episode's fault. Episode 13 itself did tell a pretty cool story at the end of the day, it's just a shame they haven't built up to it before. I still really enjoyed it though, and I hope the next few episodes will keep up this better storytelling. I don't know if this is just me, but I'm enjoying this second half of the season way more than the first one. Let me know in the comments if you agree with this. Do share your thoughts on the episode as well, and on our buddy Yul, the narcissistic, misogynistic pig, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, ciao! Today's elimination was... what's the right word? Oh yeah, bullshit, garbage, crap! Who even allowed this to happen? Not only did Gabby get eliminated, but she was eliminated in the dumbest way possible. She literally, basically, eliminated herself, and even by accident. I didn't need to see her win the season, but I expected her to go at least after Aiden and Jake, but more importantly, to lose fair and square after playing the game with all she could give, and not because a damn phone slipped out of her hand. Slipped, I wish it had slipped, that phone literally flew out of her hand into the ocean. It's just... It's not a bad placement for her, and the episode itself, it was pretty good, but the elimination was handled so poorly. We'll discuss it in a minute, just know that I'm very disappointed Gabby left, and especially that she left this way. This is just not fair, damn it. Gabby! No! Gabby! No! Riya is up to no good again as she keeps trying to get on Allie's good side. To do so, she even gave her the very same advice she gave Connor in episode 2 of season 2 about how you shouldn't pretend to be someone else and all, which is a bit confusing because she's clearly not following this advice herself right now. And I just hate how incoherent this woman is, so much so that at times it becomes extremely hard to tell who is the real Riya. Is it the kind, decent wannabe Bollywood actress or the scheming, conniving villain? Given where her story seems to be headed, it's clear good Riya is the real one, but it doesn't feel coherent with the way she's been behaving this season and in season 2. If she really was a good person deep down, then it would have shown a little more than this. In fact, after giving Allie this advice, she admits the person she told this to the first time, aka Connor, is someone she truly cares about, which clearly hints at these two eventually getting back together. But at this point, is there someone who still wants them to? I'm genuinely asking, please let me know in the comments. It feels like the writers just spent the entire season just reiterating how those two are not a good match, but then in the end, they have them end up together anyway, as if all that fighting and lying didn't matter in the slightest. And if you think about it, this is the very same thing that happened between Tom and Jake. In fact, what is it that Patreons often say? Jake, forget Tom and focus on you, and then Riya is a parasite, move on Connor. Fans just don't want these people together anymore after you show how toxic of a couple they are. I did like Connor and Riya together, especially at first, and even this season I was initially hoping they would eventually work things out and end up together, but now Riya has been treating Connor like shit for so long that it just doesn't feel right for him to take her back. I just can't forget how awful she's been to him. In fact, the other day I actually thought it would have been better if Riya ended up with Alec and Connor came back for a 4th season and started dating Lil instead. Remember Lil from season 1? Yeah, her. In the Greetings People bot, Lil both admitted that she's still single and that she thinks Connor is very handsome, so boom, perfect couple right there. Lil is actually a good woman and Connor deserves just that. It also helps that they're pretty much the same age. Aiden then breaks the news of Alec and Riya's kiss to everyone else, but it seems like no one reacted as Aiden or even I expected. Connor just pretends he doesn't care about this in the slightest, and he is absolutely over Riya now, yet at the very end of the episode he's found crying on the dock about, well, a lot of stuff, a lot of his problems, but mostly about his romance with Riya. Apparently, not only Connor never earned a penny for himself in his entire life, and he simply inherited his dad's fortune, but he even admits he actually came back into the game with such determination simply because he still wanted to help out Riya. He was hoping that by getting her eliminated, she would eventually stop it with her villainous persona and would take him back. And to think he said he was over her in episode 6. I just hope they'll handle this better than the Jake and Tom drama, and also hope they'll give Riya a huge redemption there. She really needs to prove that she cares for Connor just as much as he cares for her. Otherwise, don't make them end up together, please. Today's challenge, despite being really something I hope to forget very soon, it also introduced a pretty cool twist with the instant elimination, which is also, surprisingly, the very first time something like that happens in Disventure Camp. The campers have to film 4 TikToks in pairs, and the person with the worst ones out of the last 2 campers to complete the challenge will go home. Pretty convoluted, but okay. One thing that bothered me was how Crystal said that producers thought the vote-out thing was getting boring. And what? Now it's getting boring? Take the pre-merge instead and most of its eliminations. They should have come up with a few twists there, like an advantage, a totem, a team swap, or a fake elimination. I don't mind such a twist now, but I would have preferred to have some before as well. I don't know what was more cringeworthy though, those TikTok moves or Connor not understanding the modern world. Because sometimes it's endearing to see him so out of place, like in episode 13 with the VR simulators, but today I just couldn't watch. His jokes were, Although, trust me, you don't need to be 50 to not know what the gritty, the renegade, or the wop dance are. Because before this day, I had no clue either. And I sure miss the days when I didn't know. Even though I'm very disappointed this is probably the last we'll see of Gabby and Gret together, I was glad that they at least had them partner up for the challenge because they were such a cool duo. And I guess I'd say that screen time wise, their time together was handled pretty well these past few episodes, as they didn't really overdo it with this friendship. For instance, had they both stayed in the game and kept being this close, this nice, this friendly, then I guess they might have become a little boring to watch or even annoying to some, so the fact that they didn't get that many episodes together kinda makes their friendship feel a little more wholesome and special. This of course doesn't mean that I wouldn't mind watching an hour-long documentary on this friendship. And even though Gabby stopped her halfway through it, I'm also very glad Gret decided to apologize to Gabby's face for the way she treated her. It was a little too quick, but at least it happened. Although Jake's growth happened a little bit too suddenly in my opinion, I am glad to see him actively trying to be a good person and get further into the game. He was more bearable than ever. Bearable. Today, he said he really needs to learn to trust people more if he wants to win this game, and for a moment, I actually thought that was a pretty smart thing for him to say, until I remember that trusting others too much was precisely his main issue in Season 1. He doesn't need to trust others more. Trusting Ellie was what caused him and Tom to be eliminated in the first place in Season 1. He simply needs to think straight and go from being Twinky Winky to Thinky Winky and avoid losing his cool every 2 minutes. He is learning though how to become a better player and a better person. That's already plenty. It really did him credit how he was actively trying to be nice to Allie and how he was willing to listen to Connor's issues on the dock. This is probably the best version of Jake we ever saw. So the way Riya's advice resonated with her, the way she said she's not too sure she's comfortable with being considered a hero, and the fact that she almost made Jake meet his untimely demise, it all makes me suspect Allie will do a complete 180 turn next episode and will join the villains, perhaps convincing them to vote out Twinky Winky first. She might indeed pull a Riya and become some sort of twist villain, and admittedly, given the way she's behaved the entire season, this wouldn't really feel that much out of character for her. Unfortunately, her behavior this season doesn't really seem too much in line with Season 2 Allie, but Season 2 Allie was really boring. She didn't really have anything going on, so yeah, I wouldn't mind this. At this point, if she intends to actually join the Alliance, then I really wouldn't mind having her, Gret and Riya discuss their common insecurities, if you will, and how much they care or need to care about other people's opinions. That would be a pretty interesting and hopefully cathartic conversation actually. Actually. Adverbs are perfect for Ali puns. The challenge ends with Gabby losing her phone with Gret's videos on it, thereby costing her new bestie the game. So Gret takes the bus of losers and oh wait, the phone that got lost at sea was actually the one Gret had been using to film Gabby, meaning she lives to see another day, whereas Gabby can wave goodbye to the $3 million. Even though I'm incredibly disappointed Gabby went home like this, part of me was actually pretty relieved Gret would remain in the game. At this point, I can't even tell who out of these two I actually prefer, and even though it really sucked to see Gabby go, I guess it probably would have been even lamer had Gret gone home today. It just would have been too soon. She's just had a change of heart, and she still hasn't had a chance to truly get her head into the game and strategize on her own. I really hope that's gonna happen soon. And about today's eliminated contestant, our queen, our Lord and Savior Gabby, I knew she was not gonna win the season, but I was so hoping she would stay around for a while longer, simply because she had so much more to do compared to other campers, especially most of the heroes. She even had friends and an alliance, so strategically speaking, she was doing so well for the first time in forever, but they just had to do her dirty like this. Had she been eliminated in a more appropriate way, whether it was a tiebreaker or still an instant elimination challenge where she just doesn't lose her phone, then I guess I still would have been very upset to see her go, but I could have accepted it. But this is just outrageous. She caused her own elimination, and she even did it involuntarily. Had she sacrificed herself to save Gret, then I might have let it slide, but this? No. It's just not fair for such a character. If they had used such a twist to get rid of Aiden, for instance, it would have been fine by me. After all, he isn't that strong of a player or that big of a threat, so, you know, he can go in a silly way. I wouldn't mind, but I hate that they did this for Gabby. It just feels very lame. She deserved to go in a much more exciting way, honestly. In Season 1, Gabby was my absolute favorite, and every minute she was on screen, she was just delightful. I loved her energy and literally everything about her, and even though she was still pretty likable this Season 2, I really feel like she wasn't used to her fullest potential. Before her villain era, I was hoping her relationship with Ellie would go through a hard time so that it would eventually strengthen their bond, and as a villain, I was truly hoping she would finally learn to strategize and think ahead more, but none of this actually happened, and that was so disappointing. Her villain arc and even her friendship with Gret were actually great surprises, still both could have really used some more screen time to just develop in a more satisfying way. Also, Evil Gabby, or however you wanna call her, she wasn't really used in the best of ways this season either, so for the third time in a row, if we count Adventure Camp, she was pretty forgettable and her presence barely changed anything, especially because quote-unquote good Gabby always came out victorious every single time there was a conflict with her other self, so there was tension there, sure, but nothing more. I even thought she would eventually at least talk Gret into turning against Alec and Riya, but again, that didn't happen. At this point, if someone deserves to win, I guess it would probably be either Alec or Gret. Personally, I'm rooting for Gret. And not only because I love doing Gret puns, but because she's a fighter, she's grown a lot, and because despite being a villain, she's not a bad person. She really feels like winner material. It doesn't really help though that she hasn't really done a lot before the rule breakup. I'm really curious to see what she's gonna do in the next episode. Let me know if you have some theories. And of course, as always, share your thoughts on the episode, and on Gabby, I still can't believe she's gone. And with that being said, I thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! And goodbye, Gabby. You will be missed. Oh god, it hurts so much. I did say I wanted Gret and Ali to explore their common experience with hate comments and all, but I did not expect it to go down this way. Apparently, people have been way harsher on Gret than on Ali. It seems Ali received nothing more than plain old criticism, the kind everyone receives online, whereas with Gret, they got to the point of telling her she doesn't deserve to live, which is a little bit too much, but also realistic because people say these things online. So I was kinda hoping that this whole conversation would help Ali put things into perspective and change her for the better, yet she ended up doing the complete opposite. Today, she was insufferable. She officially became worse than Jake in every single possible way. It seems like she's now competing with the sole purpose of eliminating Jake. She doesn't even care about the money or fame or respect of fans online, no. She just wants Jake out. And that's not very honorable. She somehow managed to get less and less likable as the series went on. In fact, at first, I actually felt bad for Hunter when Ali seemed ready to break up with him, but now I'm actively hoping she does, because he may not be perfect, but he deserves way better than her. Perhaps Tess. I don't love this side of Ally, but at the very least she's way more interesting compared to her season 2 self, so yeah, at least she has that going on for her. On the other hand though, Gret is becoming a better character and person by the minute, and watching her journey is just so rewarding, gratifying I'd say. It really shows how they planned ahead for Gret's character arc. When All-Stars started, it seemed like, after episode 9 of season 1, Gret just had it all figured out, had learned to accept herself, and was over her insecurities, but after just a little bit of digging, it was clear it was all a facade, all a lie, and she was as insecure, of course, as ever before. So what seemed like a very introspective and life-changing chat with Fiore ended up changing absolutely nothing in the end. Perhaps because the little girl never really had Gret's best interest at heart. Only by befriending Gabby, someone who did genuinely care for her, did Gret finally start changing. In fact, she later confronts Alec and blames him for siding with Yul and for never defending her when the guy would mistreat her. So, to be fair, Alec did feel bad for her and occasionally did mess with Yul just to give him a taste of his own medicine, so he might have cared just a tiny little bit, but definitely not enough to actually help her out. And even with Riya, the time she talked to Gret, trying to open her eyes to Yul's abusive personality, she made it clear that she wasn't doing it because she liked her, but because she so did not like him in the slightest. So I kinda see why Gret would be mad at them. I bet she'll get rid of one of them in the next episode, possibly Riya. Crystal informs the campers that an idol has been hidden in the forest, so everyone goes looking for it and Gret has already found it. I just can't believe how easy it is to find these things. Last time Gabby found it in like a fraction of a second and she wasn't even looking for it, and now Gret was like, where would the idol be? Of course, on top of a tree. Oh, there it is, the first tree I look at. Oh, it's right there. Because she couldn't get it herself though, and she didn't want the villains to have it, she tells Connor and Jake where it is, just to gain their trust, making a little bit of a deal with them, and I can't tell you how happy I am to finally see her strategize again. Hopefully, she's learned from her mistakes, and she won't give her allies' trust for granted again, but I'm just so glad she's back at it. However, I don't know about you guys, but it just feels a little weird to me to introduce the totem this late into the season, especially given how this one is 21 episodes long. I just expected there to be at least 2 totems. They could have introduced the first one around episode 3 or so and had, I don't know, Fiore use it to eliminate Hunter or something, and then introduce the second one right here. Right before the challenge, we see a quick phone call between Trevor and our old pal Emily, she's back, where they just plot revenge against Crystal, which is something I do like seeing. Finally, this love triangle story is evolving into something bigger and more exciting. I don't know what they have in mind, of course, but let's say I wouldn't hate it if Emily convinced Trevor to sabotage the competition and pin the blame on Crystal so that she would get fired. That would be fun. Oh, and also it seems like Emily has a dealer, but, you know, as long as she doesn't deal in absolutes, then, you know, I'm fine, I won't judge. The challenge itself was handled extremely well in my opinion. Mixing an endurance challenge with personal questions was actually pretty creative, although let's say there were a few mistakes in it, or rather inaccuracies. For instance, when Riya asked Jake a question and the guy answered honestly, for some reason they didn't add any weights to her poll. The same thing happened with Ali's question for Riya later on. Also, Riya finding a way around Ali's question on whether she's just using her as an extra vote or not, that was somehow legit for some reason? Like, technically she did not answer, so it's not like she's such a great actress that she can fool a lie detector, she just found a way around the question, which is entirely different but also not in the spirit of the game, I guess. Thanks to these questions, we also find out that Alec actually never loved his son, which is rather unsurprising, but what is surprising though is that he seems to care more about Connor's friendship instead. He literally met the guy last month and stopped being friends with him literally 3 weeks ago, so how can he already like him better than his son? I swear, I do like Alec as a character, but I so hope that 40 years from now or so, his son will leave him in the cheapest retirement home he can find, because he deserves it. Although Gret, in general, was amazing today, it seemed like she didn't quite understand the spirit of the game, because she kept lying and didn't even pretend she believed those lies herself, so yeah, maybe someone needed to explain the rules a little bit better. On the other hand, Jake did the exact opposite. He was on his A-game today. Not only did he learn a new move, honesty, but he even asked all the right questions. This is unrelated, but when Ali asked him whether he thinks Ashley would be proud of him or not, wouldn't you guys have liked to see a clip of Ashley actually watching the episode from the motel and saying that she is indeed proud of him? With Miriam next to her, just smiling and nodding, it just would have felt right. Nonetheless, Jake wins immunity and a spot in the final 6. Let's say that this victory was way more deserved than his last one. After the challenge, Gret decides to make a deal with Ali, agreeing to vote out whoever she wants, as long as she repays the favor later down the line. And with this, Gret actually has the best social game so far. She has the Villains Alliance with Alec and Riya, a deal with Ali, and she just gained Jake and Connor's trust by leading them to the totem. If she isn't winning this competition, I swear I'm gonna lose it. Before the ceremony, Alec tries to get Connor to forgive him, unsuccessfully of course, as Riya interrupts them and takes the bookworm away. Again, it's so weird seeing Alec be so honest and touchy-feely, especially with Connor, just because it's not like these two spent such a long time together or got to bond that much before, so it's just weird to see him so desperate to befriend him again. How did he grow attached to him so easily? But more importantly, why can't he do the same with his son? Right after that, Connor once more contradicts himself, first saying that he's there to win and that he couldn't care less about Riya anymore, he's a brand new man and all, but minutes later, as he's casting his vote, he goes, "Oh, hopefully this night she'll regret everything." And he doesn't say it with anger or spite, he says it sweetly because he clearly still wants her and wants her to change. And I just can't with this back and forth. They're just as bad as Tom and Jake. At the campfire ceremony, Aiden and Riya are on the chopping block, but because Ali just couldn't accept the fact that Aiden likes Jake more than her, Gamer Girl targets him and joins the villains, so with 4 votes against him, it's game over for Skunkhair. And with that, we lose the last member of Team Cyan. I almost can't believe Team Magenta somehow outlasted it. Wow. Okay, so I never cared for Aiden, you guys know that, but I admit that I do like him just a tiny little bit more now, compared to his Season 2 self at least. The thing is though that I hate the way he's been used this season, because all he did only revolved around the love triangle, which again was one of the weakest and most annoying stories of the season, and because of it, he just ended up outlasting so many other campers who just deserve to stay a little more just because they had more interesting stories to tell. So let's say that I would have liked him better had he left 5 episodes ago or so. Later that night, Gret walks back to the tree Ali was using to train earlier, and letting go of her insecurities, she decides to try and do a pull-up, struggling a bit at first, but ultimately succeeding, thereby gaining a whole lot of confidence simply by challenging herself. I personally would have preferred to see her try, fail, try again, and only then succeed, but that aside, this scene was so very powerful and in some way pretty unique for the show, with basically no dialogue at all, and in just a few seconds, they made Gret gain like 1000 likability points, made her character so much deeper and her journey way more satisfying. I swear, this scene alone takes the entire episode to a whole new level. Overall, the episode was Gret, and Gret too, she was pretty Gret herself. The challenge was pretty awesome and the elimination very well executed, so perhaps this wasn't the best episode ever, but it is one of my favorites. However, do go ahead and share your thoughts on it in the comments down below, and of course do the same with Skunkhair. And also, make sure to say a few words on Gret as well. I feel like she might win this season, so let's start talking about her now. With that being said though, I thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! It's rare, but sometimes my predictions are correct too. It looks like Emily is indeed planning to get the show cancelled. In fact, she plans on sabotaging the final challenge of the season to get Crystal and literally everyone else fired. For negligence, I suppose, which could potentially make the finale extremely interesting. By meddling with it, Emily would end up putting the contestants' lives in actual danger, raising the stakes of the episode by a whole lot, and I wouldn't mind that at all. Although, she said that if everything goes according to plan, then she'll get her life back, but What does that mean? How is the show getting cancelled gonna affect her employment status? I don't know. Nevertheless, Trevor goes up to Nina and asks her to tell him everything she knows about the finale, and the puppet, who somehow outranks him, not only knows all about it, but she also decides to help him out, mostly because she likes the drama. We need so much more of Nina. Can we actually give her something to do next season? She's like the ideal agent of chaos. She could easily spice up any kind of challenge. And especially now that Oliver is making sure that the challenges are as safe as they can be, someone like Nina is very much needed. On an unrelated note, it appears that in Season 4 we're gonna have a brand new cast, but also that one of those contestants is gonna be a 51-year-old woman who's into collecting vintage marionette puppets. So I can't help but wonder if she's gonna have a little arc with Nina. Or maybe she could have a fling with Marcus. I wouldn't mind that either. Because Riya's worried about Alec and Connor eventually smoothing things over, she decides to use her otherworldly acting skills to flirt with Alec and even leans in for a kiss, pretending to suddenly and out of nowhere be super into him. But because Alec is not, an idiot, he instantly realizes her true intentions and pushes her away. The poor guy has his hands so full with Riya and Connor that he basically forgot he's in a competition lately. He's so sentimental and basically stopped strategizing at once, which is super weird for his character. He doesn't really have any other friends aside from Fiore, so this kinda humanizes him, but again, this feels so weird for him. In the meantime, we also get an in-world explanation as to why Riya-lly changes so much between seasons. The girl explains that apparently she's had to hold herself back and keep her mouth shut for the past few years, again because of her online reputation. So this means that she already had it in her to be this annoying and awful. She was just very good at hiding it. It's not like this is the first time she mentions acting a certain way just to please her followers, but this is the first time she actually admits evil Riya-lly is the real Riya-lly, whereas her kind and nerdy self was just a facade. This little explanation does make her personality shift way more believable and logical especially, yet just like with Riya, they told this to us a little too late. I would have preferred to learn about this at least 5 episodes ago, and they also could and should have hinted at this being her true nature at least a few times pre-merge as well. For instance, they could have had her blow up for a moment, realize she's not really acting in the most likable way, and immediately force herself to calm down and go back to her fake, kind self. Instead, since the season began, she simply gradually became more and more unhinged and unlikable, and they always made it seem like she acted like this exclusively because she was stressed about her online reputation, and not because deep down she's indeed this aggressive and frustrated. It's challenge time, and the campers are put to the test both physically and mentally, rock climbing first and solving a puzzle later. The winner both gets immunity and a case of beer. So yes, Jake, rewards are getting cheaper and cheaper. Gret explains that she recently realized that she does indeed enjoy working out, but that before this day she only did it for the wrong reasons. She just did it for her looks and not because it actually made her feel great. Her newfound confidence, though, did catch Riya-lly's eye, a close eye that she intends to keep on Gret for the rest of the game. Apparently, Riya and Alec were way too busy with Connor to even notice, but Riya-lly, for the first time in forever, was actually paying attention. I was actually pretty glad to see her have her head into the game. Seeing her bicker with her little brother all the time is a bit of a waste of her potential. In the most anticlimactic game ever, Gret wins immunity and also the case of beer, which she decides to give Connor to buy him off. I don't know why there was also ice cream there. That wasn't part of the reward, was it? Beer and ice cream? Ugh. Now, honestly, it seemed a bit ridiculous to me how the campers were panicking and sweating profusely while solving this 12-piece puzzle. I understand that immunity and $3 million are on the line, so I get why the campers would feel so anxious. With all that tension, it's really hard to think straight, no matter how many pieces there are, yet I don't see why they couldn't have made the puzzle a little bit more complex than this. It is just 12 pieces, it doesn't look that hard to solve, at least for the audience, and you'd think someone as smart as Alec would figure this out in no time. I suppose if the puzzle had had like 50 pieces, then it would have been way harder to animate, so fair enough. But like, they could have gone with 25 though? Maybe 20? Either way, number of pieces aside, this puzzle portion wasn't that exciting to watch to begin with. Crystal's commentary was not enough to make things entertaining. I do like the concept, but the execution felt a little weak. They could have made it all more tense had they had Derek or Nina distract them with loud noises or something so that they would lose their focus, or perhaps they could have had them throw stuff at them with a slingshot, maybe fruit as a reference to episode 11 of season 2, but having them just stand there and solve their puzzles, it was pretty anticlimactic. Before the ceremony, Alec and Connor meet on the dock, again, and talk about women. Again, basically, Alex suggests Connor should not give up on trying to change Riya, which he wasn't planning on doing anytime soon anyway, whereas Connor promises he will help out Alec find another woman after the show is over. I actually love how he tells him that there's plenty of fish in the sea, he can totally find another woman, Cheryl, he can forget about her, she's in the past, he can move on, yet Connor himself is still laser focused on changing Riya and still wants to be with her. In Connor's defense, I realized that I've been a little bit too quick to say that he should just give up on her, because after all, this is just day 27 of Riya being an asshole. So even though it felt like forever to us, I guess the 21 episode format kinda skews our perception of time. Technically, not even a single month has passed in universe. So it does make sense for Connor to not give up on her yet. Had it been 8 months, like it has been for us in real life, then sure, she would have been a lost cause. Although, even though I understand Connor's view, it seems rather hard to redeem a character who just doesn't seem to regret a single thing she's done, and who loves her new evil lifestyle more than anything, especially when the finale is literally 3 episodes away, 2 if you don't count the motel episode. I'm not saying she would be impossible to redeem, but it just feels a little late from the viewer's perspective, just because she's been awful for at least 80% of the season at this point, so any kind of redemption now would just feel so extremely sudden. Not unreasonable or impossible, but it probably would have been better had they dedicated just a few more episodes to it. Although the way Riya felt super dumb after jumping in the water to retrieve Connor's perfume, that was a good start at least. It's the first time in a while she showed actual human feelings and emotions, so I didn't mind that scene at all. At the elimination ceremony, Gret has Connor and Jake pay back that totem favor by asking them to vote for Alec tonight and having them use the totem to protect Jake. Everything goes according to Gret's plan, so the 4 Jake votes are nullified, meaning the votes Connor and Jake cast are more than enough to eliminate Alec. I so expected the guy to at least make it to the final 3, so this was such a huge shock to me. I'm pretty glad Alec was his own character this season, unlike his season 1 self, who was basically just an extension of Fiore, although I feel like he didn't really give his all this season. He did form the Villains Alliance and even won individual immunity twice, but strategically speaking, I expected more from him, especially after he said that he went back and rewatched season 1 to learn from his mistakes. He ended up relying on the Alliance way too much, and after the merge, he kinda even stopped trying to even keep it together. But what's worse is that, once again, he put all his eggs in one basket without even having a plan B. The same thing he did with Fiore. He had his cool alliance, but he didn't think of having other allies outside of it. He kinda tried with Connor, but he only seemed to care about his friendship and not about his allegiance to him. And that just felt a little odd for his character. At the very least, I'm pretty glad he got to stay up to this episode because he's one of those characters you rarely get tired of. Now that Alec's gone, Gret got to the final 5 alone with the 2 temperamental duos as she calls them, and that was such a brilliant move. Not to mention, Alec wouldn't have been the easiest adversary to face in the finale either. I just love how Gret has been playing both sides to make sure she will come out on top no matter what. Although it seems like Ali is catching on to her plan. I really doubt the heroes and the villains will work together to get out Gret, especially as long as Connor and Riya will keep fighting, but this still scares me a bit anyway. She just needs to win. I don't accept any other winner that isn't Gret. It also seems Jake doesn't quite trust Gret either, and he's sure that she will eventually screw him and Connor over. But like, congrats Sherlock, she's not your friend, she never said she was. If she's working with you right now, it's obviously because it will benefit her, not because she cares about you or anything. Why else would Gret even help him and Connor? Because she has their best interest at heart? Because he likes them? How is he so naive? But anyway, with that being said, I thank you all so much for watching. As always, let me know your thoughts on both the episode and on Alec, and also let me know your predictions for the final 3 as well. And that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! No, no, no! Gret was supposed to win this game! I already had everything planned for my final analysis of the season. The video was supposed to be called Disventure Camp All-Stars Retrospective, and it was supposed to be filled to the brim with Gret puns. How the hell am I supposed to make 20 Jake or Riya puns now? If you have some ideas, let me know in the comments, but still. As we discussed, neither one of the final 7 truly deserved the win, but out of all of them, Gret at least was the best option. She was the only rootable character left. And even though she didn't do much pre-merge, at least a Gret win would have felt more satisfying than most others. Yet here we are with Gret gone right after I said that there was no way Ally and Jake would work together to get her out. Why is it that my predictions are always incorrect, elimination-wise especially? Should I start using reverse psychology? Should I say, oh yay, you go Ally, you're totally winning this season. You're an amazing character, a lovable goofball, a brilliant strategist, Ally for the win, let's go! There, let's see what happens now. Let's see if she's gonna win this. I swear, if she's gonna win the season... Just stick around till the end of the video. Today we'll review the challenge, of course, Riya's change of heart, and Connor's accident, and we'll also speculate on the possible winner of the season. Or rather, I'll speculate, and you guys will tell me how incorrect I am in the comments down below. How does that sound? Good? Great. Let's get started then. I hate to say this given Gret's elimination, but this episode, it was excellent, and I so did not expect this. At this stage in the game, making things interesting for the final 5 or the final 4, it's extremely tough. You need to plan ahead a whole lot to make the most of the few characters you have left, and damn it, plan ahead they did. Aside from Trevor getting caught while planning Crystal's downfall, and Connor helping Jake train after last episode's fiasco, we see Riya troubled, taking serious stock of her life. With Alec gone and Connor so disappointed in her, something seems to have snapped, and Riya is now having second thoughts about her evil persona. Finally! How is it that we've had to wait 16 episodes for this to happen? Seeing her just sit there, contemplating the situation while staring at the cameras, and even showing vulnerability in the confessional later on, it's something that should have happened ages ago in my opinion. It was so very necessary to flesh out her character and highlight this humane side of her. Unfortunately, that's my main issue with her character. Because of her situation, Riya has to play a role and act a certain way whenever she's on camera, but because Disventure Camp itself is a reality show, what the audience is shown, meaning what we are shown, is exactly what has been filmed and carefully edited. So all the possible scenes of Riya behaving like a decent person are purposefully removed so that the girl looks like a villain. It's confusing, I know, but Disventure Camp is a show that both exists in real life and a show that exists in the fictional Disventure Camp universe. So in universe, it makes sense that we don't see Riya regret a single thing she's done because the editors probably removed all those scenes. That's an extra element of realism that I wouldn't mind. However, in an attempt to pursue this realism, they often end up compromising the enjoyment of the show from a storytelling perspective. They have to show us some extra scenes that the cameras are not recording and the microphones are not picking up. After all, they've done it with Trevor's phone calls with Emily, so why can't they show us Riya being a good person? Her contradicting herself is often caused by her evil persona and her kinder self clashing, which makes complete sense and does make her character much more complex. Yet, if they don't hint at why she's contradicting herself, then she's just perceived as inconsistent and incoherent. To put it simply, if she says one thing and does the complete opposite a minute later, then for it to make sense, she should at least appear hesitant before acting at least, you know? She should have second thoughts, show remorse, or that she's conflicted. And again, they only need to hint at this, actions speak louder than words, so she doesn't need to talk into a camera and express her ambivalence, she can just appear conflicted in a subtle but effective way, and that's that. Ideally, I would have loved to see it getting harder and harder for her to stay in character and keep being TV's favorite villain. Instead, since we can only imagine what happens off screen, Well, Riya just doesn't seem that great of a person. She might actually be the great, wonderful, amazing person that Connor says she is, but if we don't see it, then how are we supposed to believe him? Maybe he's just delusional, you know? She's now finally showing remorse when talking about both Allie and her sister, but I would have liked to see her do that between episodes 4 and 16 as well. Not in every episode, of course, but every once in a while, just to remind the audience that, okay, yeah, she's still somewhat redeemable. The campers receive some letters from home this season as well. I love that this is becoming a thing. And we find out that Riya scared her little sister might actually follow her same path. Then Gret reminds us just how awful her parents are by writing a long-ass letter about how amazing her brother and Yul, of all people, are. Ali tells us about how her parents don't approve of anything she does or anyone she dates. Seems legit. And Jake just reiterates how he's had to distance himself from his parents after he came out on the show. It's just so wholesome that Miriam is now his new family. Actually, a few weeks ago, Jared announced that between September and October, they will release 2 mini spin-off series, one of which is about Tom and Jake. And they even said that the series is gonna feature Gabby, hell yeah, Ellie, which is very interesting, and of course, Miriam, with cameos of Ashley, Lake, and Aiden. Okay, so I'm super hyped for that, actually. I've always wished we could see the campers' lives outside of the game, especially when it comes to Miriam and Jake. I so love this duo. This is just what I needed to see. I don't love that the focus will be on Tom and Jake, as if those two hadn't gotten enough screen time yet. This is gonna be refreshing. I just can't wait. I might review those miniseries too. I'm not sure because I want to make so many Phineas and Ferb videos as soon as All-Stars ends, but if I have enough time then yeah, absolutely. Today's challenge consists of a horse race through a series of obstacles, and the first person to cross the finish line, of course, wins immunity. And the trailer really didn't do it justice. This challenge was way more entertaining than the trailer made it seem. Gret, of course, was extremely wholesome as she befriended a horse and literally became a horse whisperer, teaching Autumn how to be a good mother. And even though it's extremely lame that she got eliminated the one time she lost the challenge on purpose, she didn't want to be considered a threat, yet she ended up getting the boot because she already was, but at least she showed us her best self today. I just loved her. During the challenge, Riya is sent flying on top of a tree and Connor, in a romantic fashion, goes to her rescue. Apparently though, that wasn't enough for Riya to change her ways, and thank God she didn't. After everything she's done, something huge needs to happen to make her have a satisfying change of heart. So she causes Connor to fall off the horse so she can win immunity. And this scene with Connor's accident, even though it's not much of an accident, it was the best. It's because of these scenes that Disventure Camp is so unique. This one felt just as powerful as Miriam's breakdown in episode 5 of season 1. I absolutely loved how they handled the accident, but I didn't love how Riya kept pretending not to care. I just thought this was rock bottom for Riya, the one event that just shook her and changed her whole perspective. This would have been an excellent moment for Riya to change her ways. While on the one hand, I'm sure that the writers didn't pull the trigger with Riya's redemption yet, because they still have one more surprise in store for us, part of me can't help but, fear that they're wasting this opportunity to give her a redemption. I think that making this horseback accident one more instance of Riya being an asshole instead of just the actual climax of her journey, I don't know, it's pretty risky. I'm not sure that they can top this. This moment would have been the perfect cathartic experience for her. Not to mention, they've already dragged this story for ages, so we don't really need to wait some more. If it was up to me, I would have had Riya feel terrible for her actions and spend the entirety of episode 18 just begging Connor to forgive her and helping him out during the challenge. I would have had her help Connor get to the final 3 by losing the challenge on purpose, just to prove how much she loves them and how repentant she is. For the finale, I could have seen Connor get 2 helpers instead of just 1, just to level the playing field. This way he would get both Alec and Riya by his side. I wouldn't have had him win, but he still would have been able to put up a fight. But nonetheless, let's hope that episode 18 will surprise us and that Riya will truly finally see the light once and for all. Let's hope they didn't waste this opportunity. Ali's suspicions about Gret have now turned into an actual certainty, so she gets the boys to vote with her, and in a 3-2 vote, yes, our girl leaves us for good. According to most people, apparently this is the last straw and the season is ruined, but don't be overly dramatic. She would have been an ideal winner, yes, I totally agree there, but the 4 campers left still have a lot of potential to make the finale interesting. Maybe you don't root for anyone in particular, but let's stick around for the story. Now, I totally understand why Ali would work with Jake today. This is a smart strategic move, but why only now? You've never ever hated Jake as much as you do right now, especially after episodes 15 and 16, so how the hell is it that you're willing to put your petty rivalry aside today? Like, what? Couldn't you do it when Ashley was still in the game? Is getting him out not a priority to you anymore? I just thought your hate for him burned with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns. I was about to change the Jake hate chart for you. You're such a letdown, Ali. As for Gretz, her farewell was surprisingly well executed. She left on a high note and took the elimination as a sign of her being a huge threat and a great mastermind. And you know what? You freaking are, Gretz. You would have destroyed them in the finale. She was so very likable this season, and even though her kinder side seemed to come out a little too suddenly, it didn't really feel out of character. And that was really tricky to do because season 1 Gret didn't really have that many redeeming qualities, yet her growth and her emotional maturity, they felt very natural. Hats off to the writers. These last few episodes, she's been extremely enjoyable to watch. You just couldn't help but root for her, and that's why most people are super disappointed with her elimination. She even shined in the Patreon's portion today. She will be missed. Although it's a little weird how she seems to have forgiven Riya for siding with Yul in episode 13. For some reason, I'm not sure where that came from because she did say she didn't like or trust her, so now she's wishing her good luck? Okay. With Gret gone though, Jake is the last season 1 contestant in the game. And how did this even happen? He outlasted Tom, Alec, Gret, Gabby, Fiore, Ellie. How? I still can't believe it, but I will say that from episode 11 onwards, he was consistently a likable character. He's relapsed a time or two, but he was ultimately a great and rootable character. Starting from episode 11 though, because let's not forget he was terrible up until episode 10. This new Jake is actually fantastic, even his friendship with Connor is awesome. It's the old Jake that's very problematic. What am I getting at? Well, out of these 4 characters, even though I would have preferred to see Gabby, Gret, Alec, or even Tom win, I suppose that Jake is the one I'm rooting for. Never thought I'd say that. Here's my reasoning. Ali, she just can't win. Her victory would feel like the hugest letdown in history, because she would basically be rewarded for being the worst version of herself, so no, I don't see it. Connor, he's extremely likable, but he's also filthy rich, so those $3 million would be pretty wasted on him. Unless, I guess, he eventually decides to share the prize money with everyone else, except Yul that is, then Riya is predictably gonna end up with Connor, who, again, is filthy rich, so she wouldn't really need the money either, plus letting her win after behaving so despicably just wouldn't seem fair, so this leaves Jake, who's had a decent redemption, and he's okay now, yet he's quite literally Miriam's grandson at this point. So he doesn't desperately need the money either, given how the old lady is already the most adorable millionaire on the planet. So this means that the one who needs the money is Ali, but the one who would have a somewhat satisfying victory is Jake, given his character journey. I would say Connor, but he was eliminated and then returned into the game, so it wouldn't feel as satisfying, I guess. The only issue with this is that people hate Jake. Remember the chart? Although I wouldn't mind a Jake win, most people would hate it more than anything. So I just don't know what to think at this point, so let me know your thoughts. I am Team Jake, but just because he wins by default compared to the rest. So let me know your thoughts on this. Also, go ahead and let me know your thoughts on the episode and on our Gret Pal Grets, as always. And with that being said, I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! I can be the only one with extremely mixed feelings about these past few episodes, because the story is entertaining, the challenges are both original and fun to watch, tension is in the air, and we're not wasting any time stalling with repetitive conversations anymore, yet the one thing everyone keeps complaining about, me included, is the campers left in the game. I'm not talking about their chemistry, because sure, seeing the Jake and Ally conflict remain so stagnant is a little boring after a while, but these final 4, they actually work very well together, and had they been on a team of 4 together pre-merge, they actually would have been so entertaining to watch, honestly. Imagine if these were the teams and these were the guys making it to the merge. It would have been so cool. The issue with these guys is that they just don't feel like finalist material. They're probably the most controversial characters of the entire season, and neither one of them actually had a truly satisfying character journey. Riya just didn't go through much change all season long. Ally and Jake, they just kept letting their petty grudges get the better of them every single time, and if they learned a lesson, they soon went back to their old habits, not to mention Connor, whose game moves only revolved around Riya instead of being aimed at winning the game itself. But let's leave Connor out of this for a second. The thing is, the season spent a whole lot of time showing us the very worst side of Riya, Jake, and Ally, which would have been fine to a lesser degree, because all these negative character traits, they're great for a character to have, and even a finalist can totally have them. Yet, the show reminded us of their negative traits almost excessively, to the point of not giving them enough time to even show off their strengths and, their positive traits. In Odd Nation's defense though, I will say that we're being way too harsh on the show lately. We get so caught up in the action, focus on our favorite characters, and on certain aspects of the show that we often just end up missing so much else. That's why I intend to rewatch that whole season right after the finale, just to get things into perspective. And I suggest you do the same, because just recently, for instance, did I notice how much better Jake's social game has become, how Riya actually started strategizing ever since the beginning of the season, and how Ally has had her head into the game for the longest time. But because I was so focused on Gabby, Gret, Tom, Fiore, I kinda didn't even notice. So yeah, we all would have preferred a different combination of finalists. Let me know your ideal final 3 in the comments. And even I would have loved the Gret, Alec, and Tom finale, but I still find myself enjoying these episodes. Quite a lot, actually. And that's because I'm not here to criticize, I'm here to enjoy the experience. And if things don't go the way we're hoping, instead of criticizing, we should try critiquing them instead, without negative judgment. Let's just be constructive. Okay, kids? Did you learn your lesson? Did you eat all your veggies? Good. Now you have a few minutes of recess, then we can go on with our review. Dibs on the slide, I wanna go first. If you wanted to go, you should have called dibs. This is probably my all-time favorite version of Ally. Nerdy, but not in a making video game references on repeat way, but rather showing her creativity, spending time doing what she actually enjoys, and challenging herself and others with enthusiasm. Not to mention her heart-to-heart with Connor. It was so lovely to see them bond and see Connor teach her an important life lesson. We all worry about other people's opinions, and because whether we like it or not, those opinions do have an impact on us and the way we see ourselves, we should learn to distinguish between the opinions that actually matter and those that really don't. And even though we might think those who have our best interests at heart are biased and can have an objective opinion of us, those guys are actually the ones we should listen to. How can a stranger's opinion matter if they don't know you at all? They would simply make assumptions based on absolutely nothing, so how would their words have any meaning? Honestly, this message could and should have been delivered in a more meaningful way, because to me at least, it felt like this was the answer to Ally's prayers, a realization that would finally free her from her frustration and unhealthy mindset, and it also could have been an important message to share with the younger audience watching, yet it was treated like any other regular conversation. It felt like this whole explanation came out of nowhere, didn't last long enough, and just didn't get the attention that it deserved. Had it been brought up in a more touching way or in a more introspective context, then maybe it would have hit harder. I mean, Ally even mentioned her late grandpa, so this could have been an extremely significant moment of spotlight and growth for her. Today, Riya was on her A game as well, first destroying Ally's game and pinning the blame on Jake, then doing everything in her power to win the challenge, and finally crushing Connor's spirit. It's all horrible stuff, but at least it proves that she has her head in the game and her motivation is through the roof. Again, looking back, it's not like Riya sat on her fat ass this whole time. She actually redirected Yule's attention onto Connor in episode 4. She did great in the triathlon, the space, the sandbag, and the rubber ball challenge, and after the merge too, she was either strategizing, taking Ali on her side, sabotaging others, or fighting for immunity. And weirdly enough, I kinda forgot about all this. Maybe I was just so focused on other characters to even notice, so maybe Riya is not really the worst choice for finalists. Again, that is. Ali and Jake, though, they're still up for debate. Crystal has a hard time balancing her work and her personal life, so she decides to just let Derek be the host for the next season, which I'm not sure she has the power to do that. I don't think it's the host's call to pick the next host. That's not usually how it works, but still, I wouldn't mind seeing Derek host again. He just does a better job at entertaining the audience, and hopefully next season he can come up with more dangerous challenges. Apparently, Crystal plans on leaving the show to have some peace of mind and spend quality time with the people she cares about most, aka Oliver and Marcus. And how she and Marcus became close in the first place is something I'd love to find out. Hopefully, the Staff Stories miniseries will clarify that, because I need to know how they met and why they became friends. Super close friends, even. Before the end of the season though, she also tasks Derek with firing Trevor, something he can't quite bring himself to do, as, skipping to the final scene of the episode, he revealed how guilty he felt for all the chaos he caused in season 1, and also for sending Trevor to jail with him. Seeing his friend open up to him for the first time in ages, Trevor just seizes the opportunity and finally kisses him. Great job, Trevor. I didn't think you had it in you. Maybe it was the apple juice that gave him the strength to do that, but I'm so glad he did. I don't really have much to say about the kiss because it felt like the right moment for it, and they just cut to the chase and didn't waste any more time, so yeah, well done. At this point though, I'm actually curious to know if Trevor is actually gonna get fired or not. As for the challenge, this one too was just excellent. I love that they reused the maze from season 1, and they even had the campers look for items and clothes belonging to other campers. I do love it when the eliminated contestants are brought back or mentioned again, and the addition of the shock colors too, it was an interesting element to add some more strategy to the challenge. That was actually super cool, 10 out of 10. Another way Ali surprised me, in a positive way for the first time, is how she put her intellect to good use and used Ashley's copper bell to avoid getting electrocuted. What can I say? I love this. She's a gamer, she can strategize, right? That's lateral thinking for you, so I'm almost starting to like her, but not like her. Let's say that she's an okay character. Moving on to Drake, I didn't mind that he used his remote to immobilize Ali. She did the same a few minutes before, so that's fine. He really didn't do anything wrong. Connor was just being overly dramatic there. What did you do, Jake? What have you done? Connor acted like Riya was enemy number 1 and Ali couldn't have been a threat. Like, everyone is an enemy. At this point in the game, there's no real distinction between a hero and a villain. It's just, if he thinks Ali's a stronger player compared to Riya, then he's not gonna let her win. After all, getting out Ali means as much to Jake as eliminating Riya means to Connor, so why shouldn't he do that? Even like, objectively speaking, it's not like Riya is that better at challenges compared to Ali. They're pretty much the same, so I don't mind that. What I do mind though is when Jake went back to his old, impulsive, bratty self and complained about Connor slowing him down. We got to a point where I barely have any preferences between the remaining campers, so much so that one single blunder on a camper's part is more than enough for them to go down in my personal ranking. Today Ali received some points, whereas Twinkie Winkie lost some, but it's not like they had that many points to begin with. It's just their being inconsistent, their mood swings that make them so weird and hard to root for. At the very least, Riya is more consistent than them. I gotta give it to her. At the campfire ceremony, and this is the last ceremony of the season, I'm getting emotional. Guys, 18 reviews. I'm so consistent. Connor decides to quit, but you know, it was the right call. After all, Yule's Alliance already had the numbers to get him out with Ali, Hunter, and Tess, and oh no, that's the first time he quit, sorry. This time he quits because he had no hopes of beating Riya, so he thought Ali and Jake had better chances at defeating her in the finale. And this is just a thought, but had Connor decided to quit last episode instead of today, then Gret would have stayed in the game and she would have been a much more fearsome and skilled adversary for Riya to face. She surely would have been a threat and a Gret instead of those two 8-year-olds who are probably gonna fight the entire time. Just saying, Connor, you could have given this a little more thought, but you know, never mind. I'm really not sure how I feel about Connor quitting twice, because I do appreciate the parallel with Connor even saying the exact same words he said in episode 3 of season 2, but it feels so lame to have someone quit at the final 4. Overall, I'm glad he did, just because it was clear he was not gonna win, with his being rich, a returnee, and only caring about eliminating Riya, but still, it's the final 4. This feels like an insult to everyone who got eliminated in the last few episodes. Especially because it's not like things between him and Riya really changed ever since he returned, so what was the point of him staying until the final 4? Alec, Gret, or Gabby could have taken his place instead and could have competed for a while longer. They surely could have brought something new to the table. That's not to say his dynamics with Riya, Jake, or Ali weren't appreciated, they were, but maybe one more episode of Gret wouldn't have hurt. But with that being said, let me know your thoughts on Connor, again, on his elimination, on the episode, and on the final 3. Hoping you guys are at least a little hyped. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao! Today's episode was a little underwhelming, I'm sorry to say it, but I expected so much more from the motel episode. That's not to say it's terrible, I expected it to be a breath of fresh air, and it was, but it certainly was not as entertaining as I had hoped. It was fun to see the eliminated contestants spend some more time together in a non-competitive environment. I always like seeing that. In fact, it was just adorable to see Gabby and Ellie together, and Ellie even warming up to Gret and trying to enjoy herself. That's actually something I wouldn't have minded seeing on the show itself, like when she was still in the game. Her just learning to be less serious and trying to have some more fun. I also love how positive Gret was when talking with her. I also really enjoyed Hunter and Tess together. I keep thinking those two should totally be a couple, or at least they're a much better match than Hunter and Ali. They just get along so well. Granted, Therapist Tess goes along with everybody, but Hunter too is always on his very best behavior whenever he's with Tess, whereas Ali kinda brings out the worst in him. He's not perfect, but he's always been a pretty good person in both seasons 2 and 3, except of course for when Ali was around as his girlfriend. So when they weren't a couple yet, they were both doing great, but once they got together, we only got to see the very worst version of Hunter. That is, up until he got to spend some time away from Ali, so it's clear those two are not a good match. This is pretty much it though when it comes to great interactions, because the others just didn't feel that genuine or interesting in general. Take Connor and Miriam, they were basically absent the entire time and they didn't do a single thing or even say one relevant sentence all episode long. I guess it's fine in Connor's case, given how he's been present for almost every single episode except for like 3, I think, so he doesn't really need any more screen time. But Miriam, come on, she barely even talked about Jake. Miriam! It just felt like she didn't care as much about him as she did before. I expected her, and also would have loved to see her say how proud she is of Jake for making it to the finale, for making so many friends and doing so great in challenges. Instead, she didn't even mention him. She's his whole family. It was very cool to see Fiora and Alec together. They're always a great duo to watch. In fact, I love how they were playing together and how Alec covered her eyes after Yule's injury, yet they barely got any screen time. It seems like they only had these 2 obligatory interactions just to remind the audience that they're close and they're on good terms now, but nothing more really. And I know that the writers were working with 15 campers and also a few staff members as well, so it's not really easy for a 20-minute episode to take account of all these people, but it just feels like it all went by way too quickly and no interaction really felt that meaningful. At this point, I just think they should have pushed aside some other characters, just like they did with Miriam and Connor, just to give someone else some time to shine. Someone like Aiden, for instance, didn't need that much screen time. In fact, he, Ashley, and Lake didn't bring anything to the table, and although Tom did, to some degree, he didn't really bring anything new though. Don't get me wrong, this episode was great to give us an insight on how he feels about Jake and how he still loves him, but We've talked about this time and time again, we don't need to reiterate this. That whole scene of him being upset by the pool with Aiden there to comfort him, it totally could have been replaced with literally anyone else doing literally anything else, and actually it would have been a much better use of their time. They could have given Yul or Ellie's mini arcs, like super mini arcs, some more scenes to just develop and feel a little bit more significant ever so slightly, or they could have shown Fiora and Alec work together to find the totems for just a little while longer, but no. Tom and Jake and Aiden, oh god, again! And the worst part is that complaining about things being repetitive makes me repetitive, because every single time they reiterate something, I get so frustrated that I feel the need to bring up how unnecessary it is to even mention it, so you're making me look bad, Tom. The thing is, Hunter 2 basically did the same as Tom in this episode, but in his case, this is all fairly new to us. It's not like he got to talk that much about Riya-lly before, especially now that she's so caught up in the game, so his screen time is justified. Yours isn't. Aiden's even less. Although he didn't try to compete in this episode, which makes sense as he neither cares about any of the finalists nor needs the money, James was probably one of my favorites today. It was interesting to say the least how he went up to Yul trying to get him to be more human, and I do respect him for not openly insulting Jake despite holding a grudge against him. And even choosing to support him in the end to make Aiden happy, it's also, yeah, a pretty great thing. I swear, I'm liking All-Stars James 1,000 times more than Season 2 James. Now though, maybe this is controversial because he's an asshole, he's a monster, and he's the worst human being to ever walk this earth, but that accident at the grill, quote-unquote accident, it was a little too much, honestly. Someone did need to teach him a lesson, and giving Gret a chance to get her revenge on him, it's actually great, it's great, because the only thing she got to do was eliminating him, which of course is not enough payback after what he made her go through, but hurting him to the point of disfiguring him, it seems a little bit too much. Had she made him fall to the ground and hit his head, giving him a huge bump on his forehead or a scar or something, I wouldn't have minded it, but he fell face first on a freaking grill. That's not a fun thing at all. I do hope he's not gonna stay disfigured forever now, and even though it wouldn't be realistic at all, I do hope that his face is gonna go back to normal in the finale, because I can't even look at him, it looks so painful. No one deserves that. It was so curious to see him almost change his mind and take stock of his actions, even considering becoming a better person, because I've always considered him as the one absolutely irredeemable character in the entire cast, but now that they gave him this moment, I almost feel bad for him. I know that he's a terrible human being, but this sudden change of heart actually came from a good place. He didn't plan on apologizing to Gret just to regain some popularity or save his reputation or get something out of it. He actually felt bad for his actions and felt the need to apologize, the freaking need to apologize, yo! Instead of being mad at her for the grill thing, he wanted to apologize. Of course, the moment he found the totem, he decided to hang on to that last chance of earning some money, so yeah, that kinda makes it all less wholesome, yet this is an interesting cathartic moment that not even Riya had. I swear, if Yul gets a redemption and Riya doesn't, I'm quitting, that's it. It's challenge time, yet this didn't really feel like a challenge at all, mostly because 2 of the 3 totems Crystal tasked the campers with finding were found completely by accident. Again, what is it with these totems? But especially, for heaven's sake, in what sense of the word is the totem in the stairs hidden? English may not be my first language, but I think I got a pretty good grasp of what the word hide means. And that totem, I can assure you, it was not hidden. Not to mention, the people who found them, except for Fiora, they didn't even deserve it. Had they actually actively tried to find them, then I surely would have enjoyed the challenge way more than this. But this is so dumb. Although it's pretty cool how the totems were from seasons 1, 2, and 3 respectively. That's a very cool detail, I gotta give it to them, yes. But it's still frustrating. Because of that one single genuine sentiment that he felt, I'd say that Yul is probably the MVP of the episode. I know, shocking, I know. Along with Fiora, of course, who did just great during the challenge, and I'm so glad she's gonna be part of the finale. And also Nina. She was great today, I think. I know that this show is not supposed to be realistic. Nina herself is a sentient puppet with thoughts and willpower, but here they took this to a whole new level. I'm still undecided whether her using telekinesis is something I find hilarious and also intriguing, or if it's super weird and also way too much for a show like this. It doesn't make any sense for something like this to happen on Disventure Camp, but it is freaking interesting. One great aspect about this episode, though, is that it gave the final three some pretty interesting helpers. In fact, I kinda thought the helpers wouldn't bring that much to the table, with Hunter helping Ali, Tom or Ashley helping Jake, and possibly Gret or Ellie helping Riya in exchange for a cut of the money. Instead, these three helpers are probably gonna be so much better to add more tension and stakes to the final challenge. Although I so would have loved to see Ellie as one of the helpers, either competing against Jake or even with him. That would have been so much fun. I still don't understand though why Fiore would pick Ali instead of Riya, because even though the gamer, she was initially willing to work with you, she ultimately didn't. And even though Riya isn't trustworthy, that's true, you don't really need trust in a challenge like this, where the only way for Riya to win is for you two to cooperate. If she were to sabotage you, then she would also sabotage herself, so how does that make any sense? Choose Riya. At this point though, if the helpers too can win some money, then this really changes who I'm rooting for. Because if Jake, someone who doesn't quite need the money that much, wins, then James too, a millionaire, would also earn some more money, but that would be super lame. Then of course, if Riya wins, Yul would earn that $100,000, which would be a catastrophe because imagine giving Yul the money. So I guess I'm pretty much forced to root for Ali here because she does need the money, and also, and more importantly, because I totally wouldn't mind having Fiore win some money as well. I still like Jake a tiny little bit more than Ali, but I certainly like Fiore 100,000 times more than those two. Also, this is completely unrelated, but is it just me or does the motel look so much cheaper and crappier during the day? It looked way more decent at night, and in general, I expected it to be so much better than this. I imagined it would be so much cooler on the inside or even the back, but it really was as cheap as everyone said it was. I don't know why I'm surprised, honestly. With that being said though, let me know your thoughts on the episode, on the helpers, on the upcoming finale, on who you guys root for, and whether the presence of these specific helpers is actually changing who you guys are rooting for. That's actually the case for me. I never would have rooted for Ali, but if her victory also allows Fiore to win some money, then you go Ali, you're the best! But anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time with the finale part 1. Ciao! On Twinkie Winkie's side, we have Scarface, Skunk Hair, Mrs. Nicegrams, Mustachely, Uncle Broken Ankle, TikTok Flop, and Tiny Ocean, or Big Pond, depends on how you see it. Siding with Diarrhea are Zuko 2.0, The Human Hemorrhoid, Environmental Instability, and Redhead Redemptionless 2. Finally, supporting Gamer Girl, we have the Demon Child, the Dead of the Year, Pasty Face, and Therapistess, the world-class psychologist, philanthropist, and motivational speaker who's like better than all of us in everything. She's amazing, we suck. Who's gonna win this Disventure Camp? Find out in a few seconds after I'm done complaining about how dumb Jake and Ali are. Oh god, how could they even fall for Riya's tricks there? Again! Why do you still trust her? You're a moron, and you're an idiot. Jake's a moron and Ali's an idiot. I know that you two are not the smartest people on the planet, but come on, this woman has tricked literally everybody. How do you still trust her? I'm not saying that you shouldn't give her the benefit of the doubt, heck, I would too, you know? It's the finale, a stressful situation, we're all people, right? No matter how horrible some of us are, we can still try to connect. The moment the letter Jake received seems to have mysteriously changed entirely and is now completely different, then why would you still believe her? Jake could have easily told Ali, look, girl, this is not the letter that I received, okay? Don't you think it's a little convenient that Diarrhea would come to us with our backpacks, completely free to do whatever the hell she wants with them and with our letters, and then she says, yeah, why don't we read our letters? It would be fun. And then she gives me hers so that I would have to give you mine. Don't you think it's this woman who's trying to turn us against one another? And then Gamer Girl would have said, hell, Twinkie Winkie, you're freaking right. Let's push Diarrhea off a cliff. Let's turn Diarrhea into Die Now Riya. It would have been so simple. This is not good for my heart. I shouldn't get this overexcited. No one should. to honor the promise they made to Connor, Jake and Ali seem to be getting along now, so they decide to train and even work together in the finale. They kinda sound like real friends here. If only they hadn't had this constant back and forth the entire time, then seeing them get along now, it actually would have felt pretty deserved. Instead, this kinda came out of nowhere. It is pretty lovely how they started bonding over the loss of their beloved grandparents. It was extremely wholesome, I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad that they brought up this common pain that they both had to go through, so I think that there's nothing more wholesome than the bond between a grandparent and a grandchild, so this scene works on its own. It works pretty well, it's pretty sweet, but its main issue is that it absolutely makes zero sense after Ali and Jake's constant fighting and them hitting one another's guts. Had their relationship developed over time with some kind of positive trend, with them fighting but still seeing the good in one another, then this whole bonding moment would actually have felt truly powerful. Here instead it's nice, but nothing more. Right before the challenge, the eliminated contestants are all brought back, ready to root for their favorite finalists, and it seems that both the old scar and Connor's foot are all better now. These people heal crazy fast. It's been like 2 days since the grill accident, so either Yul sold his soul to the devil in exchange for his face turning back to normal, or perhaps he himself is the devil, so he already had the power to fix it all on his own. I'm not sure, although the second option seems a little more plausible. Either way, realistic or not, devil or not, I'm kinda glad he's not scarred for life. Perhaps a little bit of physical pain, you know, it kinda feels earned after a while, but, you know, a scar that never goes away. It's a little too much. The challenge begins with the campers all being blindfolded and left at the very bottom of a cave, yet not before Oliver could very nicely tie everyone's hair into a bun. He is so considerate. The campers have to find 10 gems with their tools and later make their way back to the surface, as easy as that. It was interesting to see Ali make a Minecraft reference explaining where diamonds can be found, and I do remember the good old days when the sweet spot for diamonds used to be around Y12, like, memories, although I wish we saw more of Riya finding these diamonds. I realized that it would have been everything but exciting to see the three of them collect every single diamond, you know, oh, I find a diamond, I collect it, I put it in the bag, then again, mine collect bag, I get it. But I think that it was so very necessary to show us how exactly Riya managed to catch up with the others. After all, she just had those kitty inflatable tools with her. It's perfectly fine if they want her to catch up to Ali and Jake, but if she does, then you gotta show us how she did it. And no, saying that she was lucky is not enough. I'll have to assume that, just like with the first one, Riya and Yul probably found some more gems just on the ground out in the open and not necessarily hidden underground or behind walls. The producers probably realized that the camper with a disadvantage would still somehow need to put up a fight and find some of those gems, so they must have left some on the ground so that, you know, they don't need to be mined out. So maybe that's what Riya did in order to catch up. But because they didn't show us, I can simply imagine this is how it all went down. A simple scene of her saying, oh, so there are diamonds out in the open as well, That, and a 5-second clip of her and Yul running around looking for exposed diamonds, that would have already sufficed. You don't need her to say in a confessional, oh, so I seem to gather that there may actually be diamonds out in the open on the ground as well, so what if I were to win the challenge by not mining anything, but simply walking around the cave looking for exposed diamonds? You don't need that, but at least hint at it, okay? It just felt so very random how she suddenly and magically found all of the gems. Emily then frees the scorpions, which I was pretty glad to see the season 1 scorpions again, and I was also glad that it was Jake who saved Fiora from the scorpion. Had Ali rescued her, then it could have been interpreted as her doing it for the money and not because she's a genuinely good person. With Jake instead, it works a little bit better, and it also helps him, you know, seem like a better person. The challenge overall was handled pretty well. Its main issue perhaps was that everyone was slowing down every 2 seconds for no valid reason. There was way too much stalling. For instance, why on earth would Riya just stop and help Yul get unstuck without getting his shirt ripped? Why would she care about that? Why didn't she just rip it instantly and run? Had her hair gotten untied and stuck under some rocks, then maybe I would have bought it, but this I really don't, honestly. And even a few minutes later, when Ali was waiting for Jake to make it to the top, it also felt like a huge waste of time. Had they been close friends for more than just, one afternoon, then I absolutely would have bought it. But her waiting for Jake after 19 episodes of
Payback's gonna feel so good.
You being a prick isn't any help.
The biggest dick on the field.
Deal with your bullshit.
You should have seen your face.
Insecure idiot.
Ow!
Allie!
Ow!
Let go!
No! You let go!
This moment just felt very random. Sure, they wanted to work together to honor Connor's wishes, but they failed to do so in the past so many times now. They failed to make Ashley proud, to save the Heroes Alliance, to stop Riya in episode 18. They just lost all credibility, telling me that they're doing this for Connor and his sake, and that his elimination brought them together. It's not enough. I can't believe it. I don't believe it. Not now. Had they slowly but steadily gone from being enemies to being friends over, I don't know, the last 8 episodes, then it could have worked. It would have made sense. It would have felt genuine. These moments of the two of them helping one another, they would have felt more genuine, and even their chat at the start of the episode more wholesome. But like this, after 19 episodes of hitting each other and then being fine with one another and then enemies again and then on decent terms and then enemies again, it's just a huge hodgepodge of stuff. Eventually, Trevor and Derek arrive and save everyone from the Scorpions, and although that moment was really much needed, it just had to be them getting involved and rescuing the campers, it didn't really feel too epic. It could have felt more epic in my opinion. It really would have helped to see them just wander around the cave to look for the contestants in just 1 or 2 little scenes before this one, just to establish that they're actually putting their lives on the line to rescue the campers and that they actually care. Without showing us, however, that they've been looking for them, it kinda seemed like they came out of nowhere and instantly knew what to do, where to go, and how to find them. Seconds later, the interns decide to leave Emily behind so she can get what's coming to her, and at first I was like, yay, Emily's gonna end up in prison, but then they left her there, so Emily's gonna end up in a coffin. Okay, why didn't they rescue her? Even though she's been terrible today, I doubt that leaving her there to die is a good thing to do. I doubt she's gonna die, of course, but I was hoping Trevor and Derek would just get there and rescue her, It would have been the nice thing to do. Honestly, Emily's descent into villainy was extremely sudden, we can all agree on that. She went from sabotaging the challenge so that Crystal loses her job to pushing Trevor off a cliff and letting the campers be eaten alive by giant scorpions in just a few seconds. It isn't quite something that happens overnight. She was never this aggressive before. A little feisty perhaps, a little bossy, but she went from 0 to 100 in under a second here. In fact, that's another reason why it just felt so incredibly wrong to leave her there to die. Again, she's not dying, but their intention is to leave her there with 2 enormous scorpions, Riya crosses the finish line first, and Ali comes in second, meaning Jake is the loser. But we have another twist. Gabby was not the only one done dirty by a twist. It still hurts to think about her elimination, honestly. Apparently, Ali's backpack had a hole in it, so the diamonds fell right out, meaning Jake now takes her spot in the final 2. Now, I went back and we watched the final scenes of the challenge, and apparently, yes, Ali's backpack broke when Riya threw that rock at her. I still don't know how that one rock both managed to make a hole in her backpack and hit her in the face at the same time. Had she thrown more rocks at her, then it would have made sense, but the issue here is not the amount of rocks. The issue is that they didn't show us the gems falling out of the bag. This felt just as random as when Gabby and Gret swapped phones in episode 14. Here too, we really could have used some sort of indicator to tell us that the gems are not there anymore. One of the gems, you don't need her to lose all 10 gems. Right after Riya hit her on the head with that rock, they could have shown this one little diamond falling out of her backpack, not even too noticeable, at the very bottom of the screen for just a few pixels. That would have been enough, something that only a very keen viewer would notice the first time around. But even without drawing anything, they simply could have added just one noticeable sound effect of the bag getting ripped. That would have been enough. With this, Jake and Riya are the two finalists, and Gamer Girl gets the bronze medal. And I'll be honest, I didn't really like her that much this season. And it's a shame because she really did have the potential to turn into an incredibly interesting character because of her social media presence, of the hate comments, of how much she cares about other people's opinions, and even how her parents are so against her streaming career and just want her to get a regular sad job. All this, including what she said today about how she's had enough of people telling her her problems are not big enough, it's all stuff that could have taken her character to a whole new level if only was explored more in detail. She could have faced all of these issues and slowly become a better person in doing so, and her character would have been 100,000 times more interesting and especially more relatable. She could have brought so much to the table instead of constantly fighting with Jake. I'm still glad all these matters were brought up. At the very least, it's better this than not mentioning them at all, that's for sure, but I really would have wanted them to explore them more in detail. As for today's episode, it was both a shame that she didn't make the most of Furious tricks to complete the challenge sooner. After all, cheating on this show at this point, it's not only allowed, it's encouraged, so they could have easily given that a try. But at the same time, I'm also pretty glad that she didn't resort to cheating. She may not be my favorite character, but at least she has moral integrity. Overall, the interactions with the helpers led to some of my favorite moments, especially Yul and Riya, but also Fiora and Ali, they were a pretty great duo, whereas Jake and James together, they didn't really do much. I guess having them team up was mostly just a way for James to change his mind about Jake, yet that's pretty much it. And it's not like I really needed James to like Jake, I would have been fine had he kept hating him, but okay. For the next episode, I do expect Ali to be Jake's helper, and I kinda wouldn't mind it if Ellie instead sided with Riya. It would be pretty fun. Also because no member of Team Cyan is having anything to do with this finale, they're not even helpers, they're just there sitting and chilling. It would be so interesting, although I doubt it, but it would still be interesting if they included all of the eliminated contestants in the final challenge, like half of them siding with one camper and the other half siding with the other one. It would be pretty awesome to see them get eliminated from the challenge one by one as they fight. That would be so cool. But anyway, that's pretty much it. These were my thoughts, so I'd like to hear yours. Let me know what you think of the challenge, of Ali's elimination, of her sudden friendship with Jake, and even just of Ali in general as a character. That's the one thing that I keep asking every review. It's not very original of me, but you know, at this point it's what I do. I wouldn't want to break the pattern. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys for the very last time next week. For the final review, that is, because I also have a retrospective planned. So, you know, we're not done yet. You're not gonna get rid of me that easily. See you next time. Ciao! I am at a loss for words. Right after watching this finale, my brain literally refused to even process this episode. I actually had to think for a while after watching this episode. I had to sit on it for almost a whole day just to process what just happened. I have very mixed feelings right now. I'm confused, tired, a little bit disappointed, but also in some weird, twisted way, also satisfied. And not only because Ellie ended up siding with Riya in the challenge, just like I had hoped, but also because, considering the season's many ups and downs, this ending seems to work just fine. I'll spend a few words on the challenge, and then I have so much to say about Riya. A little less about Jake though, which is weird because we never talk about him, right? But Riya's victory, it probably deserves a whole video of its own. But let's get started. Just like the rest of us, Ashley too finds Jake's and Tom's relationship issues excruciating to watch, so she volunteers to help those two finally confess their feelings for each other and just put an end to all this, at last. I guess it is very fitting in a way that it's Ashley helping them take that one final step to end up together. After all, she's the only one who cared enough to help Jake through his sentimental issues, yet the only thing she did here was suggesting Tom should take her place as Jake's helper, and that's that. I admit, I was really hoping for something more than this. Tom being so torn and anxious before talking to Jake was probably supposed to feel extremely wholesome in a way to the audience, but it just didn't. Same for Ali, Hunter, and Tess all hanging out and playing Switch games together. Instead of warming our hearts and us going like, oh, that's their thing, they're doing their thing, it was more like, okay, this again? They can't solve all their issues playing Nintendo games together. Although Mario Party is indeed an awesome game, but come on. Although I do admit I do love this more badass side of Tess.
What's she gonna do? Boot us?
I do believe a more careless and rebellious attitude would have fitted her character extremely well. It was cool to see Ali realize that she is sometimes insufferable, at least she too is acknowledging her problems, yet I don't love how her relationship with Hunter, which seemed to be on the verge of collapsing just a few episodes ago, it ended up being fixed in a couple of seconds after one chat. Ali surely grew a lot during these past few episodes, but I would have preferred to see both her and Hunter grow together. For the final challenge, Jake is stuck with Ali and Tom, two helpers he didn't even pick. It kinda sucks that he's not calling the shots, not even in the finale, whereas Ellie and Alec will be siding with Riya instead. The campers must simply survive in the Coliseum's arena for about half an hour, and the finalists also need to avoid getting shots if they don't want their opponent to win a reward. I do like the challenge and how it went down. Perhaps the first 10 minutes went by way too quickly, but the rest, yeah, it worked really well. Seeing Fiore jump down from the bleachers and run to check on Alec after he got injured, it was so beautiful to see, and not really because it was a nice moment of the two of them being a nice duo, but because that's also something that she would never have done back in season 1. This really goes to show how much she has grown as well. It even supports what Connor said about everyone changing except for Riya. And only now do I understand why Yul got that little introspective moment in episode 19. That was probably meant to show that even the biggest asshole of all managed to take stock of his life, and does indeed have the potential to improve, yet Riya is the only one who just couldn't do it. Gabby then joins in to protect Ellie and even replace Alec. I also assume she did it to earn some more money so she can just give it to Ellie. And at this point, you might think that Riya here is a great strategist and schemer, but in reality, most of her gameplay simply involves throwing rocks at people. Really? If you notice, that seems to be the main focus of her strategy. Or should I say, the main cornerstone of her strategy. Cornerstone. Stone? Rocks? Stone? In doing so though, she ends up hurting Gabby as well, and after hurting our queen Gabby, I can't help but quote the very powerful words that a wise woman once said in episode 11. Riya, you bitch! How could you? She's an angel, and she's also the only one except for Connor who initially cared for you around here. For some reason, I don't even remember why she liked you, and this is how you repay her? Gabby? No, you crossed the line. Still, what maddens me, and somehow no one is talking about this, possibly, because everyone is so shocked by the ending that everything else kinda fades into the background, it's that although Gabby and Ellie did help Riya during the first portion of the challenge, they did not receive any money whatsoever. Why is it? Because they gave up. Okay, it would make sense, yet the second portion of the challenge, if you remember, did not require any helpers at all. So at the end of the day, those two only gave up after the whole challenge was over, and after they'd done what they were supposed to do, so they were robbed of $100,000 each for no reason. From a writing standpoint, the ending wouldn't have felt this powerful had some of the good guys also earned some money. It simply hits a whole lot harder when it's just Riya who goes back home with the money, and I guess Yul too, since he's not a good guy either, so it still works, and obviously it would have worked against this whole narrative that they've been trying to build towards to give any of the good guys a cut of the money, especially after Ellie came to the realization that money is not everything. Yet, do you realize that in universe, those two got screwed over big time by the producers? Had they given up before the end of the timer, then it would have made sense, but the fact that they didn't get rewarded despite competing the entire time, it's bullshit. Maybe they had in mind something for the helpers to do during the final challenge, but, because Riya didn't have any helpers, they didn't do it. But if they don't tell us that's the case, then how would I know? In the final portion of the challenge, Jake and Riya will face one another in a 1v1 duel, where the first match was extremely anticlimactic and it ended in like a second, and the rest instead was all fairly entertaining. But I guess the animation was still not ideal. We've discussed this before in my episode 13 review, I think. I know that we can't ask them to animate that many crazy fights and all, but this is the very final challenge. I was hoping for it to be a little more dynamic than this. Even just for the very final portion of the very last challenge, that just felt like the right moment to give it their all. Also, when Riya hit him in the throat and pushed him off the platform, I really think Jake should have made some kind of noise there to make it all more realistic. Tom and Ellie's reactions were absolutely appropriate, yet because Jake didn't make any noise there, it just didn't seem like that big of a deal at first. Oh yeah, and Tom and Jake also kiss here. Okay, I kinda lost interest in this relationship a very long time ago, but I guess it was supposed to happen and this was a good moment for it, so thumbs up, although it just took them way too long. 21 episodes for this. Maybe they could have sped this up a little bit. Finally, in the final round, Riya scores the last point, winning the season and the $3 million. But that final showdown though, when she pushed Jake off the platform and everyone was petrified watching the whole thing unravel, it just didn't feel right. It felt a little incomplete in my opinion. It kinda gave the impression that there was still something else coming, as if there was still 1 or 2 more scenes before the end of the fight. Yet, it all ended there, a little too abruptly. They didn't really struggle much before she pushed him. It didn't feel like the epic final moment of the final round, or the final fight of the final episode on the final countdown. It could have been a little more epic in my opinion. With this though, Riya goes home with the money and with the realization that she is completely and utterly alone. Now, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty sure I spelled it out for you guys pretty clearly, didn't I? Did I, or did I not tell you that Riya was gonna get redeemed and that I was confident Jake would win the money? And did I or did I not tell you that my predictions must be incorrect at all times, otherwise the fabric of the universe would just dissolve? The universe is still intact, therefore Riya had to win. How did you guys not see it coming? It's crazy that you guys are surprised by Riya's victory, you had all the clues to figure this out yourselves. But still, no one listened. You fools. How many times do I have to be wrong before you people start listening? Let this be a cautionary tale. Listen and pay attention to these little clues and don't trust my predictions. Ever, ever. You're gonna end up either dead or in jail, so don't. Oh, just like Emily. Emily's in jail. In all this, she's gonna end up in jail. Cool. I hate this for her, but I guess it's fair. And talking about cautionary tales, I think this is the best way to define Riya's character journey. Riya could have gotten her redemption time and time again, she had plenty of opportunities, yet she decided not to take any one of those. She chose her path, and she has no one else to blame but herself. I actually really liked how Riya was given one very last chance to get redeemed and have a somewhat happy ending just a few seconds before winning the prize. Yet, the moment she won the money, her chances of being redeemed and forgiven were just gone. It's as if she crossed the line that she shouldn't have crossed. There was just no turning back. Of course, let's not pretend Riya had it all a few minutes before and then she threw it all away the moment she won, because realistically speaking, she had no friends nor allies, so the only thing she had was Connor, who perhaps would have even taken her back had she stepped down and decided to change her ways. But she didn't. It's pretty common in media to have an evil character get redeemed, become a better person, and stay that way, but it's not so common to have a good guy turn evil and stay evil until it's too late for them. So I really like this idea. And also, the concept of a character finding out a little too late that what they wanted was not necessarily what they needed all along, it's always been fascinating to me for some reason. I just love this kind of thing. All this, of course, could have been executed a little bit better, especially had Riya had some more introspective moments scattered throughout the season, but this too is also fine. And to all the people that keep saying Riya is the best written character on the show, I say she is indeed an interesting character, and the concept, let's say the whole gist of Riya, is very good and maybe even pretty original, yet the execution was not optimal. But this is not entirely a season 3 problem, you know, most of it just stems from season 2. About Jake, I'll just say that his being inconsistent and often relapsing, never having a definitive growth, it kinda ended up working in his favor, because had he indeed gone through some major and inspiring catharsis, or had another character such as Gretz gone through a remarkable character journey only to later lose in the finale against Riya, well, we can all agree that that would have been a huge insult to the audience. Instead, the fact that Jake was never perfect in any way, shape or form, it made the finale work a whole lot better and made Riya's victory way easier to accept. His character is still all over the place, but now I can accept it, I guess. Of course, though, a Jake win would have been amazing for everyone else in the cast, as first of all, he would have used part of the money to save Ashley's farm, he could have given some money to Miriam just to pay her back after she was so generous with him, he could have given Ali a cut of the money too, just to bury the hatchet, of course, he definitely would have shared it with Tom, and he might have helped Ellie too, I guess, just to show the audience that he can indeed be the bigger person and help others in need, especially because Tom is friends with Gabby, and I think he might want to help her out. As for the episode, I did really like it. It's very solid. Not one of my favorites, of course, and it's still nowhere near the season 1 finale, yet compared to the season 2 finale, it does tell a more interesting story. I don't really love the season 2 finale, really. I also don't really mind this ending. Does it screw over the audience? Yes. Does it make almost everyone upset at the end of the day? Also yes, perhaps, because no matter who any of us rooted for this season, none of our favorite campers actually won the money. And if Riya was indeed your favorite, she might have won the money, but she also got a very hollow victory. It basically deprived her of any true sense of achievement, so it's as if nobody won. Compared to the other options, so either Jake or Ali winning, I guess this ending is kinda more interesting and more original. However, compared to a Gret win, well, that would have been 100,000 times better. She really did deserve to win. But I guess compared to Jake and Ali, maybe this is the better option. This finale did give us some pretty funny jokes that made us laugh, a few romantic moments that made shippers go crazy, bonding moments that made us excited and perhaps melted a few hearts, a few decisions perhaps made us mad, and the final result kinda surprised us and was both bitter and sweet. This finale is the very definition of a bittersweet ending. Instead of giving us a predictable, happy and sappy ending, they prefer to go for a more surprising outcome. And although sometimes it does seem like the writers do value shocking the audience above anything else, this finale is still better than the alternatives. The Jake and Ali alternatives, not the Gret alternative. What made this ending work so much better, in my opinion, is that little nod to what Rosa Maria said after her elimination. You may win the money, but you will be alone in the end. And even what Connor said about being disappointed in her, it was yet another callback to Rosa's words. And actually, remember what I said in my 9th review about how switching out Tess for Rosa Maria would have made no difference in the grand scheme of things? Well, at this point, having her come back instead of Tess, it kinda would have felt more appropriate given Riya's victory and given everything Rosa told her in the past. I don't love Rosa Maria as a character, but I do see how her presence this season could have really benefited Riya's arc quite a lot. We finally end the season with Riya checking everyone's stories as we find out that Ellie and Tess finally graduated, and it's weird how Gabby didn't dress up for the occasion there. Ali then reached 100 million, yeah, you wish. Ali then reached 100, again, no, it's just 1 million. It's already a lot, honestly, but 1 million followers on Twitch. Gret started a brand new chapter of her life with her newfound confidence. Alec and Fiore are spending time together outside of the game too, that's pretty cool. And my favorite one of all, Ashley, Will, Lil and Nick all going out for drinks together, just as Ashley had planned in episode 7. Please bring back Lil and Nick, I love them so much. And of course, we also see Connor getting married, while still wearing sunglasses on the altar. Who doesn't wear a suit and sunglasses on their wedding day? This bittersweet ending works especially well with Connor getting married. I actually really like that. Although I still think it should have been Lil marrying him instead. Had he appeared on the altar along with Lil in the end without any kind of explanation, completely out of nowhere, just like that, for no reason whatsoever, that would have been both hilarious and definitely more interesting than seeing this random woman right here. He and Lil would have been such a great couple. I have nothing against this woman, I'm sure she's amazing. I mean, she is a drawing, and she's not even a drawing with a personality or a name, but you get the point. Lil is so awesome, she deserved a happy ending too. At the very least though, Connor did get the happy ending he was hoping for, as he mentioned in episode 4, and I do hope he will eventually also have a family, just like he's always wanted. A sad version of the outro plays as we say goodbye to the cast we got to know and love over the past few years. The Gen 1 cast, that is. The Gen 2 cast can end up in a ditch and die, I don't really care. I'm kidding. I do hope we'll see them all of them, in some more mini-series or maybe, I don't know, a new season later down the line. Also, I didn't know when or where to mention this in the review because it's not really connected to anything I've said so far, but I absolutely love the background music for the entire second half of the episode. It was really amazing. I don't know who's responsible for that, but props to you. With this being said, it's been about 8 months and 21 reviews that we've done together, and I am a little bit emotional for real. This was one heck of a journey, and even though the season didn't really turn out as we expected or predicted, of course, it was still entertaining, full of surprises and memorable moments, and more importantly, I had a lot of fun reviewing it with you guys. This thing we had going on with our reviews together, I'm gonna miss it. Thank you all for watching all of these reviews, sharing your thoughts in the comments, for all your nice words. You're awesome, really. Never change. Or rather, do change. Don't do like Riya, for the love of God, don't follow in her footsteps. I'll see you guys in a few days with my final retrospective of the season. I'll just take a little break from the show for just a week or so, and only then I'll start rewatching the episodes and writing the retrospective. So it's gonna take a while. In the meantime though, I'll keep watching the Disventure Camp mini-series, and I will also review them. Just only after all the episodes are out. I'm done with weekly reviews for a while. I also have to get ready for Phineas and Ferb weekly reviews. It's gonna be a mess. I have so many things that I wanna do. At this point, do absolutely let me know your thoughts on Jake, on Riya, and more importantly, on her victory. I'm really dying to know your thoughts on it. Whether you wanna write a whole essay or just a single sentence, it's fine. I'm just very curious, really. Thank you all for the last time so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao. Oh, and also, Jake and Tom finally got to go to that Chinese restaurant they've been dying to go since the beta version of the show. Everything is tied up in a neat little package with a tiny little bow, except I guess Riya won and got the money all for herself instead of the money going to someone more deserving of it, like Gabby, who was robbed because of that damn elimination. Gabby! No! Gabby.